Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 301 Psychological Growth. Although it was just a dual cultivation ceremony, the participation of the Su family made it the most grand celebration the Zhou family had ever held since settling in Jilfang Ridge. Compared to this, the celebration of Zhou Daoquan's opening of his purple mansion paled in comparison. This was because not only were the number of guests many times greater, but their status and cultivation levels were also far superior. Even the gifts received were incomparable. The Su family of Jiangshao was a true golden core family, with deep connections within the Moon Wheel Sect. Invitations issued in the Su family's name were almost universally accepted. Therefore, on the day the celebration began, the Zhou family cultivators truly witnessed the influence of the title of Golden Core Family. The Murin family of Jiangshao presents a congratulatory gift, an 800-year-old crimson spirit mushroom, wishing the newlyweds a lifelong union and unwavering love. The Dai family of Jiangshao presents a congratulatory gift, 7 feet of azure silk, wishing the newlyweds a harmonious and loving marriage. Wu Taishan, a disciple of the Moon Wheel Sect, presents a congratulatory gift, a moon shadow immortal lamp, wishing the newlyweds eternal love and a perfect union. Miksha Taoist, a disciple of the Green Lotus Temple, presents a congratulatory gift, a 1,000-year-old stone golden lotus, wishing the newlyweds a love stronger than gold and a long and happy life together. The person in charge of receiving and announcing the gifts for the Zhou family was Zhou Chun's closest and 10th brother, Zhou Zhenggaiwang. At this moment, as each guest presented their gifts, he announced their greetings, each sound filling him and many other Zhou family cultivators with astonishment and broadening their horizons. Apart from a few elders like Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoyi, most of the current Zhou family cultivators had not enjoyed the benefits of the Zhou family's past as a golden core cultivator lineage. Although they knew the Zhou family was once a golden core clan and were proud of it, they didn't really grasp the significance of a golden core clan. But today, they witnessed firsthand the power of a golden core clan. Those spiritual items that would make ordinary foundation establishment cultivators fight tooth and nail for were easily presented as congratulatory gifts. Those rarely seen purple mansion cultivators were gathered here to congratulate their Zhou family patriarch. These people certainly weren't here because of the Zhou family's reputation, they were there because of the Su family. Even the Li and Yu families, who originally thought they had the Zhou family under their thumb, could only send a purple mansion cultivator to offer their congratulations, as if nothing had happened. After all, golden core clans are ranked, and a direct descendant of the Moon Wheel Sect like the Su family was undoubtedly much stronger than their two families, who lacked powerful backers. In the end, a tally revealed that as many as 35 cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage attended this dual cultivation ceremony, with the Golden Core stage patriarch of the Su family personally overseeing the event. The auspicious hour has arrived, the newlyweds shall bow to heaven and earth, on Pagoda Peak, accompanied by the clear voice of the Master of Ceremonies, Zhou Chun and Su Yuzhen, dressed in bright red wedding attire. Completed their marriage ceremony in the presence of their families, friends, and numerous guests. After the ceremony, Zhou Chun, accompanied by Su Yuzhen, ascended the platform and raised his cup to thank everyone present, saying, "Thank you all, seniors and fellow Daoists, for attending the Zhou family's celebration of my and my partner's dual cultivation. We also thank you for your blessings and gifts. This cup is a toast to you both." After drinking this cup, Zhou Chun poured himself another and raised it towards the Su family patriarch, bowing, "This cup is a personal thank you to the patriarch. Thank you for your appreciation and kindness, allowing me the privilege of becoming your partner with such an outstanding woman as Yuzhen. I will certainly remember your teachings and live up to your kindness. This kid's quite perceptive." The patriarch of the Su family was slightly taken aback, then smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Nephew, you're too kind. Your character and abilities are already renowned throughout Lanzhou. I trust you completely with Yuzhen in my care." He then earnestly admonished Su Yuzhen, "Yuzhen, now that you've chosen Zhou, you must treat him well. Don't let your cultivation level make you arrogant and reckless. lest you ruin the harmony between our two families. Yes, granddaughter will certainly remember your teachings, patriarch, Su Yuzhen replied crisply, her head slightly bowed. This scene, witnessed by the guests, made many even more envious of Zhou Chun. The fact that Zhou Chun, with his mid-foundation establishment cultivation, had become a Taoist partner with a female cultivator from a Golden Core family in the Purple Mansion stage was already incredibly enviable. Seeing Su Yuzhen, a woman of unparalleled beauty, only intensified that envy. Before this, most of them assumed that with a man's cultivation level being a whole realm lower than the woman's, Su Yuzhen would be in charge of the household. This at least gave them some peace of mind. But now, the Su family patriarch's public admonition to Su Yuzhen in front of so many people clearly demonstrated his stance. This made many guests extremely envious, wondering what kind of luck Zhou Chun had to earn such high regard and favor from the Su family patriarch. The patriarch's statement undoubtedly showed his support for the marriage alliance between the two families. In the future, when other forces clashed with the Zhou family, they absolutely could not ignore this powerful in-law. After such a lively day, the dual cultivation ceremony finally ended. The guests who had come to support the event gradually left, accompanied by the newlyweds. After seeing off all the guests, Zhou Chun took Su Yuzhen back to his courtyard. However, upon reaching the courtyard, Su Yuzhen did not follow him inside. "What is madam looking at? Why don't you go in?" Zhou Chun turned around and asked her with a puzzled look. Hearing this, Su Yuzhen looked up at him, then said softly, "Should I still stay in my old room? Madam is too kind. Now that we are sworn brothers, we should naturally share the same room and bed," Zhou Chun said, taking her hand and leading her to his bedroom. Su Yuzhen stood there, stunned, as he led her into the bedroom, remaining somewhat bewildered even after they reached the bed. She knew perfectly well how resistant Zhou Chun had been to becoming her Taoist partner before. She also understood perfectly why Zhou Chun had agreed to this time. Therefore, she wasn't particularly happy about it. She simply didn't want to refuse the Su family patriarch's kindness. However, Zhou Chun's change now surprised her greatly. She couldn't understand why Zhou Chun had changed so quickly. Could it really be as the Su family patriarch said, that he had come to his senses? "What are you thinking about, madam? Is there something on your mind?" In the bedroom, Zhou Chun looked at Su Yuzhen, who was sitting blankly on the bed, and asked softly. Now that he had asked, Su Yuzhen no longer needed to hold back. He immediately said, "I'm wondering why you've changed so much? If you're just trying to please me to impress the ancestor, I think that's unnecessary. The ancestor always keeps his word. Since he promised to help the Zhou family through this crisis, he will never break his promise." Hearing this, Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback, then shook his head and said, "Madam, you misunderstand. I've never actually felt any dislike or rejection towards you. It's just that I've never had any particular feelings of affection for you before. Now that we've come this far, and we've become true Taoist partners, how can I irresponsibly leave you alone in your empty room?" Saying this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but take Su Yuzhen's hand and hold it, looking at her earnestly, saying, "Let bygones be bygones. From now on, let's start anew and strive to, as the ancestor said, for us to develop feelings for each other over time and live a lifetime of love." Hearing his sincere words, seeing his earnest expression, and feeling the warmth from his palm, Su Yuzhen's originally calm face gradually softened. She didn't know how Zhou Chun had come to his senses so quickly, but it was undoubtedly a good thing. She immediately leaned her head on Zhou Chun's shoulder and said, "I understand. I will try my best to make my husband fall in love with me." Clearly, Zhou Chun had grown. This growth wasn't physical, nor was it about his cultivation level, it was about his mind. External pressure had forced him to undergo a psychological transformation. He had truly understood how to survive in this world. Many of the Zhou family's teenage cultivators already knew this method. He had known it before, but his past life's beliefs and personality had prevented him from putting it into practice. In this world, cultivators must seize every opportunity to improve themselves, whether it's cultivation level or social status. At the same time, they must not resist the benefits offered by the powerful, regardless of whether they like those benefits. Don't idolize the strong, but cultivate good relationships with them and gain their protection. In this cruel world of cultivation, those without the protection of the strong are often the easiest stepping stones for others. Zhou Chun's biggest mistake was believing that even without becoming Su Yuzhen's Taoist partner, and without the Su family's help, the Zhou family could still develop steadily and rapidly. He overlooked a crucial point: this world is not a lawless society. The strong don't even need a flimsy excuse to plunder the weak. And once the weak are plundered, it's difficult for anyone to uphold justice and recover their losses. It's said that relying on heaven, earth, or others is not as good as relying on oneself. But in reality, those who rely solely on themselves undoubtedly pay a much higher price and spend far more time and effort to reach the top than those with powerful backers. Frankly speaking, those who shout relying on heaven, earth, or others is not as good as relying on oneself are often those who have no one to rely on. Those who truly have support usually wouldn't confidently say this, and might even scoff at it. Zhou Chun's mistake lay in not having the right mindset. He still saw himself as an ordinary person without support, and never considered seeking one. He even believed that with his own abilities, he didn't need anyone to lead the Zhou family back to its former glory and restore its former grandeur as a golden core clan. This was undoubtedly a dangerous idea. This world of cultivation was so dangerous, the strong could take lives without a second thought, and the weak, without support, would be at the mercy of such powerful figures. If Zhou Chun wanted to live well in this world, lead the Zhou family to regain its glory, go further on the path of cultivation, and see the highest peaks of this world, he had to abandon the ideas and beliefs from his past life that were of no benefit to his survival and undergo self-transformation. Only in this way could he avoid missing more opportunities and creating more trouble for himself. Perhaps he should also thank the Su family patriarch for teaching him a harsh lesson. He should also thank Zhou Ming for his repeated advice and pressure, which forced him to transform himself. Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi quickly noticed the changes in Zhou Chun. When they saw him walking with Su Yuzhen in the family without any pretense, and his speech no longer sounding awkward, the two elders knew he had come to his senses. Zhengjin is indeed a smart child. After this incident, he will definitely be more tactful and experienced in his actions, and even more reliable. Zhou Ming couldn't help but smile with genuine joy. Zhou Daoyi, however, was not as happy as he seemed. Instead, he sighed softly. Alice, it's truly difficult for him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming's smile vanished, and he frowned, saying, I don't want to make things difficult for him, but who made him sit in that position? And only he can resolve this matter. He then turned his gaze to Zhou Daoyi and slowly said, this time, it was thanks to Zhang Chun's sacrifice that the family weathered the crisis. But as the family's power grows, the enemies we face will become stronger. The Su family patriarch can help the family once, but he can't help the family every time, since even Zhang Chun can compromise for the family. Daoyi, shouldn't you also make some changes, forget the unpleasant things of the past, and for the family, and for yourself, personally invite fellow Taoist Lin Hongyu to join the Zhou family? Zhou Daoyi's expression froze instantly, and he remained silent for a long time. Seeing him stand there silently for a long time, Zhou Ming continued, I can force Zhang Chun, but I can no longer force you, Daoyi. However, I hope you will seriously consider this matter, since the family has already decided to send fellow Taoist Lin Hongyu to Yang Kingdom to mine the Earth Element Crystal Jade vein. It's better to finalize this before she goes to Yang Kingdom than to bring it up after she forms her golden core, if the rift between you cannot be resolved before she forms her golden core. And if she does succeed in forming her golden core, your current thoughts will only bring you greater humiliation. Perhaps these words truly struck a nerve with Zhou Daoyi, causing his expression to darken considerably. Seeing the change in his expression, Zhou Ming shook his head and said, that's all I have to say. Daoyi, think it over carefully during this time. You don't have much time left. With that, he left alone. This is the second update, making up for the missed updates from the past few days. The new year is coming soon, and I'll be busy visiting relatives and friends during the first month of the lunar calendar, so I'll probably only be able to manage one update a day. I'll see how things go after that and update more often. Chapter 302 The Reward from King Lian Temple. An unwelcome guest arrives. 800-year-old Crimson Lingzi, 1,000-year-old Stone Lotus, Azure Silk. Inside the room, Zhou Chun and Su Yuzhen, the Taoist couple, sat facing each other, taking stock of the gifts they had received at their dual cultivation ceremony. Perhaps to make amends to Zhou Chun, or perhaps to curry favor with the Su family patriarch, Zhou Ming had specifically ordered that none of the gifts received at this dual cultivation ceremony be handed over to the family. They were all to be disposed of by the couple themselves. Now, the two were taking stock of these gifts, deciding which ones they could keep for themselves and which ones they could only sell for spirit coins. Madam, keep this azure silk for yourself. You can find someone to weave it into a robe later. This moon shadow immortal lamp can be hung in the room. The 1,000-year-old stone lotus is generally unusable, but my golden armored rock turtle, well, let's just keep it. As for these spiritual herbs, madam, if you have any channels to use them for alchemy, feel free to take them. Zhou Chun took stock of each gift one by one, and also gave his opinions on how to handle them. Frankly, many of these gifts were of little practical value, but the givers had all put in so much thought that it was impossible to find fault with them. Take, for example, the azure silk, a turquoise silk woven from the outer fibers of a spiritual plant using special methods, possessing the properties of never fading and being impervious to water and fire. Or the moon shadow palace lantern, which, when hung in a room, could be activated with a little magic to emit a bright, clear light like moonlight, projecting a full moon into the room and creating a starry, moonlit illusion. Then there was the 1,000-year stone lotus, an ornamental spiritual plant with tenacious vitality, capable of taking root and growing even on cliffs or among piles of rocks, unharmed by scorching sun or frost. Furthermore, it only blooms once every 10,000 years, and once it blooms, it remains unfaded for 1,000 years, carrying a very beautiful symbolic meaning. These were, in essence, more for show than practical use, only good for decoration. Relatively speaking, Zhou Chun preferred gifts that directly included spiritual herbs and pills. He then opened a jade box, took out a jade bottle, poured out a crystal clear white pill, and handed it to Su Yuzhen, saying, "This youth-preserving pill is for you, my wife." Unexpectedly, Su Yuzhen shook her head slightly, saying, "Husband, please take it yourself. I've already taken this kind of pill." "Already taken it?" Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback, then looked at Su Yuzhen's face, which resembled that of a woman in her early 20s, and nodded in realization. "In that case, I'll take it myself." He then unhesitatingly put the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. He then ignored the slow release of the medicinal power within his body and began to check the other items. After everything was inventoried, he looked at Su Yuzhen and said, "Everything has been inventoried. Are you satisfied with my decision, my wife?" Su Yuzhen smiled slightly and said, "I have no objections." "It's up to you, my husband." The two then divided the gifts among themselves and stored them in their storage bags. For the next few months, Su Yuzhen stayed at the Zhou family home and didn't rush back to her own. About a year after Zhou Chun and the others returned to the Zhou family, the reward for the Zhou family's contribution of the medicinal formula was finally distributed by the Qinglian temple. This reward was quite substantial. It included a Qinglian jade token, a talisman, 3 ascension tokens, and 30,000 spirit coins. Among these rewards, the Qinglian jade token was undoubtedly the most important. This was the token of the Qinglian temple. Anyone who brought it to the Qinglian temple could request a golden core cultivator to do something for them. It could also be used to atone for sins. If the Zhou family commits any act that forces the Qinglian temple to punish them, this item can be used to absolve them of their crimes, unless it's an unforgivable offense. It's essentially a get-out-of-jail token. Compared to this precious Qinglian jade token, talismans, while also valuable, pale in comparison. As for the ascension token, the Zhou family hasn't even used any of the ones they've acquired before. However, the ascension token is tradable. Even if the Zhou family doesn't need it, they can trade it. Generally, an ascension token is worth at least 10,000 spirit coins. Because the Zhou family's contribution of the medicinal formula couldn't be revealed to outsiders, these rewards were personally distributed by the Qinglian temple's headmaster, King Wezi, after Zhou Mingde was summoned to the temple. It seems the Qinglian temple still has some sense of shame. This time, their behavior wasn't too blatant. Within the Zhou family, when Zhou Chun learned of the rewards from the returning Zhou Mingde, he couldn't help but be delighted, revealing a happy expression. Hearing his words, Zhou Mingde said softly, "I'm afraid this reward is somewhat due to the Su family patriarch's influence. Otherwise, these Azure Lotus J tokens wouldn't have been so easily distributed. The matter of the Su family patriarch's presence at the Zhou family's residence definitely needed to be reported to the Azure Lotus Temple. After all, the Su family patriarch was a guest elder of the Moonwheel Sect, and his long-term residence within the Azure Lotus Temple's territory required a legitimate reason. The fact that the Su family patriarch was willing to maintain a long-term presence at the Zhou family's mountain gate undoubtedly elevated the Zhou family's status in the eyes of the Azure Lotus Temple. Therefore, Zhou Ming's statement wasn't without merit. Zhou Chun remained silent. I'll keep the rest for now. These 3 ascension tokens are for you, Zhou Chun, to handle. Zhou Ming glanced at him and quickly made arrangements for the rewards. This medicinal formula was obtained by Zhou Ming himself through risk, so the rewards should rightfully belong entirely to him. Therefore, his arrangements were not unreasonable. Zhou Chun had no objections at this point, and immediately took the 3 ascension tokens from his hand before leaving alone. Back in this honking hall, looking at the ascension tokens in his hand, Zhou Chun couldn't help but ponder. The Zhou family had long held a consensus: any member with decent aptitude would be avoided from joining a sect unless they had a strong desire to. Therefore, ascension tokens were rarely used by members of the Zhou family. However, Zhou Chun knew that for many independent cultivators and small families, these tokens were something they would fight tooth and nail to obtain. Those small families with only one foundation establishment cultivator, or those that had never even produced a foundation establishment cultivator, simply couldn't afford to obtain foundation establishment pills for their descendants, or even auxiliary foundation establishment items like ascension fruits. Therefore, even if a family had a few promising descendants, to avoid hindering their future cultivation, they would send them to a large sect like the Qinglian Temple, hoping that these descendants would prosper within the sect and contribute to the family's future. However, unless one possesses a superior grade spiritual root aptitude, even a cultivator with a mid-grade spiritual root aptitude who passes the Qinglian Temple's discipleship assessment will find it extremely difficult to obtain a foundation establishment pill for foundation building. The Ascension token, however, grants a foundation establishment pill directly to any cultivator who joins the Qinglian Temple. Therefore, to seize this opportunity that could potentially change their family's fate, smaller families would be willing to pay a huge price for it. As for rogue cultivators, needless to say, they would gladly go bankrupt to obtain the Ascension token. The family isn't short of spiritual coins right now, so there's no need to rush to sell these. Let's keep them and see if we can use them later. Zhou Chun pondered for a long time, unable to decide how to use the Ascension tokens, and could only store them in the family treasury for later disposal. Just as Zhou Ming was rejoicing over the rewards from the Qinglian Temple, his worst fears finally came true. In Lingzhou, north of Jing Kingdom, a streak of azure light suddenly shot in from beyond the borders, rapidly entering the skies above Jing Kingdom's lands. If a purple mansion stage cultivator were present, they would surely recognize that the azure light was actually the sword light emitted by a green flying sword. Standing atop that green flying sword were a middle-aged man in green robes with a delicate, feminine appearance, and a beautiful woman in a red dress. The woman in the red dress was none other than Ruan Hongzhuang, a purple mansion stage cultivator from Qi Kingdom who had escaped from Zhou Ming's clutches. At this moment, after the flying sword entered the airspace of Jing Kingdom, the middle-aged man with a effeminate face on the sword immediately spoke calmly. This is already Jing Kingdom. Fellow Taoist Ruan, do you know the location of the Zhou family's ancestral temple, which you mentioned? Hearing this, Ruan Hongzhuang quickly replied respectfully, Senior Liu, please rest assured. Although I don't know the exact location of their ancestral temple, a purple mansion stage cultivator like Zhou Ming, who has tamed a third-tier demon beast, must be quite famous in Jing Kingdom. As long as I go into the market and inquire, I should be able to find out. From the fact that he addressed the other party as senior, it was not difficult to know that this middle-aged man in blue was a golden core stage cultivator. Then let's go to the nearest market first. The middle-aged man glanced at Ruan Hongzhuang and agreed to her suggestion. Then he used a secret technique to conceal his cultivation, disguising himself as a late-stage purple mansion stage cultivator. This kind of concealment was difficult to fool golden core stage cultivators, but most purple mansion stage cultivators would find it difficult to see his true cultivation level. While a late-stage purple mansion cultivator was somewhat conspicuous, it wasn't as astonishing as a golden core cultivator. Afterwards, the two of them sought out information about the market town and began inquiring about the Zhou family. Just as Ruan Hongzhuang had said, Zhou Ming and the Zhou family were now quite well known in Jing Kingdom. By asking around the market town, they learned some general information about the Zhou family, including the recent dual cultivation ceremony held at their home. Upon discovering this, the middle-aged man immediately frowned and said, something's not right. According to what you've said, fellow Taoist Ruan, and what the cultivators here are saying, the Zhou family patriarch is only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. So why would he marry a female cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage from a Golden Core family as his Taoist partner? And this happened shortly after they returned from Yang Kingdom. Senior Liu means that the reason the Zhou family patriarch was able to marry a female cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage from a Golden Core family is because he presented the Golden Core cultivator's relics obtained from that underground tomb in Yang Kingdom to that Golden Core cultivator from the Su family. Ruan Hongzhuang immediately reacted, her expression slightly changing as she voiced the middle-aged man's unfinished words. Besides that, I don't understand why a female cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage from a Golden Core family would choose a mid-foundation establishment cultivator as her Taoist partner. The middle-aged man nodded, his face grim as he acknowledged this. Upon seeing this, Ruan Hongzhuang's expression also turned ugly. The reason she was able to persuade this middle-aged man to come and help her avenge her was because she used the relics of a Golden Core cultivator in the underground tomb as leverage. If Zhou Ming offered the treasures he obtained from that underground tomb to Golden Core cultivator, then the middle-aged man in front of her would definitely not make a move. After all, he himself had only formed his Golden Core less than 100 years ago. He might be able to bully a Purple Mansion family, but he would be no match for a Golden Core cultivator who had been famous for many years. Not to mention that this was in Jing Kingdom, someone else's territory. But she had finally persuaded the middle-aged man to agree to help her avenge her, and of course she didn't want him to back out now. At the same time, she believed that he certainly didn't want to have come for nothing. Therefore, after gritting her teeth, she quickly said, "Perhaps it's true, as Senior Liu said, that Zhou Ming established a relationship with the Su family by offering treasures, but the treasures he offered certainly weren't all of them. Moreover, fellow Taoist Shen's belongings are also on him. He definitely won't give up the Hunyuan Bowl talisman." She deliberately emphasized the words Hunyuan Bowl. It turned out that when she recounted her experience in the underground tomb to the middle-aged man, he recognized the origin of the talisman used by Shen Borong and explained it to her. According to the middle-aged man, the Hunyuan Bowl talisman was crafted from the famous magic weapon of a late-stage Golden Core cultivator from the Qi Kingdom over 600 years ago. At that time, that late-stage Golden Core cultivator was once hailed by gossips as the #1 Golden Core cultivator in the Qi Kingdom thanks to this Hunyuan Bowl magic weapon. After this person passed away, the Hunyuan Bow talisman he crafted became a coveted item among many cultivators, even attracting the attention of many early-stage Golden Core cultivators. Shen Borong, for reasons unknown, managed to obtain such a powerful talisman. When the middle-aged man learned that Shen Borong possessed a Hunyuan Bow talisman, he was quickly tempted by Ruan Hongzhuang's request. After all, with such a powerful talisman as a safety net, even if Zhou Ming didn't find anything particularly valuable in the underground tomb, it would still be worthwhile for him to make a move. Hearing Ruan Hongzhuang mention the Hunyuan Bow talisman again, even knowing her intentions, the middle-aged man didn't want to give up so easily. After a moment's thought, he nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Ruan makes sense. Let's go to Lanzhou first, investigate the situation there, and then make a decision." Chapter 303 Battle of the Golden Core. That must be Nine Peaks Ridge. It looks quite impressive. Outside Nine Peaks Ridge, Liu Zai, a middle-aged man who had traveled from Qi Kingdom with Ruan Hongzhuang, was gazing at the Zhou family mountain gate in the distance. After entering Jing Kingdom and learning the location of the Zhou family mountain gate, he and Ruan Hongzhuang rushed to Lanzhou, even staying in Honggaya Market for 2 days to investigate the Zhou family's situation. Compared to cultivators outside Lanzhou, the local cultivators of Lanzhou undoubtedly had a better understanding of the Zhou family's situation. Therefore, the two of them didn't spend much effort to find out the relevant information. Afterward, the two of them came to the outside of Nine Peaks Ridge to observe the Zhou family mountain gate in person. Seeing Liu Zai only focused on observing the Zhou family's mountain gate and saying nothing, Ruan Hongzhuang could only take the initiative to ask, "Senior Liu, what do you intend to do?" Unexpectedly, Liu Zai immediately countered, "What does fellow Taoist Ruan think we should do?" This startled Ruan Hongzhuang, who quickly lowered her head and said, "With Senior here, this junior dares not speak presumptuously. HMPH, since you know you can't command me, then shut up. It's not your place to tell me how to do things." Liu Zai sneered, his words causing Ruan Hongzhuang's expression to change drastically, and she repeatedly said, "I dare not." After being reprimanded like this, she dared not say anything more, simply keeping her mouth shut. After pondering for a long time, Liu Zai muttered to himself, To be on the safe side, it's best to test the waters first. Test the waters? How? Ruan Hongzhuang looked at Liu Zai, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. But due to his previous warning, she dared not ask further. Fortunately, Liu Zai didn't keep her in suspense and quickly instructed her, "Fellow Taoist Ruan, conceal your cultivation and infiltrate the Zhou family to test them. If there are no golden core cultivators guarding the place, I will personally break the formation and crush the Zhou family." Upon hearing this, Ruan Hongzhuang's expression changed drastically, her pretty face turning deathly pale. How could she not understand Liu Zai's meaning? He wanted her to be cannon fodder as a scout. "Senior Liu, the Zhou family has 3 purple mansion cultivators and a 3rd-tier dragon. With my cultivation level, even if I infiltrate their gates and alert them, I'm afraid they wouldn't even need golden core cultivators to suppress me easily." She didn't dare to directly refuse Liu Zai's order, but she also didn't want to go in and die, so she could only indirectly explain the difficulties. Although she also wanted to kill Zhou Ming and destroy the Zhou family, she cared more about her own life. She wouldn't risk her own life to save Zhou Ming's. "Fellow Taoist Ruan, rest assured, since I, Liu, have entrusted you with this task, I will naturally ensure your safety," Liu Zai said, then reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a jade box, handing it to her. "Inside lies a defensive talisman. With it protecting you, even if you are besieged by several cultivators of the same level, it will help you hold out for a while, enough to last until I intervene." Offering a talisman so readily was something only a golden core cultivator could be so generous with. However, for golden core cultivators, unless it was a talisman crafted from an exceptionally powerful magic weapon like the mixed yuan bowl, most talismans were of little use. Seeing that Liu Zai had even brought out a talisman, Ruan Hongzhuang knew she had no choice but to go. Since she had invited Liu Zai to deal with the Zhou family, she had naturally thoroughly investigated his character beforehand. Therefore, she knew very well that he often preferred to use diplomacy first before resorting to force. If she delayed any longer, Liu Zai would likely break off all pretense and force her to go. She could only helplessly bow and express her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the treasure, Senior. I understand what to do." Then she prepared to depart as Liu Zai had instructed. But just then, Liu Zai called out to her again. "Fellow Taoist Ruan, don't rush off. I need to leave something on you." "Leave something?" Ruan Hongzhuang looked at Liu Zai with surprise and suspicion, not understanding his meaning. "Don't worry, it's just a small warning trick. It won't affect you," Liu Zai said, immediately explaining the situation to Ruan Hongzhuang. After some time, the prepared Ruan Hongzhuang quietly concealed her cultivation and headed to the Zhou family's mountain gate. Just like Lin Hongyu had concealed her cultivation to infiltrate the Zhou family, Ruan Hongzhuang, as a purple mansion stage cultivator, was also unrecognized when she disguised herself as a rogue cultivator to infiltrate the Zhou family. This isn't the fault of the guards, after all, those guarding the mountain gate entrance were only at the key refining stage. How could they possibly see through a purple mansion stage cultivator deliberately concealing their cultivation? It should be said that this is a weakness that most cultivation families cannot avoid. By opening their family mountain gates to independent cultivators to earn spirit coins, they inevitably create this vulnerability that can be exploited. However, while this weakness exists, it's not something everyone can use. Like Ruan Hongzhuang, without Liu Zai's support outside, even if she had infiltrated the Zhou family's mountain gate, she wouldn't dare do anything outrageous. Otherwise, if her identity were exposed, the Zhou family could easily close their protective array, trapping her like a turtle in a jar. In short, after infiltrating the Zhou family's mountain gate, Ruan Hongzhuang waited until the Zhou family's monitors of the independent cultivators were distracted before seizing the opportunity to leave the cultivation area and head straight for Pagoda Peak. Her plan was simple: capture Zhou Chun, who worked at Pagoda Peak. If there really was a golden core stage cultivator guarding the Zhou family's mountain gate, they would definitely be alerted. However, her methods were undoubtedly much cruder than Lin Hongyu's. Or perhaps, having learned from Lin Hongyu's infiltration incident, the Zhou family had increased their precautions in certain aspects. She had barely left the cultivation area when a series of urgent wolf howls echoed through the surrounding mountains and forests. It turned out that the Zhou family, having learned from Lin Hongyu's experience, had placed highly sensitive demon wolves in the mountains and forests surrounding the cultivation area. Whenever they smelled a stranger or discovered that their target hadn't left the cultivation area via the normal route, these demon wolves would howl as a warning. Because the Zhou family was renowned for its beast-taming skills, Ruan Hongzhuang had discovered the demon wolves in the mountains beforehand but hadn't paid much attention, assuming they were just normally free-roaming beasts. It wasn't until the wolf howls alerted her that she realized the enormity of her mistake. However, regret was pointless now. She immediately stopped concealing her cultivation level, took to the air, and charged straight towards Pagoda Peak. Not good, it's a purple mansion stage cultivator. On Baozi Peak, Zhou Jia's expression changed drastically upon seeing Ruan Hongzhuang's figure. She immediately realized that the enemy was beyond her capabilities. She decisively abandoned the idea of intercepting the enemy, quickly releasing warning fireworks and ordering the Zhou family cultivators who were preparing to intercept the enemy to make way. Although she didn't know that the Su family patriarch was stationed in the Zhou family, Zhou Jia still had great faith in the strength of her family's several elders. The enemy's strength was indeed formidable, but she didn't believe that one person could truly cause chaos within the Zhou family's mountain gate. At the same time, Zhou Chun, who was working in this Hongping Hall on Baoda Peak, also heard the alarm from within the mountain gate immediately. He quickly left the hall and came outside, immediately seeing Ruan Hongzhuang rushing towards him. Ruan Hongzhuang also saw him at this moment. For Ruan Hongzhuang, this was like meeting an enemy, her eyes blazing with hatred. Her gaze was fixed on Zhou Chun, her magic weapon already in her hand, ready to strike and take Zhou Chun's life as soon as she entered the attack range. Zhou Chun, sensing her fierce gaze, instantly understood her intentions. He immediately rushed towards the ancestral hall not far away. As a vital family site, the Zhou family's ancestral hall was protected by a separate array. Furthermore, as the family patriarch, Zhou Chun possessed the incantation to activate the ancestral hall's array. He flew into the ancestral hall and immediately activated the array using hand seals. Around the same time, a streak of crimson fire suddenly shot from the back of Pagoda Peak, heading straight for Ruan Hongzhuang. The fire god Jiaqual had arrived just in time. Seeing this, Ruan Hongzhuang could only secretly resent Zhou Chun's cunning and hurriedly braced herself to deal with the fire god Jiaqual's attacks. The battle between the human and the demon in mid-air, even the aftershocks of their fight, caused considerable impact on the Zhou family's mountain gate below. Fortunately, the entire Zhou family reacted quickly. Zhou Jiaru, the elder on duty guard in the formation that day, activated the mountain protecting formation, directly mobilizing the power of the Five Directions Miro formation to erect 4 spiritual light barriers around the battlefield, preventing Ruan Hongzhuang from shifting the battleground and causing further damage. Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daowei also arrived at the battlefield and joined the fight. Faced with a combined attack of 2 Zhou family Purple Mansion stage cultivators and the fire god Jiaqual, Ruan Hongzhuang was forced to use the defensive talisman Liu Zai had given her. It was a golden token-shaped magic weapon, its defensive golden light unbreakable, difficult to penetrate no matter how Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daowei attacked. However, this item seemed to consume a great deal of mana. Even with her early Purple Mansion stage cultivation, Ruan Hongzhuang showed signs of strain after activating it. She was not only physically exhausted, but also extremely anxious. The method Liu Zai had left on her didn't seem to have been triggered, which should be a good thing. But the fact that Liu Zai hadn't made a move yet was causing her great unease. If Liu Zai didn't make a move, she would surely die today. Fellow Taoist Ruan, you shouldn't have come. Zhou, already let you go that day. Why did you have to come here again? In the sky, Zhou Ming looked at Ruan Hongzhuang with gleaming eyes, maintaining his offensive while probing her with a sigh. Zhou Ming, don't be too smug. Since I dared to come here, I'm naturally not afraid of your little tricks. Ruan Hongzhuang snorted coldly, her response pointed. Since Liu Zai hadn't shown himself yet, she could only save herself. Sure enough, upon hearing her words, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei's expressions changed, and their offensive immediately eased. Zhou Ming immediately looked at her with a surprised expression and said, Fellow Taoist Ruan, don't try to scare me. You're already trapped. Once this talisman's power is exhausted, you'll be meat on our chopping block. What means will you have left to turn the tide? Whether I'm scare you or not, you'll soon find out. Ruan Hongzhuang's confident demeanor made her words impossible to ignore. Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei's attacks weakened somewhat. Zhou Daowei even withdrew from the battlefield soon after, seemingly to take over the formation. Seeing this, Ruan Hongzhuang felt reassured and much more at ease. She couldn't care less about anything else now, she only wanted to save her own life. But her relief was short-lived. After Zhou Daowei took over the formation, he immediately mobilized its power to launch a fierce attack on her. Under the formation's attack, the power of her talisman was rapidly depleted, and her own magical power was flowing away like a waterfall. They've even activated the formation. It seems there really isn't a golden core cultivator guarding it. Outside Nine Peaks Ridge, Liu Zai's eyes flashed with a sharp light upon seeing the changes in the Zhou family's protective formation. He suddenly soared into the air, heading straight for the Zhou family's gate. He had finally been unable to resist making his move. Just as he took to the air and lunged towards the Zhou family's gate, the Su family patriarch suddenly flew out of his cave atop Pagoda Peak. He had naturally been alerted by Ruan Hongzhuang's intrusion. However, when he saw that the intruder was merely a purple mansion stage cultivator, he quickly understood everything. Sensing the rapidly approaching powerful aura outside the Zhou family's gate, he knew his judgment was correct. He left his cave and, almost without hesitation, was allowed to pass by Zhou Daowei, flying directly out of the Zhou family's protective formation. Outside the Zhou family's gate, Liu Zai, who was about to attack, was instantly stunned upon seeing the suddenly appearing Su family patriarch. What was going on? How could the Zhou family have a golden core cultivator? After a moment of surprise, Liu Zai quickly realized something and stopped, saying in a deep voice, "Are you fellow Taoist Su from the Su family of Jiangzhou?" Hearing this, the Su family patriarch coldly said, "Knowing that I, Su, am here, you still dare to be so presumptuous? You truly do not take the cultivation world of Jing Kingdom seriously, nor do you take me, Su, seriously." Hearing such clearly hostile words, Liu Zai's expression changed, and he hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "Fellow Taoist Su, you misunderstand. There must be some misunderstanding. I, Liu, just happened to be passing by." Since he knew that the Su family patriarch was here specifically to oversee the Zhou family, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to admit that he came to deal with the Zhou family. As for Ruan Hongzhuang inside, he could only give up now. Liu Zai would not choose to fight a native golden core cultivator of Jing Kingdom like the Su family patriarch for a stranger like Ruan Hongzhuang. However, the Su family patriarch did not accept his excuse. He immediately sneered, "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you and I both know the truth. Enough nonsense. Since you're here, let me, Su, experience your superior skills." With that, he raised his hand and summoned his natal magic weapon. His natal magic weapon was a deep blue octagonal mace. With a flick of his wrist, the mace shot through the air towards Liu Zai. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded, tearing and exploding the air in the sky where the mace passed, its speed reaching its peak. Upon seeing this, Liu Zai's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly summoned his cyan flying sword to meet the octagonal mace, wishing all readers a prosperous and healthy year of the rabbit. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Crisis Resolved, Mental Knots Untied. Nine Peaks Ridge. After the two golden core cultivators engaged in a fierce battle in the sky outside Nine Peaks Ridge, Zhou Chun and the others within the Zhou family's mountain gate were on tenterhooks. The uninformed rogue cultivators and ordinary Zhou family members were even more terrified by this series of events, unsure of what to do. Especially the rogue cultivators, who felt they had been unjustly caught in this mess, frantically grabbing any Zhou family cultivator they could find, asking them all sorts of questions. But those in the know were not going to come and explain. Ultimately, to prevent further trouble, several Foundation establishment elders of the Zhou family could only use their own cultivation to intimidate the others and temporarily subdue them. Meanwhile, after the Su family patriarch took the initiative to attack and engage Liu Zai in battle, Ruan Hongzhuang's usefulness was rendered meaningless. Zhou Ming, Zhou Daowei, and Su Yazan, who also appeared at this moment, the three Purple Mansion stage cultivators combined their strength and quickly exhausted the power of Ruan Hongzhuang's talisman treasure, killing her on the spot without even giving her a chance to beg for mercy. After killing Ruan Hongzhuang, several high-ranking members of the Zhou family personally took charge of the various array bases of the family's protective mountain array, operating it at full power to prevent Liu Zai from suddenly attacking. The 5 Directions Miro array itself is a powerful forbidden array. Although limited by the environmental conditions, it cannot stop a Golden Core stage cultivator, but it should be able to withstand several attacks from a Golden Core stage cultivator. The Su family patriarch would certainly not sit idly by while Liu Zai attacked the Zhou family's mountain gate. Zhou Chun also came out of the ancestral hall at this time, personally explaining the situation to the clansmen and calming the frightened clansmen and rogue cultivators. Under his personal explanation, the emotions of the Zhou family clansmen stabilized. After all, the battle inside the mountain gate was over, and they could not see the battle outside. When the rogue cultivators learned of the battle between Golden Core cultivators outside, although they were terrified, they weren't foolish enough to insist on leaving immediately. After Zhou Chun assured them that they wouldn't be implicated and waved their spirit coins for cultivation that day, they temporarily stopped their commotion. Only then did Zhou Chun have time to observe the battle between the 2 Golden Core cultivators. Unlike the battles he had seen before, Liu Zai, having no juniors or subordinates to worry about, didn't choose to fight the Su family patriarch in the sky. Instead, he fought the Su family patriarch less than 50 miles from the Zhou family's mountain gate. This clearly showed that he intended to use the entire Zhou family as hostages to force the Su family patriarch to act cautiously. However, his strength seemed somewhat inferior to the Su family patriarchs. After observing for a while, Zhou Chun realized that Liu Zai had relied solely on his Cyan flying sword as his magic weapon throughout the entire battle. His protective magic artifact was actually a high-grade 3rd-tier defensive magic weapon, along with a defensive secret technique he had cultivated. In contrast, the Su family patriarch not only possessed his octagonal mace, his natal magic weapon, but also a Cyan jade staff magic weapon. With this advantage of having an extra magic weapon, the Su family patriarch held an absolute upper hand from the very beginning. If this is all you've got, then leave your life in Jing Kingdom today. After a period of fighting, the Su family patriarch, having grasped Liu Zai's methods, turned cold and went all out. With a low shout, he activated his magic, and the octagonal mace suddenly emitted a water blue spiritual light, instantly condensing into a thick blue lightning bolt that struck Liu Zai. This move clearly caught Liu Zai completely off guard. He didn't even have time to defend himself with his sword. But he was, after all, a Golden Core cultivator, and he still had 1 or 2 trump cards up his sleeve. At that moment, though startled, he remained calm. A flash of pain crossed his eyes as he flicked his sleeve, summoning a shimmering azure green wooden shield to block in front of him. The azure green wooden shield wasn't a magic weapon, but its power far surpassed that of an ordinary 3rd-tier magic artifact. When the blue lightning released by the Su family patriarch's magic weapon struck the azure green wooden shield, although it shattered the shield in one strike, most of its power was neutralized, failing to truly harm Liu Zai. Oh, a magic artifact crafted using magic weapon materials? What a waste! The Su family patriarch narrowed his eyes, instantly seeing through the azure green wooden shield's true nature. Magic weapons couldn't be crafted from ordinary materials. Any material suitable for crafting magic weapons was a rare and precious treasure. Such materials could certainly be used to craft magic artifacts as well. Because crafting magical artifacts requires a Golden Core stage cultivation level, and only Golden Core stage cultivators can use them, some crafters below the Golden Core stage, upon obtaining such spiritual materials, sometimes wastefully choose to use them to forge 3rd-tier magical artifacts in order to create a powerful artifact as their signature piece. These 3rd-tier magical artifacts, due to the inherent strength of their materials, are far more powerful than ordinary 3rd-tier magical artifacts, but still far inferior to true magical artifacts. However, because of their superior materials, they can accommodate a large amount of mana from a Golden Core stage cultivator, allowing them to sometimes put up a fight against magical artifacts. Of course, it's just a fight. Like Liu Zai's actions just now, he forcibly activated the artifact at the cost of its destruction, unleashing far greater power than usual to block the Su family patriarch's killing move. At this moment, facing the mockery of the Su family patriarch, Liu Zai could no longer contain his anger. He glared at the patriarch and roared, "Fellow Taoist Su, are you really going to break ties with me for the sake of this mere Zhou family? You know you can't kill me." Liu Zai was very confident that the Su family patriarch couldn't kill him. It was extremely difficult for a Golden Core cultivator to kill another Golden Core cultivator of the same level. Through their previous exchange, Liu Zai knew that although he was no match for the Su family patriarch, with the power of the two magic treasures in the patriarch's hands, there was no way he could kill him. After all, if he couldn't win, wouldn't he just run away? A golden core cultivator could easily escape a country's territory at high speed. Could the Su family patriarch possibly chase him to another country? However, facing his threat, the Su family patriarch sneered, "So what if we tear off the mask? What can you do to me, Su?" he continued, his tone laced with threat. "You are, after all, a golden core cultivator, and surely you have a family in Qi Kingdom. Do you really dare to lay a hand on any of the younger generation in my Su family?" Upon hearing this, Liu Zai's expression immediately turned ugly. Indeed, unless one is a very small number of rogue cultivators, the vast majority of golden core cultivators in the cultivation world come from sects and families. Liu Zai, of course, also came from a certain power in Qi Kingdom. Now that he had traveled to Jing Kingdom to stir up trouble, he naturally had no scruples. But if he dared to bully a younger golden core cultivator from another family just because he had no ties in Jing Kingdom, he would definitely suffer the consequences. Seeing that he couldn't defeat the Su family patriarch in a fight, nor could he win an argument, Liu Zai immediately felt a strong urge to retreat and didn't want to stay any longer. Fine, you win today. I admit defeat," he shouted, his face grim, and immediately turned and fled. "Where do you think you're going?" the Su family patriarch roared, quickly giving chase. The two of them, one chasing and the other fleeing, soon disappeared from Zhou Chun and the other side. Seeing this, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming knew that this matter was resolved. They all knew that the Su family patriarch's pursuit wouldn't yield any real results, it was merely a gesture. Presumably, within a few days, news of the Su family patriarch's great battle against a foreign golden core cultivator outside the Zhou family's mountain gate and his pursuit of the enemy for thousands of miles would spread throughout Jing Kingdom. At that time, the Zhou family's status in the eyes of other forces would definitely rise significantly. And the golden core cultivator who escaped would certainly not come to Jing Kingdom to cause trouble for the Zhou family after this incident. After all, the Su family patriarch's attitude had been made clear. If he came to cause trouble for the Zhou family again, it would be forcing the Su family patriarch to go to Qi Kingdom to cause trouble for his own forces. Alright, this matter is finally resolved. Everyone can breathe a sigh of relief now. On Pagoda Peak, Zhou Ming gazed in the direction where the Su family patriarch had left for a long time before finally letting out a long sigh of relief. This attack by the golden core cultivator was ultimately caused by his own actions, so he had been under the most pressure. Now that the matter was resolved, he was naturally the happiest one. Yes, this matter is finally over, Zhou Chun sighed softly, recalling the sacrifice he had made for this. And as they had expected, the Su family patriarch returned in less than half a day after his pursuit. According to him, he had chased the Qi Kingdom golden core cultivator for over 3,000 miles, inflicting some minor injuries during the chase, thus teaching him a lesson. I have already given that person a stern warning. If he dares to attack the Zhou family again, I will personally go to Qi Kingdom. I believe he will not dare to risk attacking the Zhou family again for something whose existence is uncertain, of course, just in case. I will continue to stay at the Zhou family for another 6 months. On Pagoda Peak, the Su family patriarch, after returning, met with Zhou Chun and several other high-ranking members of the Zhou family, calmly explaining the situation. His actions could be considered extremely benevolent to the Zhou family. After all, the terms of the deal between the two parties were that after he helped the Zhou family deal with the attacking golden core cultivators, he would no longer have to abide by the 10-year agreement. Now, his willingness to stay for another 6 months can be considered a great favor to the Zhou family. Therefore, after hearing his words, Zhou Ming immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior Su. This kindness and the Zhou family will never forget." Then, knowing the situation, he led Zhou Chun and the others to leave first, allowing the Su family patriarch to recover his magical power in his own cave. Once outside, Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun checked Ruan Hongzhuang's storage bag and tallied their spoils. Back in Yang Kingdom, Ruan Hongzhuang hadn't come away empty-handed. She'd taken a corpse of the Earth Armor Dragon and its demon collar. However, they couldn't find these two items in her storage bag, indicating they'd either disposed of them or left them at her residence in Qi Kingdom. Besides some essential pills and talismans for her outings, her storage bag contained less than 2,000 spirit coins. This clearly showed she'd prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Fortunately, as a Purple Mansion stage cultivator, her magical artifacts were extraordinary. Even sold at a discount, they would be worth tens of thousands of spirit coins, so she hadn't truly come away empty-handed. However, the Zhou family's greatest gain this time was actually their reputation. The Su family patriarch's willingness to fight a golden core cultivator for the sake of his newly formed marriage alliance with the Zhou family has once again made the Zhou and Su families the subject of much discussion among cultivators in the Jing Kingdom. While battles between golden core cultivators were not uncommon in recent wars, it was extremely rare for a golden core cultivator from a prominent family to fight a foreign golden core cultivator over a family matter. The fact that the Su family patriarch fought a foreign golden core cultivator for the Zhou family today raises the question, will he fight against the Zhou family's enemies in the future? This is a concern many forces in the Jing Kingdom must consider. It could even be said that the Su family patriarch's actions have brought decades of peace to the Zhou family. Any force without a golden core cultivator to protect them will have to consider whether they can withstand the wrath of the Su family patriarch before considering hostility towards the Zhou family. Moreover, because it was a foreign golden core cultivator who attacked the Zhou family, the Qinglian Temple, the legally held sect of the Zhou family, specially dispatched the golden core cultivator Qinglingzi to the Zhou family to inquire and investigate afterward. When Qinglingzi learned from Zhou Ming and the Su family patriarch that the attackers were there because of the underground Tu Minyang kingdom, and knowing that the Zhou family was the one who offered the medicinal formula, he assured the Su family patriarch that he would definitely send someone to Qi Kingdom to warn the attackers. This is the benefit of having a golden core cultivator's protection. Without the Su family patriarch, even if Liu Zai had destroyed the Zhou family, the Qinglian Temple wouldn't have known who did it. Even if they knew the attackers might have come to destroy the Zhou family because they obtained the golden core cultivator's relics, they wouldn't have bothered sending anyone to Qi Kingdom to investigate, let alone warn anyone. What Zhou Ming didn't expect was that after this incident, Zhou Daowei seemed to have been touched by something and actually had a change of heart. That day, when Zhou Ming, relieved that the Zhou family's crisis had been averted, discussed with Zhou Chun and Zhou Daowei who should go to Chengguo to meet Lin Hongyu and explain the matter of the Earth Element Crystal Jade mine, Zhou Daowei surprisingly volunteered to take on the task, willing to personally represent the Zhou family to find Lin Hongyu. This overjoyed Zhou Ming. Great! Daowei, you've finally figured it out. He clapped his hands with delight, his joy overflowing, leaving Zhou Chun, who was standing nearby, stunned, wondering why he was so happy. True to his nature, Zhou Chun quickly looked at Zhou Ming and asked, figured it out about what? Why are you suddenly so happy, elder? Hearing this, Zhou Ming's smile faltered, and he glanced at Zhou Daowei. Zhou Daowei remained calm and unresponsive. But no response was the best response. It meant Zhou Daowei was no longer concerned about revealing this matter to Zhou Chun. So he coughed twice and said, ahem, now that things have come to this, it's time to tell you, Zhangjin, the update is a bit late because I was very busy during the day. I received 3 groups of relatives who came to pay New Year's visits today, and I didn't sleep well last night because of the fireworks. I didn't have time to catch up on sleep until 5 p.m., and I didn't get up to eat until after 7 p.m. Fortunately, I still managed to finish the work before 12 p.m. Chapter 305 Optimization. Zhou Daowei had actually engaged in dual cultivation with Lin Hongyu long ago. When Zhou Chun learned of this from Zhou Ming, he was utterly shocked. His intense curiosity compelled him to immediately delve into the details. However, out of consideration for Zhou Daowei's feelings, Zhou Ming refrained from revealing the true circumstances, only saying it was a special case under unexpected circumstances. Although he was unwilling to elaborate, Zhou Chun, recalling his family's past interactions with Lin Hongyu, roughly guessed when it had occurred. His feelings became somewhat complicated. This also connected to his own acquaintance with Su Yazhan. In a sense, the emotional experiences of these 2 generations of Zhou family patriarchs were quite similar. No wonder Zhou Daowei hadn't objected to his actions after he returned from the Su family. And with his intelligence, he naturally understood what Zhou Ming meant by he's figured it out. It was likely that, just like with him before, Zhou Ming had spent years trying to persuade Zhou Daowei to accept Lin Hongyu and marry her into the Zhou family. Now it seems Zhou Daowei, like him, finally couldn't hold on any longer and chose to compromise. Zhou Chun didn't know whether to be happy or sad about this. If Lin Hongyu joined the Zhou family, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for the Zhou family. In that case, apart from the Golden Core families, the Zhou family would be considered a first-class existence among the major cultivation clans. But for Zhou Daowei personally, making this choice must have been extremely painful. But since things had come to this, and Zhou Daowei had made his decision, what could Zhou Chun say? He could only watch as Zhou Daowei took Lin Weiner and left the Zhou family to go to Cheng Kingdom to see Lin Hongyu. Less than half a month later, Lin Hongyu returned to Lanzhou with Zhou Daowei. However, because the Su family patriarch was still stationed inside the Zhou family's mountain gate, to prevent the news from leaking out, Zhou Ming had to go outside the family compound to meet her. Their meeting went smoothly. Lin Hongyu had agreed to become Zhou Daowei's Taoist partner and become the Zhou family's honorary supreme elder. She also agreed to go to Yang Kingdom to mine the earth element crystal jade vein. However, she also made her own demands. She wanted to take Lin Weiner with her to help her, and she wanted the Zhou family to fund the formations, magical artifacts, and elixirs needed to establish a base. The Zhou family naturally wouldn't refuse such a request. Zhou Ming personally ordered the relevant formation equipment from the Yu family and allocated some magical artifacts and elixirs from the family treasury to her. Once these things were in hand, Lin Hongyu didn't delay at all and quickly set off with Lin Weiner. By this time, the insect plague had been eradicated, and the reconstruction work in Yang Kingdom had begun. The sooner she arrived, the easier it would be to gain an advantage. After all, the cultivation forces in Yang Kingdom had suffered heavy losses, with many having their lineages severed. Now, that land was almost entirely undeveloped. Whoever arrived first would seize the initiative. Lin Hongyu's move to occupy the area with the earth element crystal jade vein would appear perfectly normal and wouldn't arouse suspicion. With Lin Hongyu in the earth element crystal jade mine settled, the Zhou family had no more important matters for Zhou Ming, Zhou Chun, and other high-ranking members to worry about. The Zhou family returned to its previous state of calm yet rapid development. Soon, half a year passed, and the Su family patriarch fulfilled his promise to the Zhou family, returning to the Su family in triumph. At his request, Su Yuzhen temporarily bid farewell to Zhou Chun and returned to the Su family for quiet cultivation. Zhou Chun didn't feel much reluctance about Su Yuzhen's departure. Although his relationship with Su Yuzhen had progressed considerably over the past 2 years, and they often discussed the path of dual cultivation, perhaps due to his personality, he found it difficult to feel that deep, inseparable affection for a female cultivator. Perhaps in the quiet of the night, he would reminisce about the pleasures of his intimate moments with Su Yuzhen, but most of the time he was focused on cultivation. Zhou Chun is currently very focused on cultivating the art of insect breeding. Recently, he had an idea to use this art to raise the jade spirit bees that the Zhou family had previously tamed, increasing their population. Demonic bees are a common type of insect used by insect cultivators, but those used for combat are usually carnivorous, venomous bees. Honey-producing demonic bees like the jade spirit bees are not strong in combat and are typically raised by insect cultivators as economic insects to earn spirit coins to support their swarms. Insect cultivator Han Yuan himself doesn't have much research on demonic bees, his research focuses on insects. However, fortunately, the Thousand Spirit Sect's inherited texts contain considerable knowledge about raising honey-producing spirit bees, providing Zhou Chun with valuable material. Furthermore, the Zhou family has tamed the jade spirit bees for many years and has recorded and studied various aspects of these bees, saving Zhou Chun a lot of observation and recording time. Normally, given the reproductive rate of bee-like demonic insects, the Zhou family's jade spirit bee swarm should be doubling in size every year. However, the expansion of the jade spirit bee swarm is actually constrained by 2 factors. Firstly, there's the growth rate of demonic insects. Not all eggs laid by jade spirit bees will grow into demonic bees. In fact, most eggs simply mature into large honeybees. Secondly, there's the issue of food supply for the swarm. Jade spirit bees primarily consume pollen, nectar, and their own spiritual honey, with pollen from the flowers of various spiritual herbs and trees being the best. However, the quantity of spiritual herbs and trees is limited, and many varieties don't bloom only once a year. This forces the swarm to consciously control its population size and avoid excessive reproduction to prevent starvation. The second factor is relatively easy to address. The Zhou family is currently enjoying great influence. If they were to extend cooperation requests to cultivation families in Lanzhou and neighboring states based on the conditions initially offered to the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley, it's likely that few would refuse. By using other families' medicinal herb fields and orchards for beekeeping, the bee colony size could be increased several times, even tenfold. The first factor is precisely the direction Zhou Chun needs to focus on. He must utilize the insect breeding techniques inherited from the Thousand Spirit sect to weed out the weak and retain the strong, actively promoting the optimization of the Jade Spirit bee bloodline, greatly increasing the appearance rate of demon bees among their offspring. In this regard, the help of some secret medicines and techniques is essential. It must be said that the Thousand Spirits sect, as experts in insect management, has indeed achieved a very deep level of research and development in various insect repelling and insect breeding techniques. In insect breeding techniques, they possess special secret methods that can stimulate the appetite and mating time of demon insects, and even extend their dormancy time. These techniques can greatly assist the growth of demon insects. For example, a common combination is to use secret techniques to stimulate the appetite of demon insects, causing them to devour a large amount of food at once, and then use secret techniques to extend their dormancy time, allowing them to digest the nutrients contained in the food during dormancy and grow and mature faster. These secret techniques might have some adverse effects on the lifespan of the demonic insects, but they can indeed save a great deal of time when conducting certain research. When Zhou Chun was conducting his research, he took 30 larvae from the hive and raised them individually. Under his individual cultivation, the larvae, which normally take about 3 months to mature, matured in just 1 month. Whether the offspring of the Jade Spirit bee could become demonic bees was revealed at the moment of maturity. With very few exceptions, the vast majority of demonic bees evolve from larvae to mature forms. Normally, Jade Spirit bees that mature and evolve into demonic bees are accepted by the colony and become members. Those bees that do not become demonic bees are either driven away or killed. Whether it was Zhou Chun's good luck or the large investment he made in cultivating these larvae, the original 1 in 10 success rate of evolution almost doubled this time. The 30 larvae produced 5 Jade Spirit bees. These 5 Jade Spirit bees were no different from normal spirit bees, but they were all worker bees. Although worker bees can lay eggs, these eggs rarely hatch into demon bees. Zhou Chun's next task is to cultivate a queen bee among the 5 Jade Spirit bees. According to the research records of the Thousand Spirits sect, the most effective way to optimize the bloodline of a bee colony is to optimize the queen bee's own bloodline. Since the other spirit bees in the colony are born from the queen bee, optimizing the queen bee's bloodline will naturally result in stronger offspring. However, the Zhou family's hive currently only has 1 queen bee, and Zhou Chun cannot use that queen bee for experiments. If the experiment fails and the queen bee dies, the loss would be enormous. Therefore, he can only first cultivate a small bee colony, cultivate a new queen bee, and then conduct experiments on the new queen bee. Before obtaining the Thousand Spirit sect's inheritance, it was extremely difficult for the Zhou family to cultivate a new queen bee. But for Zhou Chun, who has now obtained the Thousand Spirit sect's inheritance, cultivating a new queen bee is not too difficult. In a natural bee colony, when the queen bee dies unexpectedly, a worker bee will take her place and become the new queen. This is also how a new queen bee is formed when the colony swarms. As a type of demonic bee, the birth of a queen bee for the Jade Spirit bee is much more difficult than for ordinary bees, but the general process is similar. Zhou Chun fed a strong worker bee a secret medicine made primarily of royal jelly and used secret techniques to stimulate its growth. In just 2 months, a new queen bee was cultivated. However, this new queen bee could not be used for experiments, as it was artificially created and its quality was relatively poor. Its true purpose for Zhou Chun was to contribute to the growth of the new bee colony and expand its population. Once the colony had grown to a certain size, Zhou Chun would kill it, allowing the colony to automatically produce a new queen bee. Only then could the new queen bee be used for experiments. While conducting these brood-rearing experiments, Zhou Chun also simultaneously negotiated cooperation with other bee families. The Zhou family is currently at the height of its power and possesses a variety of unique spiritual products. As expected, most families did not object to the cooperation plan proposed by the Zhou family. In just 1 year, the Zhou family signed cooperation agreements with 25 cultivation families of varying sizes. From then on, The Zhou family's jade spirit bees could collect nectar and make honey within the mountain gates of these partner families, receiving payment in the form of spiritual honey or spiritual coins. As part of the cooperation, the Zhou family would prioritize supplying these partner families with young demon beasts, such as the 8-horned water-splitting deer and the dragon scale horse. Of course, these supplied demon beast young would only be male and would be castrated. The Zhou family would not sell their true breeding beasts to just anyone. The price for breeding beasts would not be the same as that of ordinary mounts. Currently, besides the Zhou family, only the Su family, who had just helped the Zhou family greatly, possessed the 8-horned water-splitting deer and dragon scale horse breeding beasts given by the Zhou family as part of Zhou Chun's betrothal gifts. Time slowly passed, and 3 years went by in the blink of an eye. In the short span of 3 years, the Zhou family underwent several changes. Several elderly Jia generation cultivators passed away, and one Zhou family cultivator failed to achieve foundation establishment after consuming a foundation establishment pill. This failed cultivator was Zhou Zhangtao, a contemporary of Zhou Chun. Zhou Zhangtao was once a prominent member of the Zhou family among the Zhang generation, and thanks to the Zhou family's rapid development over the years, he had accumulated considerable family merit. This time, after borrowing merit to reach 5,000 points, he exchanged them for a foundation establishment pill. Unfortunately, his luck was clearly not as good as Zhou Zhanggao's, and he ultimately failed to achieve foundation establishment. As the second person in the Zhou family to fail after consuming a foundation establishment pill since settling in Nine Peaks Ridge, Zhou Zhangtao's failure had a much smaller impact than Zhou Jiaqing's failure. This was, of course, because the Zhou family was no longer what it used to be. Both Purple Mansion stage cultivators and Foundation Establishment stage cultivators had successors. Apart from Zhou Zhangtao's own frustration and sadness, only the cultivators who lent him merit were affected. After all, anyone who could lend him merit points must have a decent relationship with him. As the clan leader, Zhou Chun was quite open-minded about this matter, having also failed once before. Therefore, he didn't hold any grudges against Zhou Zhangtao. On the contrary, just as Zhou Daowei had comforted Zhou Jiaqing, he offered Zhou Zhangtao a very tolerant and generous reassurance. This made Zhou Zhangtao, who had previously been quite jealous and resentful of him, feel ashamed and guilty, and from then on, he was truly convinced of Zhou Chun's abilities. However, the biggest change in the Zhou family over the past 3 years was in Zhou Chun himself. First, his spirit pet, the golden armored rock turtle, successfully broke through to the second tier mid-grade, further increasing his own strength. Then, the optimization experiment of the jade spirit bee that he was leading the research on reached a crucial moment. At this time, the newly cultivated bee colony had reached 30 bees, and the second-generation queen bee had been cultivated to a level not much worse than the queen bee in the current large bee colony. Next, he could officially begin the bloodline optimization experiment on the second-generation queen bee. Chapter 306 New Monster, Wind Shadow Dragon Serpent. The required bloodline optimization is essentially about advancing the strength of demonic insects. Just like a low-level demonic beast evolving into a mid-level demonic beast, its bloodline is naturally optimized. However, there are some differences between the advancement of demonic insects and that of demonic beasts. Especially for demonic insects like bees and ants, the presence of a queen bee and queen ant makes the bloodlines of ordinary demonic insects within their colony inherently incomplete. Within a bee or ant colony, no other demonic insect will ever be stronger than the queen bee or queen ant, nor will any other demonic insect reach the same level of evolution. Therefore, to optimize the bloodline of these types of demonic insects, it is only necessary to enhance the strength of the queen bee and queen ant, allowing them to advance. In this respect, queen bees and queen ants possess advantages that ordinary demonic beasts do not have. Generally speaking, the evolutionary potential of queen bees and queen ants is far greater than that of demonic beasts of the same rank. They can generally evolve again beyond their original rank. In some cases, the expansion of the insect colony can even nourish queen bees and queen ants, causing them to advance again. Zhou Chun used his second-generation queen bee, which he had cultivated, as an experiment to forcibly accelerate its growth and evolution with secret medicine, just as he had used spiritual objects to help the golden armored rock turtle evolve. However, the queen bee's strength was inferior to that of a demon beast of the same level, and its weak body could hardly withstand the power of the secret medicine and spiritual objects. The risk of this kind of advancement was far greater than that of a demon beast of the same level. This was why Zhou Chun used his own cultivated queen bee as a test subject. Unfortunately, his first experiment ended in failure. After consuming the secret medicine and herbs he had prepared, the queen bee suddenly lost its wings and died within 7 days, its body cracking. With the death of this queen bee, Zhou Chun's first experiment was declared a failure. Next, he would continue to cultivate a new queen bee and then conduct experiments on the new queen bee. This would take a considerable amount of time, but Zhou Chun could afford to wait. In any case, apart from consuming some materials and time, this kind of experiment would not cause any harm to his own cultivation or the Zhou family. While conducting this kind of experiment, Zhou Chun even had the spare energy to cultivate the 3 demon insects he had contracted. Several years have passed, and all 3 types of demonic insects have been cultivated to the point where they can reproduce. It's important to note that a demonic insect's life cycle has 4 stages: larval stage, growth stage, adult stage, and maturity stage. Only adult demonic insects possess the ability to reproduce, and maturity signifies that the insect has reached its species peak, with its abilities developed to their fullest potential. It's worth mentioning that not every demonic insect can reach maturity. This is because it's not a stage reached simply by increasing the insect's age, but rather by increasing its strength. A mature demonic insect is often several times, even 10 times, stronger than an adult demonic insect. The 3 demonic insects Zhou Chun contracted, even with his meticulous cultivation, have only reached adulthood due to the passage of time. Furthermore, it's crucial to understand that many demonic insects, once they reach adulthood and mate to lay eggs, are essentially unable to enter maturity again. This is because mating and egg laying cause immense damage to the insects, and many species even die after mating and laying eggs. Of the 3 types of demonic insects tamed by Zhou Chun, the blue moon butterfly was like this. After mating, the male blue moon butterfly would die within 3 days, and the female would also die within 3 days after laying her eggs. To increase the population of these demonic insects, Zhou Chun allowed them to mate and lay eggs after they reached adulthood. Now, the number of eggs laid by the 3 types of demonic insects was several times greater than the population size. However, although the number of eggs laid at one time was large, only about 60–70% were actually viable. Among these viable eggs, some were congenitally underdeveloped and of poor quality, and these inferior eggs also needed to be discarded. Therefore, the actual number of demonic insects that could hatch in the end was not as exaggerated as claimed. That day, Zhou Chun had just finished his daily meditation and cultivation and returned to this Hongping Hall to handle some matters when he was suddenly summoned by Zhou Daoai. Upon meeting Zhou Daoai, he learned that the Zhou family's first self-bred dragon-blooded demonic beast had appeared. Ever since Zhou Daoai's spirit pet King evolved into a dragon, the Zhou family has held extremely high expectations for it. For a cultivation family, a 3rd-tier dragon is not merely a powerful combat force, but also possesses formidable productivity. The dragon's aura of a 3rd-tier dragon is enough to corrupt and mutate ordinary spiritual creatures and low-level demonic beasts, gradually transforming them into dragon-blooded spiritual creatures and dragon-descended demonic beasts. However, this process is lengthy and cannot be accomplished overnight. Yet, a careful calculation reveals that it has been almost 20 years since King established its dragon nest. This time is neither very long nor short. The appearance of the first corrupted dragon-descended demonic beast is not surprising. Of course, not surprising simply means that this outcome is normal. But for the Zhou family, this is undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Because once there is one, there will be 2. Now that the first corrupted dragon-descended demonic beast has appeared, there is a possibility of a 2nd and a 3rd. According to the information gathered from the Dragon Transformation Sect, given enough time, a 3rd-tier dragon could easily mutate into 2 or 3 types of dragon-blooded demonic beasts. Therefore, Zhou Chun was overjoyed upon hearing the news and immediately asked Zhou Daoai to take him to the dragon's lair to see the mutated dragon-blooded demonic beasts. The Azure Dragon's lair was ultimately not built in the underground riverbed, but rather in a deep mountain pool not far from Nine Peaks Ridge. That deep mountain pool was the source of a river within Lanzhou, and from the outside, it didn't appear very large, only about 7 or 8 acres in size. However, the spring at the bottom of the pool produced a huge volume of water and was connected to an underground water vein, making it quite rich in spiritual energy. When Zhou Daoai discovered this place, he decided to build the dragon's lair there. At this time, Zhou Chun followed Zhou Daowei to this dragon's lair and easily entered the lower dragon's lair under the guidance of the azure dragon that came to greet them. The two rode on the back of the dragon, descending more than 20 zang, approximately 33 meters, before passing through a spring at the bottom of the pool and entering an underground lake. Compared to the seemingly small pool outside, this underground lake was several times larger. However, according to Zhou Daowei, initially, this underground lake was only half the size of the surface water area. Its current size was entirely due to the Azure Dragon Kinking's own digging and expansion. This area can now be considered the outer perimeter of the dragon's lair. The true dragon's lair, however, is located deep within the underground lake. Many people might imagine a dragon's lair as a cave. But that's not the case. Dragon's lair is merely a name, meaning the dwelling place of the dragon. Not all dragons prefer to live in caves. At least, the Azure Dragon Kinking is not. Therefore, its dragon's lair is very special. The true main body of the lair is actually a massive stone pillar forged from abyssal stone. This thick black stone pillar is 30 zang, approximately 33 meters, high and so thick that it takes 4 people to encircle it. The Azure Dragon Kinking usually rests coiled around it. Around the black stone pillar were scattered numerous water attribute spirit jades, spirit shells, and ores, along with many low-level demonic beasts such as clams and mussels captured from Dragon Abyss. Even some aquatic plants radiating spiritual energy were planted in certain corners. These items were deliberately placed here by the Zhou family, their purpose being to transform them into dragon blood spirits under the influence of the Azure Dragon's aura. However, the most conspicuous thing here wasn't the stone pillar where the Azure Dragon resided, but rather a place behind it radiating white light. That was a waterless area, the Zhou family's base for cultivating dragon-blooded demonic beasts. This waterless area wasn't large, less than 2 acres in size. Its existence was entirely created by an array. When Zhou Chongshan was still alive, he used the water-repelling spirit pearl obtained by the Zhou family from Dragon Abyss as materials to set up this water-repelling array. Since the water-repelling formation was set up, the Zhou family had sent several kinds of demonic beasts, including the 8-horned water-repelling deer and the emerald-crowned flying serpent, here to raise them, hoping that over time they would transform into dragon-blooded demonic beasts. Now, many years later, they have finally reaped the rewards. Arriving outside the water-repelling formation, Zhou Chun looked closely and easily spotted the successfully transformed dragon-blooded demonic beast. Inside the formation, a green-blue one-horned flying serpent flickered its tongue, its eyes filled with awe as it bowed its head to the ground behind them, hissing incessantly. Indeed, this green-blue one-horned flying serpent was a dragon-blooded demonic beast transformed from the emerald-crowned flying serpent. Originally, the emerald-crowned flying serpent was entirely emerald green with a rooster comb-like growth on its head. Now, due to the transformation by the Azure Flood Dragon's bloodline, its color had turned green, and its original growth had transformed into a fleshy horn. After scrutinizing the one-horned flying serpent for a moment, Zhou Chun asked Zhou Daowei, compared to the emerald-crowned flying serpent, what changes have been made to the abilities of this mutated beast? Zhou Daowei, having clearly been there before, immediately replied, the mutated beast, compared to the original emerald-crowned flying serpent, possesses wind attributes. Its flight speed is faster, it can spew a unique poisonous wind arrow spell, and it also possesses wind blade magic. These are just its known abilities. Whether it can awaken and master more abilities as it grows and evolves remains to be seen. The original emerald-crowned flying serpent essentially only had 2 attack methods, close-range bites and spitting venomous water arrows. If its venomous water arrows were no spell, it wouldn't even deserve the title of a beast. Therefore, although many in the Zhou family had contracted and tamed this beast, none of them considered it a primary battle pet, only a surprise weapon. But if, as Zhou Daowei said, the mutated unicorn flying snake could awaken and master other wind-based spells, then it would qualify as a main battle pet for key refining cultivators. Have you tried the venom of this mutated unicorn flying snake? Compared to the ordinary emerald-crowned flying snake, is its venom more potent? Zhou Chun's eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something, and he suddenly asked Zhou Daowei another question. Hearing this, Zhou Daowei was taken aback, then nodded thoughtfully, saying, I haven't tried that yet, but perhaps we can try it now. He immediately grabbed an ordinary emerald-crowned flying snake and the unicorn flying snake, letting them each bite his finger. Only a purple mansion cultivator like himself would dare to test poison on himself like this. After all, a mere first-tier demon snake, no matter how potent its venom, couldn't possibly pose a fatal threat to a purple mansion cultivator like him. After personally testing it, Zhou quickly nodded and said, "That's right, the toxicity of the venom has also increased. The venom of this one-horned flying serpent is significantly stronger." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately said happily, "That's good. The venom of the emerald-crowned flying serpent was already enough to pose a fatal threat to key refining stage cultivators. Now that the toxicity has increased, many first-tier demonic beasts should not be able to withstand it." After speaking, he looked at Zhou and asked, "Have you thought of a name for this new mutated demonic beast?" As the master of the Azure Flood Dragon King, Zhou was naturally the first choice to name this new dragon-blooded demonic beast. Therefore, after listening to Zhou Chun's words, he looked at the one-horned flying serpent and began to think seriously. After a moment, he said softly, "How about the wind shadow dragon serpent?" After speaking, he muttered to himself, "The attribute is wind, as fast as a shadow, a combination of dragon and serpent. Yes, let's call it the wind shadow dragon serpent." With that, he directly decided on the name of the one-horned flying serpent. What a fitting name, Wind Shadow Dragon Serpent. Zhou Chun clapped his hands in approval, quite satisfied with the name Zhou had chosen. Then, looking at the Wind Shadow Dragon Serpent, he said, "Let's take this Wind Shadow Dragon Serpent back as a breeding stock. Its eggs will be sent to the Flood Dragon's nest for incubation. In this way, within 10 or 8 years, the Wind Shadow Dragon Serpent population should expand to dozens." Naturally mutated dragon-blooded demon beasts have relatively stable bloodlines that can be passed down. Therefore, even if the Wind Shadow Dragon Serpent hybridizes with the Emerald-Crowned Flying Serpent to produce eggs, the hatchlings will have a chance of being Wind Shadow Dragon Serpents. And if the eggs are imbued with the aura of a Flood Dragon after being laid, the chance of them hatching into Wind Shadow Dragon Serpents will increase many times over. Compared to this efficient method of population expansion, the population expansion efficiency of the other hybrid demon beast, the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey, artificially bred by the Zhou family, is far inferior. This is the advantage of owning a flood dragon. Chapter 307 Rectifying Family Traditions. The appearance of the Wind Shadow Dragon Serpent signifies the Zhou family's success in cultivating dragon-blooded demon beasts. This is an extremely encouraging example, giving Zhou Chun and Zhou even greater confidence in cultivating more varieties of dragon-blooded demon beasts in the future. However, because the Wind Shadow Dragon Serpent has not yet formed a population, and because they don't want outsiders to know the news in advance, this information has not yet been announced among ordinary clansmen. Only elder-level cultivators and some core clansmen know. Currently, although the Zhou family's strength is increasing year by year, and its influence is growing, the attention it receives has also increased significantly. Many forces want to know how the Zhou family achieved such rapid growth. Over the years, the number of spies captured by the Zhou family is countless. The saying "the taller the tree, the more the wind blows" certainly applies here. Therefore, Zhou Chun, Zhou Ming, and other high-ranking members of the Zhou family have gradually begun to consciously change the family's style of operation, no longer wanting to be as high-profile as before. Previously, the Zhou family acted high-profile to build its reputation and increase its visibility. Now, the Zhou family no longer lacks reputation and there is no need to continue being high-profile. Soon after, an incident solidified Zhou Chun and other high-ranking members of the Zhou family's resolve to reorganize the clan. One day, a foundation establishment cultivator from a small family suddenly arrived at the Zhou family, claiming to apologize for the reckless behavior of a junior. "It was all due to the ignorance of a junior in our clan, who offended you, esteemed fellow Taoist. You, have already severely punished him and sentenced him to 10 years of solitary confinement. I implore Clan Chief Zhou to be magnanimous and forgive that boy and the Yu family." Inside the Zhou family's guest room, an elderly man in gray robes with white hair repeatedly bowed and kowtowed to Zhou Chun, his posture extremely humble. Zhou Chun was initially surprised by the old man's words, not understanding why he spoke so humbly. Although, according to the old man's previous introduction, his Yu family was merely a small clan with no more than 30 cultivators, far inferior to the Zhou family, the old man was still a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Why would he suddenly come to apologize so humbly? Therefore, he quickly inquired about the specific reason. This inquiry, once made, stirred up Zhou Chun's anger. It turned out that just a few days prior, a junior member of the Gray-Robed Elder had gone on an adventure with a friend and happened to run into two junior members of the Zhou family. A conflict erupted over a few spiritual herbs, escalating into a full-blown fight. Naturally, the Gray-Robed Elder's junior was the one who suffered the most, nearly losing his life. Upon returning to his family, the injured junior told the Gray-Robed Elder about his injury, hoping the elder would seek justice for him. However, upon learning that the cultivators his junior had clashed with were members of the Zhou family, the Gray-Robed Elder was first shocked, then furious that his juniors had acted recklessly, bringing trouble upon themselves and their family. This led to the Gray-Robed Elder's visit to the Zhou family today to apologize. But what angered Zhou Chun was precisely this: he hadn't heard a word about this conflict from the two Zhou family cultivators. He knew absolutely nothing about it. Clearly, the two had intentionally concealed the matter. And this concealment violated family rules. According to clan rules, any clan cultivator who ventures out on adventures and incurs enmity must truthfully recount the events upon their return. This is extremely important. Many cultivation families in the past have been destroyed because their members provoked powerful enemies they shouldn't have, dragging the entire clan down with them. Although the Yu family is just a small family and poses no threat to the Zhou family, this act of knowingly concealing information is inherently egregious. Furthermore, the two Zhou family cultivators deliberately concealed this matter, most likely because they were on the wrong side in the conflict and chose to hide it to avoid clan punishment. This kind of thinking is also intolerable to Zhou Chun, the clan leader. However, although his anger was surging, Zhou Chun remained outwardly composed. Regardless of how he would deal with the two clan members according to clan rules later, he certainly couldn't show it to outsiders. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist, you flatter me. I did hear two of my clansmen mention this matter, but I didn't expect such details. It seems I've been somewhat negligent in disciplining them." He then added with a serious expression, "Please rest assured, fellow Taoist, as long as there's no bullying or murder among these juniors, we elders won't interfere too much. Otherwise, these juniors, relying on the family's protection, would become incredibly arrogant. Fellow Taoist Zhou is kind-hearted and magnanimous. I admire you." The Gray-Robed Elder bowed respectfully to Zhou Chun, showering him with flattery. For an old hand like him, such changes in demeanor and tone were second nature. He could easily control them without any apparent unease. After this round of flattery, seeing that Zhou Chun truly had no intention of taking revenge on the Yu family, the Gray-Robed Elder tactfully took his leave. Once the Gray-Robed Elder left, Zhou Chun swiftly summoned the two clansmen who had violated clan rules to this honking hall. "Zhou Zhengxin, Zhou Xinli, do you two know your crimes?" Inside this honking hall, Zhou Chun stared coldly at the two Zhou family members, his tone unusually stern. This startled the two young Zhou family members, who were used to his approachable demeanor, and their faces instantly filled with fear. But they weren't easily intimidated. They wouldn't confess so readily. The slightly older Zhou Zhengxin, relying on his status as Zhou Chun's peer and the fact that his father was also a cultivator in the family, immediately mustered his courage and feigned ignorance, saying, "What makes you say that, 13th brother? I don't know what I did wrong to make you so angry." HMPH, still daring to play dumb with me. Zhou Chun's face darkened, and he immediately stared at him and shouted, "Then tell me, when you two went on your adventure together before, did you fight with anyone? Did you injure anyone else?" Hearing this, Zhou Zhengxin and Zhou Xinli's faces immediately turned pale, and they instantly understood why Zhou Chun had called them over. The two men immediately knelt down with a thud, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for forgiveness, saying, "Clan leader, please forgive us. We know we were wrong. Please forgive us." "Forgive you? That's easy for you to say. The Zhou family's rules have been taught to you since you began to read and write. If you can't recite them fluently, you won't graduate from the family academy. Tell me, why did we, the elders, establish such a rule in the family academy?" Zhou Chun stared at the two men on the ground, his face dark with anger. Since taking over as the Zhou family patriarch, he had put considerable effort into the education of the younger generation of cultivators. He couldn't completely change the world's atmosphere, but within his power, he wanted the younger generation of Zhou family cultivators to be more upright and disciplined, and not to commit crimes. Therefore, whether it was the clan rules or moral education, he had infused them with his own principles. But now, Zhou Zhengxin and Zhou Xinli's behavior undoubtedly went against his expectations. How could he not be furious? He glared at them with rage and roared, "Today I want to ask you, Those clan rules you know by heart, are they just pieces of waste paper in your eyes? Do you even respect the clan rules? Do you even respect me, the clan leader? Enraged, Zhou Chun unleashed his full power as a Foundation establishment cultivator, along with the imposing aura cultivated from his long-held high position. Facing this pressure, Zhou Chun and Zhou Zinli, despite kneeling on the ground, could not withstand it and immediately trembled and collapsed to the ground. Spare us. Clan leader, spare us. We'll never dare to do it again, they begged repeatedly, completely terrified. Seeing their pathetic state, Zhou Chun shook his head inwardly, his anger subsiding. He immediately withdrew his imposing aura and said in a deep voice, "Get up now. Tell me everything you've been hiding, in detail. If I find out you've concealed even a single word, you know the consequences." "Yes, yes, thank you for your mercy, clan chief." The two thanked him as they helped each other to their feet and tremblingly recounted the events to Zhou Chun. The story was roughly as Zhou Chun had previously understood and guessed. Zhou Chun and Zhou Zinli had encountered the Yu family cultivators gathering herbs during their adventure, leading to a conflict. According to Zhou Chun, they weren't initially determined to obtain the herbs and hadn't intended to steal them. However, the Yu family cultivators assumed they wanted to steal the herbs and hurled many unpleasant words, ultimately enraging the two and prompting them to unleash their spirit pets in a fierce battle. The battle, of course, ended in victory for Zhou Chun and his companion. However, the two knew their actions were dishonorable, and believing the Yu family to be a minor clan, with the Yu family cultivator having gone wrong, they figured they would be too afraid to speak out. Therefore, they decided to avoid trouble and deliberately concealed the matter. Frankly, Zhou Chun and his companions' thinking was understandable and not a major offense. Furthermore, the incident hadn't caused any serious consequences. However, clan rules are impartial and don't change based on personal feelings. Violating clan rules is violating clan rules, and no amount of justification can excuse one from punishment. Besides, Zhou Chun and his companions' reasons were completely untenable. Their intention in concealing the matter was to evade punishment. They knowingly violated the rules. According to the Zhou family's rules, those who knowingly violate the rules should be severely punished. After Zhou Chun understood the details of the matter, he looked at the two men with a grave expression and said, "Originally, if you had confessed your mistakes, the family would have only punished you with a year's worth of welfare and made you send some healing pills as an apology, but you shouldn't have, absolutely shouldn't have, taken chances and deliberately concealed this matter, deliberately violating the family rules." At this point, a flash of anger crossed his eyes, and he raised his voice, saying, "I remember that in the Family Rules Handbook in the Family Academy, there are explanatory notes after each rule. The purpose of which is to make family members understand why these rules exist. You knew that concealing something and making enemies could bring disaster to the family, yet you still knowingly violated the rules. This behavior is unforgivable." With that, he waved his hand, stopping Zhou Chun from trying to argue. He coldly stared at them and said, "You don't need to say anything more. Clan rules are clan rules, and they won't change because of the strength of the people you've made enemies with." He then began his pronouncement. According to clan rules, anyone who deliberately conceals a feud with someone, unless it seriously affects the clan, will have their clan benefits suspended for at least 5 years and be confined to their quarters for at least 3 years. Given your improper attitude, in addition to the 5-year suspension of clan benefits, I hereby extend your confinement to 5 years. After proclaiming this, Zhou Chun waved his hand and said, "For the next 5 years, you will stay obediently inside the clan's mountain gate. Without my order, you are not to step outside the clan's mountain gate even half a step." "Yes, juniors obey." Zhou Chun and Zhou Zinli exchanged a glance, both bowing their heads in remorse, accepting the punishment. Although they were still young, this punishment would be something they would remember for the rest of their lives. Even their future paths might become more difficult because of this punishment. This was the price of violating clan rules. Without rules, there can be no order. A family's rules, if not strictly enforced, will not be enough to deter its members. After punishing Zhou Chun and Zhou Zinli, Zhou Chun quickly ordered the punishment to be posted on the notice board outside Hongping Hall. This way, every Zhou family member coming to Hongping Hall would see the punishment, subtly increasing their respect for the family rules. But this alone was not enough for Zhou Chun. He deeply understood that if you find one cockroach in your house, there are likely many more in hidden corners. If Zhou Chun and Zhou Zinli, these two younger members of the Zhou family, might take chances and deliberately conceal their feuds, Wouldn't other Zhou family members do the same? Currently, the Zhou family encourages its members to venture out. Anyone applying to go out on this basis, as long as their cultivation level isn't too low, is generally approved by Zhou Chun. Moreover, he has repeatedly increased the annual time that Zhou family members can travel outside. His original intention was to broaden the horizons of the family's cultivators, enhance their personal abilities, and prevent them from becoming isolated and out of touch with the cultivation world. However, he absolutely did not want his good intentions to be misused by the family's cultivators, thus bringing disaster to the family. Therefore, after punishing Zhou Chun and Zhou Xinli, Zhou Chun pondered for a long time and decided to take this matter more seriously, convening a high-level meeting of the family elders to find ways to rectify the family's conduct and minimize the occurrence of similar incidents. He also wanted to take this opportunity to review the current situation of the family and solicit the elders' opinions on the family's future development. Chapter 308 The Powerful Zhou Family. Since Zhou Chun succeeded as the Zhou family patriarch and took control of the family's power, the frequency of elder meetings has noticeably increased. This is certainly related to the numerous events that have occurred since his appointment, but the biggest reason is that he himself prefers these meetings. Zhou Daowei was considered a very enlightened patriarch, but even he avoided these elder meetings whenever possible. This is because in the minds of cultivators in this world, the authority of patriarchs and sect leaders is unquestionable. Holding elder meetings and allowing elders to interfere in family management is seen as a weakening and questioning of their authority. Therefore, except for certain major events involving the life and death of a family or sect, most sect leaders and patriarchs of powerful sects and families would not convene elder meetings to allow elders to divide their power. But Zhou Chun is different. He is not afraid of anyone taking away his power as patriarch because he is confident that no one in the Zhou family is more suitable for the position than himself. If one day a truly exceptionally capable person emerges in the Zhou family, he will, like Zhou Daowei before him, gladly step down and yield the position. Moreover, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. While the elders meeting distributes the clan leader's power, it also distributes responsibility. Decisions made by the elders meeting represent the endorsement of all the clan's senior members. Even if significant negative consequences arise later, everyone shares the responsibility. And sharing responsibility means no one is truly responsible. This is crucial. Having decided to convene a clan elders meeting, Zhou Chun first notified all the elders and the supreme elder, then ordered his subordinates and staff to prepare the necessary documents for the meeting. This report-style meeting was a change Zhou Chun brought to the Zhou family. From initial surprise to current adaptation and anticipation, the Zhou family elders have all experienced it firsthand. In the past, every elder attending the meeting felt heavy-hearted, as it invariably indicated some major, difficult-to-resolve issue for the family. But now, before attending, they all feel a sense of anticipation. Although as elders, they have the right to access various documents at any time and stay informed about personnel changes and financial fluctuations within the family. However, out of trust in clan chief Zhou Chun and not wanting to waste too much time researching, they wouldn't actually investigate these matters. Therefore, attending the elders' meeting was the most convenient way for them to understand the changes in the clan. This time was no exception. Half a month later, when the elders' meeting, chaired by Zhou Chun, was held behind closed doors in this Hongping Hall, all but a few who were unable to attend due to important matters were present, including the 2 supreme elders and 4 clan elders. Once everyone had arrived, Zhou Chun first addressed the crowd, bowing and saying, "Supreme elders, I have summoned you here today because of a recent incident that has caused me deep concern and unease. I would like to hear your opinions and suggestions." He then recounted the actions of Zhou Chun and Zhou Xinli, explaining his punishment of them and his subsequent concerns. This matter had recently spread throughout the Zhou family, but the higher-ranking elders knew little about it. After all, these elders usually focus on cultivation, and unless someone specifically tells them, they generally don't pay much attention to these internal family punishments. Hearing Zhou Chun's words, many showed surprise. "Zheng Chun, what you're saying is indeed something we need to take seriously. Things are different now. Although our Zhou family is more powerful now, we're also more likely to attract attention. Countless people are secretly jealous of us. If we're not careful and give others an opportunity to cause trouble, it will definitely bring unnecessary trouble and losses to the family," Zhou Ming said solemnly, stating his opinion first. He himself felt this most deeply. The Golden Core battle that occurred outside the family's mountain gate was because of him, which brought powerful enemies to the family. And to resolve this, the Zhou family undoubtedly paid a considerable price. Therefore, he certainly didn't want a similar incident to happen within the family again. The Supreme Elder is absolutely right. Our Zhou family may not be afraid of trouble, but we cannot provoke it. The family has developed too rapidly in recent years. The younger generation has only enjoyed the benefits of this rapid growth, without understanding the hardships the family endured before. They don't know how hard won their current life is. Previously, this happened because we focused our energy on other things and neglected this aspect of education. Now it's time to pay attention to this. We must reverse this unhealthy trend, wear down the arrogance of those clansmen, and prevent such incidents from happening again. These words were spoken by the fourth elder, Zhou Jiaru. As an elder of the Zhou family and the designated acting patriarch when Zhou Chun was away, his understanding and involvement in family affairs were the deepest among all the elders. He also had frequent contact with the younger generation of the family, and therefore had a clear understanding of their thoughts and conduct. Upon hearing his speech, Zhou Daowei suddenly looked at Zhou Chun and asked, "Then, Zheng Chun, what are your thoughts? Your Excellency is wise. This junior does indeed have some thoughts." Zhou Chun nodded and immediately began to explain his ideas. "In my opinion, to reverse this unhealthy trend, firstly, we must make these clansmen realize the extent of the harm such violations of clan rules will bring to themselves and the clan. Secondly, we must let them know that although the Zhou family is currently powerful, it is far from enough to give them the right to act recklessly outside, and their limited abilities are simply not enough to justify their actions in the cultivation world. The former could be achieved by revising and changing the clan rules, increasing the penalties for such incidents, and establishing new clan rules that clearly tell them that the clan will not protect them from any acts of murder or robbery, so that they will not expect to escape unscathed after committing evil deeds outside. As for the latter, it would be best to unite with other forces to hold some martial arts competitions, letting them witness the strength of the elites from other forces, thereby eroding their arrogance." At this point, he also bowed to the two grand elders and said, "Of course, these are just some of my personal thoughts, just a preliminary idea. As for how to proceed, I would like to ask the two grand elders and all the elders to discuss it together." Zheng Chun, your idea is quite good, but we need to be careful to maintain a proper balance in its implementation. Zhou Ming nodded, expressing his agreement with Zhou Chun's thoughts. Then, just as Zhou Chun had said, the nearly 10 high-ranking members of the Zhou family began discussing ways to rectify the family's conduct based on the ideas he had provided. After this discussion, everyone reached a consensus. With the consent of the two elders, the modification of the clan rules punishments and the formulation of new clan rules were permitted. However, the new clan rules were not as inhumane as Zhou Chun had described. For clan members who committed offenses outside the family, while the family would punish them internally, they would still provide them with a certain degree of protection, provided that the family could cover up their mistakes. Sometimes, favoring relatives over the truth is a necessary means to maintain harmony. Zhou Chun understood this and had little objection. As for the matter of jointly organizing a martial arts competition with other forces, although the high-ranking members had also agreed, whether this could be accomplished, done well, and achieve the effects Zhou Chun had described were still uncertain. After all, the Zhou family is truly in a league of its own among the cultivation families in Lanzhou. The young cultivators of the Zhou family are indeed stronger than their counterparts from other families, otherwise they wouldn't have developed such arrogance. Therefore, if one truly wants to curb their arrogance, one can only seek the participation of those Golden Core families, or cultivation clans whose strength is only slightly inferior to the Zhou family. However, those families might not be willing to participate in such activities organized by the Zhou family, or to act as a whetstone for the Zhou family. After discussing the matter of rectifying family discipline, Zhou Chun opened the palace doors and had the waiting clerks bring in the documents and reports to report on the current personnel and resources of the Zhou family. Elder, clan chief, and all elders, as instructed by the clan chief, I now report the verified information on the Zhou family members. Currently, our Zhou family has a total of 285 cultivators, including 216 native Zhou family members, 71 relatives of the family, 180 male cultivators, and 106 female cultivators, besides the elder, clan chief, and all elders, including the relatives of the family. The Zhou family currently has 33 core members, 80 elite members, and 161 ordinary members. Among these members, 46 are late-stage key refining cultivators, 97 are mid-stage key refining cultivators, 99 are early-stage key refining cultivators, and 33 are too young to have entered the Dao of cultivation. At the lower end of the hall, a young member of the Zhou family stood holding a book, his voice slightly tense as he slowly reported on the Zhou family's situation. After hearing his report, Zhou Zingyin, who was usually engrossed in alchemy, exclaimed in surprise, "The family already has so many cultivators." His impression of the Zhou family's population was still that there were fewer than 200 people. He never expected that in just over 10 years, the family would undergo such a dramatic change. Thanks to the special birth allowance policy implemented by the family, the younger generation in the family has been more active in having children in recent years. In addition, the family's mortal population has also increased significantly every year, providing the family with more children with spiritual roots. Therefore, the family's population growth has indeed been quite rapid. In addition, the family is now thriving, and more female cultivators from small and large families are willing to become Taoist partners with family cultivators, which has also led to a rapid increase in the number of family relatives who are also cultivators, Zhou Chun explained with a smile. This was his achievement, and he was naturally very gratified and happy to talk about it. No wonder the family's demand for pills to improve the cultivation of key refining stage cultivators has increased a lot in recent years. It turns out that the family's number of cultivators has grown to this extent, Zhou Zingyin murmured with a look of sudden realization, as if he had solved a certain mystery. Then his expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but look at Zhou Chun and ask, "But with so many family cultivators, the consumption of food and supplies must be huge. Can the family's finances support this increasing consumption?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun smiled and said, "Sixth brother, don't worry about that. Although the family's consumption is not low, the income is also considerable. Maintaining the current level of consumption shouldn't be a problem." Hearing this, Zhou Zingyin immediately smiled and said, "Then I'm relieved. In any case, an increase in the number of family members is a good thing. With people, there is a future." Zingyin is absolutely right. With people, there is a future. Our Zhou family doesn't need to worry about the number of cultivators increasing too much. We're only afraid that we don't have enough people. Zhou Ming nodded repeatedly, his words full of joy at the large increase in the Zhou family's cultivator population. Zhou Daowei couldn't help but sigh. That's exactly right. In the cultivation world, having a child with spiritual roots is a matter of luck, but controlling the growth of the cultivator population and reducing its number is a whole different matter. The cultivator population can only grow through birth, but reducing it is much easier. Whether it's those who die in war or accidents, female cultivators who marry out, or those sent to sects, all of these can reduce the population burden of a cultivation family. Therefore, for the Zhou family, when it comes to controlling the growth rate of their cultivator population, it's easy to manage, and there's no need to worry about it now. So, what's the family's financial situation like now? Judging from your tone, Zheng Chun, the family's income must be quite good. Zhou Zingyin looked intently at Zhou Chun, asking with considerable anticipation. Even though he usually didn't concern himself with external affairs, he knew that his comfortable life depended entirely on the family's financial situation. After all, since successfully establishing his foundation, he hadn't actually fought any cultivators of the same level, nor had he ventured out on any adventures. This meant he could barely earn any income from outside the family, making him the most dependent on the family among all the elders. Therefore, he genuinely didn't want the family's finances to suffer, thus affecting his cultivation. Yes, the family's income is quite good now, and it's expected to get even better in the future. Zhou Chun nodded with a smile, his tone quite proud. This was also his achievement. It was his diligent governance after becoming the clan leader that transformed the Zhou family from a financial deficit to its current state of abundance. Without further ado, he immediately had a younger member of the Zhou family report on the family's financial situation. Chapter 309 The Powerful Zhou Family, Part 2. The Zhou family's spirit coin income for the past year was approximately 67,500 coins. Of these, over 25,000 came from the spirit beast shop in the market, over 11,000 from rent in the family's cultivation area, over 18,000 from the share of the Zhuanjing stone mine, and over 13,500 from trade with other forces. The Zhou family's spirit coin expenditure for the past year was approximately 45,000 coins. Apart from the expenditure on the independent cultivators helping the family guard the pure spirit pavilion, The vast majority was used to purchase various supplies. Furthermore, according to statistics, the Zhou family distributed a total of over 33,000 merit points in the past year. Of these, over 16,000 were distributed as normal welfare offerings, over 9,000 were distributed as mission rewards, and over 8,000 were distributed for acquiring spirit items from family members. The Zhou family deducted a total of over 15,000 merit points in the past year, mainly from the exchange of family members for the family's reserve treasures. At the same time, the total amount of family merit points accumulated by all members of the Zhou family is over 89,000 points. Finally, the amount of spirit coins accumulated in the family account is over 87,000. Inside this honking hall, as the cultivator responsible for reporting the financial situation announced the Zhou family's current financial income and expenditure, the expressions of the Zhou family elders changed. The amount of spirit coins accumulated in the family account has already reached this much, Zhou Daoyi muttered to himself, his expression somewhat dazed, as if it were unreal. Since the Zhou family settled in Jilfang Ridge, when has it ever been this prosperous? Zhou Daoyi remembered that when Zhou Chun first brought these data to the family elders meeting, the Zhou family only had a mere 13,000 spirit coins available in the account, which was pitifully small. But now this number has more than doubled. Moreover, he knew that the Zhou family's treasury still had a large number of magic artifacts that had not been sold. If those things were sold, this number would probably double again. In other words, the Zhou family can now use its family savings to cultivate cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage whenever they want. They no longer need to empty the pockets of the family's higher-ups to purchase spiritual items to aid in the Purple Mansion stage, as they did before. That's not right. According to this data, the family's income and expenditure are barely balanced, so why did you say things were going very well, Zhang Chun? What exactly is so good about it? It was Zhou Zingyin again, the one asking the question. He looked at Zhou Chun with a face full of doubt, his eyes filled with curiosity. Sixth brother, that's a very good question. This brings us to the current income structure of the family. Currently, the family's income mainly comes from the following sources. First, various medicines and spiritual items produced by the family. Second, profits from mineral veins. Third, various monster eggs and cubs. Fourth, rare treasures from the Dragon Abyss Marsh. Fifth, cultivation rent paid by independent cultivators. And sixth, income generated from family cultivators purchasing and exchanging treasures from the family. Of these 6 points, the proportions of the third and sixth points are increasing year by year, and at a very rapid rate. They are all closely related to the growth in the number of family members. Then there's the issue of expenditures. The family previously had a lot of expenditures on purchasing various materials, but these expenditures will decrease in the future. At the same time, a portion of the family's expenditures went to the family's elite assassins. As the family's elite assassin team takes shape, this expenditure will also decrease. Finally, the family will have several new sources of income to be developed in the future, which are expected to bring in tens of thousands of spirit coins annually. Zhou Chun spoke eloquently, answering Zhou Zingyin's questions point by point. His words were simple: the Zhou family's income would continue to grow, while expenses would decrease. This increase and decrease would naturally improve the Zhou family's financial situation. After hearing his answer, Zhou Zingyin and the elders all looked thoughtful. Then, a hint of hesitation flashed in Zhou Jiaoru's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said boldly, "There's something that I and the other family elders and clansmen have been keeping to ourselves for a long time. Since you brought it up today, Zhangjin, I'd like to ask you to clear up my doubts." "Oh, what do you want to ask, 11th uncle?" Zhou Chun's eyes flickered as he replied softly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiaoru immediately said seriously, "It's about the family's assassins that you mentioned earlier, Zhangjin. I want to know why the family is spending manpower and resources to train these outsiders." Hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but look at the two grand elders, Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoyi. Very few people within the Zhou family knew about the existence of Dragon Rising Valley. Currently, besides the patriarch, only the three elders knew. Therefore, whether or not Zhou Jiaoru's question could be answered depended on the decision of the two elders. Facing Zhou Chun's signal, Zhou Mingde quickly shook his head and said, "This is a family secret. The fewer people who know, the better for the family. You shouldn't worry about it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiaoru immediately lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Yes, I understand. Please forgive my impetuousness." With that, the family elders meeting was nearing its end. After discussing some other matters, Zhou Chun took the initiative to conclude the meeting. For the next 2 weeks, Zhou Chun mainly focused on issuing the new family rules and admonishing some of the younger family members, reminding them to learn from the actions of Zhou Shengxin and Zhou Xinli and not to cross the line of the family rules. After completing this task, he went to inspect the Zhou family's elite guard camp. Because of Lin Weiner's departure and the fact that their numbers had reached a certain level, the Zhou family's assassin camp has stopped recruiting new members. Currently, the camp has 48 key refining stage cultivators, the highest being Sufu, a cultivator with a superior spiritual root, already at the 11th level of key refining. When Lin Weiner left, she recommended Sufu to Zhou Chun as the camp's leader, and he has indeed taken over Lin Weiner's role, responsible for training the Zhou family assassins. Below Sufu, the camp also has 1 late-stage key refining cultivator, 14 mid-stage key refining cultivators, and 32 early-stage key refining cultivators. All of these individuals have cultivated secret techniques such as the dragon transformation secret technique and the forest hidden cicada breath technique, with Sufu even cultivating the 5-element spirit armor technique, which Zhou Chun had previously practiced. Furthermore, the Zhou family has allocated some demon beast cubs for the outstanding members to contract with. Therefore, in terms of actual combat power, they may be even stronger than Zhou family cultivators of the same cultivation level. Zhou Chun still vividly remembered the scene of Sufu slaying the first-tier high-grade demonic beast, the black-winged leopard, right before his eyes. These Zhou family assassins, trained by Lin Weiner, would meet Zhou Chun's expectations if they possessed even 70% of Sufu's strength at the same cultivation level. After inspecting the assassin camp and observing the combat competition among the family assassins, Zhou Chun said to Sufu beside him in a deep voice, "Perhaps soon, you will all be put to use. I hope that you can demonstrate your value to me then." He looked directly at Sufu, now a handsome young man, and said with encouragement, "My promise to you remains valid. As long as you can create several times the wealth invested in my Zhou family, your future will not be bleak. Yes, we will certainly not disappoint the clan leader." Sufu lowered his head slightly, replying firmly in a deep voice. He still didn't know what the Zhou family intended to do with him, but he knew it must be something very dangerous. However, he was already accustomed to danger and showed little fear. Lin Weiner was right to send him out to gain experience. After several years of solitary training in the cultivation world, he deeply understood the hardships of a rogue cultivator. Even for a rogue cultivator like him with superior spiritual root aptitude, the chances of successfully establishing a foundation were slim without some great opportunity. Furthermore, the dragon transformation secret technique he cultivated made it impossible for him to be accepted into the sects of Jing Kingdom and the surrounding countries. Moreover, even if he could join another force, without removing the Azure Dragon bloodline from his body, he would have no chance of escaping the Zhou family's current pursuit. Therefore, his best option now was to serve the Zhou family diligently, accumulate merit, and obtain treasures like foundation establishment pills from them. Very good, then I look forward to your performance. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, patted Sufu's shoulder, and then turned to leave. He did indeed plan to develop Dragon Rising Valley, but not now. Some preparations still needed to be made in advance. Only after everything was truly ready would he send Sufu and the others to Longxing Valley to establish the Zhou family's own pioneering base. After returning from the assassin camp, Zhou Chun busied himself with organizing a joint martial arts competition. His intention wasn't just to use this competition to crush the arrogance of the younger clansmen, but also to use it as an opportunity to build closer relationships with other families and forces. Those who act justly gain much support, those who act unjustly gain little support. This is an eternal truth. For the Zhou family to produce a golden core cultivator now was extremely difficult, practically unrealistic. Without a golden core cultivator, the only way to further expand the family's influence was through horizontal expansion. Once the Zhou family had deep relationships with several major cultivation clans, even forming alliances, the family's influence would naturally increase further. However, this was clearly not something easily achieved. Firstly, each major cultivation clan had its own network of connections, and many were leaders within their own circles. To get them to join the Zhou family's social circle, especially not as leaders, would be incredibly difficult. There was also the taboo surrounding the Qinglian temple. While the Kinglian Temple had never explicitly forbidden its subordinate cultivation families from forming alliances, and indeed turned a blind eye to many such alliances, it didn't mean they were truly willing to see their various powerful cultivation clans form alliances and advance and retreat together. If subordinates were all united, it would be difficult for a leader to exercise authority. Only Zhou Chun and the Zhou family could find the right balance. To enhance its appeal, Zhou Chun's first stop was the Su family in Jiangzhou. He visited his Taoist partner, Su Yazan, and met with the Su family patriarch to explain some of his thoughts. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, the Su family patriarch narrowed his eyes and looked at him knowingly, saying calmly, "I understand your scheme, young man. The Su family can support you in this matter, sending some clansmen to participate. It will be good training for them. However, I must warn you, you must handle this matter carefully. Don't involve other Golden Core families, and certainly don't establish any alliances. You must also report to the Kinglian Temple, explaining the purpose of this event. The most important thing for your Zhou family right now is to focus on improving the cultivation of your family's higher-ups, that is your family's true strength. It is said that old people are wise, and how could a Golden Core cultivator like the Su family patriarch, who had lived for 500 or 600 years, not see through Zhou Chun's true intentions in organizing this joint martial arts competition? As a Golden Core cultivator himself, he naturally knew things that Zhou Chun didn't. Therefore, he solemnly warned and reminded Zhou Chun. This was precisely the reason Zhou Chun had come to see him. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Chun immediately bowed respectfully and thanked him, saying, "Thank you for your teachings, ancestor. I will certainly follow your instructions. All right, I will instruct my subordinates on this matter. If you don't have anything important to do in the future, don't disturb my cultivation." The Su family patriarch waved his hand, dismissing him directly. If it weren't for Su Yazhan's sake, he wouldn't have received Zhou Chun, a foundation establishment cultivator, let alone given him such guidance. Even with Su Yazhan's influence, he couldn't treat Zhou Chun like his own disciple, frequently receiving and instructing him. Such treatment was reserved for less than a handful of people in the entire Su family. Now that he had pointed this out, Zhou Chun couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Undoubtedly, the Zhou Chun of the past would have preferred never to see the Su family patriarch again. However, ever since the Su family patriarch took over the Zhou family and helped them defeat and drive away the attacking Golden Core cultivators, he realized how safe it was to have a Golden Core cultivator as a backer. The guidance given by the Su family patriarch this time fully illustrated this point. Now, suddenly being told by the Su family patriarch not to come to see him unless there was a major event, Zhou Chun inevitably felt a sense of loss. This feeling of loss was unbelievable to him. He felt incredibly pathetic. He didn't even dare to look at the Su family patriarch's face anymore, hurriedly bowed, and took his leave. He didn't want the Su family patriarch to see his true feelings. That would be too embarrassing. The New Year's greetings are almost finished. I'll try updating twice tomorrow. Chapter 310 Zhou Chun goes all out. After returning from his studies with the Su family patriarch, Zhou Chun, following his instructions, began visiting the most prominent cultivation clans in Lanzhou, Yunzhou, and Lianzhou. Given the Zhou family's current reputation, these clans might not readily accept his invitations, but they certainly wouldn't turn him away. Originally, Zhou Chun had also considered inviting the Li family, known for their pills, and the Yu family, known for their formations. However, after the Su family patriarch's advice, he immediately abandoned this idea. The three families had originally split because the Kinglian Temple didn't allow any faction to have 3 Golden Core cultivators. Inviting the Li and Yu families now might arouse suspicion from the Kinglian Temple, which would be counterproductive. And things turned out exactly as Zhou Chun had anticipated. Few of the cultivation clans immediately agreed to his invitations. Those with a better attitude said they would discuss it with their higher-ups before making a decision. Those with a worse attitude simply refused with various excuses. Seeing this, Zhou Chun was not discouraged. He simply returned to his family to review the results of the trip, listing the families he thought he could potentially invite, and then further considering how to persuade them. For the next year, in addition to his other tasks, Zhou Chun focused his energy on planning the joint martial arts competition. After a year of hard work, the matter finally made good progress. Fragrant musk, dragon scale horse calves, blue lotus fruit, water repelling pearl. Zheng Chun, you're really willing to spend money. Inside the cave, Zhou Ming looked at the list of prizes for the joint martial arts competition that Zhou Chun had handed him, and was slightly surprised. The prizes on this list were some of the Zhou family's rarest spiritual items, rarely sold. Especially the fragrant musk, which the Zhou family had always stockpiled, intending to use it to exchange for certain precious spiritual items in the future. This time, Zhou Chun was actually going to offer 3 ounces as the first place prize, truly going all out. There's no other way. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. If we don't offer these highly attractive prizes, why would other families be willing to send their best disciples to participate in the martial arts competition? Zhou Chun spread his hands, somewhat helplessly explaining the situation. Cultivators are mostly driven by self-interest. No one wants to waste time on something that doesn't bring them benefits. It seems that the joint martial arts competition the Zhou family is organizing is nothing more than the Zhou family using this opportunity to showcase its influence, making their own families mere supporting characters. Their relationship with the Zhou family isn't close enough, so naturally they don't want to willingly play the supporting role. Therefore, Zhou Chun's initial attempts to persuade these families were not very successful. However, a conversation with the family patriarch later gave him a sudden realization. Where should he focus his efforts to succeed? That's how the prize list in Zhou Ming's hands came about. After explaining the situation to Zhou Ming, Zhou Chun added, moreover, with these rewards, the younger generation of the family will take this martial arts competition even more seriously. I think they certainly don't want to see their family's treasures taken away by others. I hope it really works as you say, Zheng Chun. If it can truly motivate the younger generation, then these things won't have been wasted. Zhou Ming sighed softly and agreed to Zhou Chun's prize list. It definitely will, Zhou Chun replied confidently and immediately went back to work. Sure enough, when he went to persuade them again with this generous prize list, things went much more smoothly than before. Many families who were interested began to discuss the rules of the martial arts competition with him. After another 6 months of hard work, Zhou Chun finally finalized the joint martial arts competition. After much persuasion, excluding the Zhou and Su families, 16 cultivation families were willing to participate in this joint martial arts competition. 6 of these families were major clans with cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage, while the remaining 10 were smaller families. Among these 16 families, 4, such as the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley and the Sun family of Golden Maple Ridge, had previously maintained good relations with the Zhou family. The remaining families had gradually established ties with the Zhou family over the years. Unlike the previous joint martial arts competition involving the 5 major families, the rules for this competition were much simpler. According to the rules, the Zhou family, as the host, would send 30 members to defend the arena, while the other families would act as attackers. There was no limit to the number of attackers, but all battles would be one-on-one. The more Zhou family cultivators an attacker defeated in these battles, the higher their score would be. However, if the same Zhou family cultivator was defeated by multiple cultivators from the same family, the points would not be awarded repeatedly. In other words, even if a family defeated all of the Zhou family's defending cultivators, they could only obtain a maximum of 30 points. Finally, based on the scores of each family, the rankings of this joint martial arts competition were determined, and corresponding prizes were awarded. It's worth noting that only those scoring 25 points or higher would receive the first place prize prepared by the Zhou family, while even those who came in last would receive a consolation prize to make their participation worthwhile. With the rules of the joint martial arts competition finalized, the specific time was quickly set for a month later. During this month, the Zhou family would also hold its own internal martial arts competition to select 30 cultivators to defend their positions. As Zhou Chun had expected, the official announcement of the joint martial arts competition immediately caused a strong reaction within the Zhou family. The younger generation of cultivators, especially those under 30 years old, were the most enthusiastic. They had only truly entered the world of cultivation after the Great War with the Dragon Transformation Sect, and therefore had never participated in such activities, nor had they fought for their family's honor on the battlefield. This was something many of them often regretted when listening to their elders recount the past, wishing they had been born 20 or 30 years earlier. The news that the Zhou family was leading a joint martial arts competition with over a dozen cultivation families had spread, undoubtedly giving them hope for fame and fortune. If they could represent the Zhou family and single-handedly hold off cultivators of the same level from over a dozen families, preventing them from taking the Zhou family's treasures, They would surely become renowned figures within the Zhou family, and achieving foundation establishment would be a piece of cake. After all, the announcement stated that each defending cultivator would receive merit points based on the opponent's cultivation level for defeating a single challenger, while failure would only deduct half the merit points. Based on a key refining stage 9 cultivator earning 50 merit points, defeating 100 such opponents without losing a single match would accumulate 5,000 family merit points. Such a reward was incredibly tempting, not only to these young cultivators whose minds were not yet fully mature, but even to the Zhou family cultivators in their 50s and 60s. It's important to know that this time, the Zhou family, as the defending side, can extend the age limit for cultivators to 70, while the attacking side has a 60-year-old limit. With me, Zhou Xinlan, here, no one will gain any advantage from the Zhou family in this martial arts competition. On a certain mountain peak, a tall, burly young man with a dark complexion looked up at the sky and uttered these bold words. Beside him stood a giant golden-haired, red-tailed monkey, even taller than him. Meanwhile, on the Zhou family's Zhangxun peak, a woman in a flowing blue dress blinked her beautiful eyes and murmured to herself, "More than 20 years have passed. Whether I'll have another chance to establish my foundation in this lifetime depends on this. Zhou Xindi, you must seize this opportunity, you must let the patriarch see your abilities." Soon, the martial arts competition held within the Zhou family began. This competition was personally hosted by Zhou Chun, and all eligible Zhou family cultivators with a key refining stage or higher could register to participate. The reason for lowering the registration requirements so much was that 10 of the 30 defending cultivators needed to be mid-stage key refining cultivators. The main reason for this was to accommodate weaker families, ensuring their participants wouldn't be unable to win a single match. Because of the lowered entry threshold, a total of 124 Zhou family cultivators registered. To be honest, before the competition began, Zhou Chun didn't know the exact strength of the family cultivators. After all, the Zhou family hadn't held such an event for many years, and the strength of key refining cultivators varied every few years. Therefore, after actually presiding over this internal family competition, he was quite impressed with some of the outstanding clansmen. In Zhou Chun's view, while none of these clansmen might be as strong as he was at the key refining stage, they were definitely much stronger than those from the Zhou family who participated in the joint competition of the 5 major cultivation families. This showed that the Zhou family's talent cultivation over the years had been quite effective. This result made Zhou Chun personally very satisfied and gratified. Looking at these rising stars of the family, he felt like an old farmer looking at his thriving crops, filled with anticipation for the future harvest. After 3 days and numerous fierce battles, the 30 cultivators representing the Zhou family to defend the arena were finally selected. Most were young and middle-aged, under 50, with only 4 over 60. Once chosen, they were immediately gathered to listen to the admonition of their patriarch, Zhou Chun. "I have witnessed your performance over these 3 days. Undoubtedly, your presence here proves that you are among the most outstanding cultivators of your level in the Zhou family, the true elite of our clan. As the patriarch of the Zhou family, seeing such excellent members fills me with immense pride." In the square before the Zhongping Hall, Zhou Chun looked at the 30 clan members gathered there and began with a generous display of praise. As his clansmen basked in his praise with delight, he abruptly changed the subject, continuing, "However, the previous competition was merely an internal contest within my Zhou family, confined to our own gates. Your excellence is only relative to other cultivators in my Zhou family. Whether you are truly excellent, whether you can truly bring honor to my Zhou family, whether you can earn my respect, remains to be seen and verified by outsiders. This joint martial arts competition involving 18 cultivation families is the most grand event our Zhou family has single-handedly organized since arriving in Jing Kingdom. Its importance is no less than the addition of another Purple Mansion stage cultivator to the family. You are all currently the most outstanding members of my Zhou family. Whether this joint martial arts competition can be successfully held, whether it can truly allow other families to witness the strength of my Zhou family, acknowledge its power, and accept the fact that my Zhou family is the most respected, all depends on your performance." At this point, Zhou Chun paused, then his gaze turned deep as he looked at the group of clansmen and shouted, "Now answer me, can you live up to my and the family's expectations?" This junior will certainly live up to the clan leader's expectations," the Zhou family cultivators answered loudly, many of them their blood boiling and faces flushing. "Good, I've remembered your words today. Now it's up to you to see how you perform." Zhou Chun nodded slightly, his eyes full of encouragement as he finished speaking. He had said everything he needed to say, now it was just a matter of observing the clansmen's performance. If they performed exceptionally well, it would naturally greatly enhance the Zhou family's prestige, reputation, and morale. If they were defeated and taught a lesson, it would also temper their arrogance and serve as a form of discipline. In any case, the prizes the Zhou family had offered would not be wasted. A month passed quickly. As the appointed date approached, the families who had agreed to participate in this joint martial arts competition arrived at Nine Peaks Ridge one after another. Of the 18 cultivation families participating, most were local to Lanzhou. Aside from the Su family of Jiangzhou, only 4 were from other regions. However, these 4 out-of-town families were all powerful clans with cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage. They were the Yu family of Lianzhou, the Zi family of Lianzhou, the Wen family of Yunzhou, and the Li family of Yunzhou. Adding the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley and the Qin family, another powerful cultivation clan in Lanzhou, made a total of 6 powerful cultivation clans. Since it was only a martial arts competition for key refining stage juniors, the Purple Mansion stage cultivators from several powerful clans didn't bring their own teams, only their clan leaders and foundation establishment elders. On the final day of the gathering, all the members of each cultivation family had arrived, totaling over 200 people. Seeing this, the Zhou family cultivators representing the Zhou family to defend the arena began to waver. Facing an opponent 8 or 9 times their number, could they really hold their ground? Someone came to wish me a Happy New Year this afternoon, wasting 2 hours of my time. Otherwise, I could definitely have updated twice today. I'm starting to write the second update now. I'll post it as soon as I finish it, and if I don't finish, I'll post it tomorrow. Anyway, I'll definitely make up for the chapter I took leave from the day before yesterday. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 The Strength of the Su Family. Fellow Taoist Yu, your presence is an honor. I, Zhou, have failed to greet you properly, please forgive me. Thank you for coming in person, fellow Taoist. My family and I are truly honored. Please, take a seat here, fellow Taoist Wen, your arrival is timely. The item I promised you last time has been prepared just a few days ago. Please, this way, inside Nine Peaks Ridge, Zhou Chun, with a beaming smile, welcomed each clan leader to the reception hall. Before the actual martial arts competition began, these clan leaders naturally gathered to discuss the order of appearance. Since the Zhou family was hosting this joint martial arts competition, Zhou Chun, the clan leader, naturally sat at the head of the table. Inside the main hall, after the leaders of the 17 families, including Zhou Chun, were seated, Zhou Chun first raised a cup of honey flower tea, brewed by a female cultivator from his family, to the crowd and said, "First of all, welcome to the Zhou family, fellow Taoists. I'd like to offer you this cup of tea instead of wine." He then downed the tea in one gulp. Seeing this, no one dared to refuse, and they all returned the gesture with smiles and drank their tea as well. With so many families gathered here today, and having already reported to the Kinglian Temple, they had no reason to worry about the Zhou family poisoning the tea. "How is it? Do you all find my Zhou family's honey flower tea to your liking?" Zhou Chun asked with a gentle smile after everyone had drunk their tea. Although he hadn't yet completed the optimization of the Jade Spirit Bee's bloodline, thanks to the cooperation agreements signed with many families, the Zhou family's spirit honey production had significantly increased in recent years. The Qingning tea tree seedlings that Zhou Ming had obtained from the Spirit Beast Manor have, after decades of growth, now yielded a small amount of tea leaves. Therefore, the Zhou family has resumed production of honey flower tea. Upon hearing Zhou Chun inquire about the honey flower tea, an elderly man with half-white hair immediately praised it with a delighted expression, saying, "Its aroma is intoxicating, its taste sweet and delicious, leaving a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth. It is indeed a rare and excellent tea." A middle-aged man in a black robe also nodded slightly, saying, "Not bad, not bad. Although this honey flower tea is not as potent as my Su family's spirit-nourishing tea, it is still an excellent spiritual tea. If the Zhou family has any surplus, I and my family are willing to purchase some at a high price to entertain our guests. This man was Su Yudong, the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator who led the Su family's delegation. He was also Su Yuzhen's cousin. The Su family had sent him with 17 key refining stage clansmen to the Zhou family to participate in the joint martial arts competition. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Chun couldn't help but laugh. Brother Su, if you like it, I'll send you some later. However, the production of this honey flower tea is currently low, so large-scale sales are not possible. After a while of chatting and laughing, Zhou Chun brought up the serious matter of the order of appearance for each family. Although according to the rules, each Zhou family cultivator would have a certain amount of time to rest and recover their mana and spirit after a battle, if the battle dragged on. The family that went on stage later would undoubtedly have an advantage. Therefore, to achieve better results, it was undoubtedly better to have one's family cultivator go on stage later. Faced with this situation, apart from Su Yudong who didn't care, none of the other families showed any willingness to yield. Ultimately, the order could only be determined by drawing lots. After the results of the draw were announced, Zhou Chun and the others left the main hall together and headed to the arena. The arena for this joint martial arts competition was set up in the training ground on the back mountain of Pagoda Peak, which had already been modified by the Zhou family. When Zhou Chun and the others arrived, the cultivators from the 18 families were already lined up in their respective areas around the arena. At this moment, a dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators arrived at the scene, drawing the attention of hundreds of cultivators present. Young men of the Su family, today is your day to shine. Now, it's your turn to test the abilities of the Zhou family's fellow cultivators on behalf of your respective families. Facing the gazes of the numerous cultivators, Su Yudong looked at the 17 junior members of the Su family he had brought and loudly issued the order. Hearing this, a young man with freckles on his face from the Su family team immediately jumped out and said, "Then I'll take the first round. Uncles and brothers, don't try to take it from me." Zhou Chun looked closely. This young man was probably in his early 20s, with a cultivation level of only the 7th level of key refining. Given his age and cultivation level, the Su family had clearly sent him here to train him. Looking at the 10 mid-stage key refining cultivators from the Zhou family, the lowest cultivation level was also the 7th level of key refining, but they were considerably older than the freckled young man, already 37 years old. Upon hearing the freckled youth's words, an older middle-aged man in the Su family's group gave a wry smile and patted his head, saying, "Mingqi, since you want to go first, then you can go. But be careful, don't let the other Daoists laugh at our Su family." "Don't worry, Uncle Chen, I definitely won't bring shame to our Su family," the freckled youth replied confidently, and immediately stepped onto the arena. A gray-robed youth was sitting cross-legged on the arena, with a silver-backed black bear demon beast lying beside him. Judging by its aura, it was a high-grade first-tier demon beast. After stepping onto the arena, the freckled youth bowed to the gray-robed youth who had already stood up, saying, "Su Mingqi of the Su family, I humbly request guidance from fellow Taoist Zhou Zhenai of the Zhou family. I welcome fellow Taoist Su's superior skills." The gray-robed youth returned the bow and immediately prepared for battle. The match begins soon, with a command from Zhou Jiaru, the Zhou family elder acting as referee. A transparent aura shield radiating white light enveloped the arena. On the arena, the battle between Su Mingqi and Zhou Zhenai quickly erupted. Su Mingqi's hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals, and with a flick of his wrist, a blazing white lightning bolt burst forth, leaping towards Zhou Zhenai opposite him. "Oh, so a rare lightning attribute spiritual root cultivator." In the stands, Zhou Chun was slightly surprised, taking another look at the freckled youth. The power of lightning spells was arguably the greatest of all spells, and as a cultivator possessing a silver lightning python spirit pet, Zhou Chun wholeheartedly agreed. Seeing the freckled youth so quickly unleash a lightning spell, he knew in his heart that Zhou Zhenai was likely to lose this battle. After all, the previous internal Zhou family duels had already given him a clear understanding of the abilities and strengths of these 30 Zhou family members. If Zhou Zhenai hadn't been hiding other trump cards, even with the assistance of a first-tier high-grade demonic beast, the silverback black bear, he would have found it difficult to defeat a lightning-based cultivator of the same cultivation level. The facts quickly proved Zhou Chun's assessment correct. Although Zhou Zhenai easily blocked Su Mingqi's first lightning technique, he clearly fell into a disadvantageous position after Su Mingqi unleashed a first-tier high-grade magic artifact that enhanced the power of his spell. A member of the Su family like Su Mingqi certainly possessed superior defensive magic artifacts. Even with the silverback black bear's combined efforts, Zhou Chun would struggle to break through his defenses in a short time. Furthermore, Su Mingqi's attacks were far more powerful than those of ordinary late-stage key-refining cultivators, and his lightning spells were incredibly fast, making them impossible for the silverback black bear to intercept. After only 3 exchanges, Su Mingqi unleashed a powerful chain lightning technique, breaking through Zhou Chun's defenses. If Zhou Jiaru hadn't intervened in time to protect him, Zhou Chun would have been seriously injured, if not killed. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you flatter me. On the arena, Su Mingqi, seeing Zhou Jiaru intervene and stop attacking, immediately put away his magic weapon and cupped his hands in a smug gesture towards Zhou Chun. Looking at Su Mingqi's smug expression, Zhou Chun bit his lip tightly, remaining silent. As the first cultivator from the Zhou family to defend the arena, he wasn't unprepared for defeat. In fact, he was certain he would fail many times. However, losing to an opponent of the same cultivation level in his very first match was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. Alright, Chun, you can step down now. Only after Zhou Jiaru's voice rang out to Zhou Chun, still gritting his teeth on the arena, reluctantly stepped down. Afterwards, Su Mingqi took a rejuvenation pill, rested for a quarter of an hour, and then continued to challenge the second Zhou family cultivator. According to the challenge rules, only by consecutively defeating 3 Zhou family cultivators can an attacking cultivator gain 3 hours of rest time. Otherwise, a single victory only grants a quarter of an hour to recover. Similarly, after each victory against 3 Zhou family cultivators, the family's challenge record is saved, allowing subsequent challengers to continue from the saved point. Of course, if a cultivator feels confident in their strength and wishes to achieve the feat of defeating 30 opponents at once, they can start again from the first Zhou family cultivator. Thus, after defeating 2 Zhou family cultivators in a row, Su Mingqi finally fell to the third. Failing to achieve 3 consecutive victories meant the challenge could not be saved, and the next Su family cultivator would have to start the challenge again from Zhou Chun. Under this mechanism, attacking families need a significant number of participants to achieve good results. This explains why there were 200 to 300 cultivators gathered at the Zhou family's location today. Time passed quickly, and more than half a day had gone by. After most of the day's battles, 13 of the 17 cultivators from the Su family had already entered the arena, accumulating a total of 17 points. The Su family truly lives up to their reputation as a Golden Core clan. With only 13 members entering, they've already defeated 17 Zhou family cultivators. It seems their final score will easily exceed 20 points. A middle-aged man watching from below the arena couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, deeply impressed by the Su family cultivator's performance. He had initially been confident in his own strength, believing he could represent his family and achieve good results in this joint martial arts competition. However, after witnessing the strength displayed by the 17 Zhou family cultivators, he felt a significant blow. In his own opinion, even disregarding the expended mana and stamina from the earlier battles, he would struggle to defeat the 15 or so Zhou family cultivators who had entered the arena. And his own strength was already among the top 3 of the cultivators his family had sent. These juniors brother Su brought, they can't be the best among the younger generation of the Su family, can they? On the stands, Zhou Chun looked away from the 2 juniors engaged in battle and asked Su Yudong in a low voice. Although he was the son-in-law of the Su family, he wasn't very familiar with the Su family's situation. However, based on his experience in the Su family, the younger generation should be more than this. Faced with his question, Su Yudong chuckled and said, "Hey, you could say that. These juniors, while not the best in the Su family, are quite outstanding." Hearing this, not only Zhou Chun and the other Zhou family elders present, but also the patriarchs and elders of other families fell silent. The difference between a Golden Core family and a major cultivation family is not just whether or not there is a Golden Core cultivator. The role of a Golden Core cultivator for a family is far more than simply providing a 4th-tier combat force. To give a simple example, when explaining the cultivation and casting of spells to a key refining cultivator, a Golden Core cultivator's explanation is like using a microscope to observe the key refining cultivator. Everything can be seen clearly. A foundation establishment cultivator's explanation, however, is more like using a magnifying glass. While the view is still relatively clear, it lacks the magnifying power of a microscope. Therefore, if a family produces a Golden Core cultivator, And barring any major calamities, the family's overall strength will greatly increase within a century. Several more hours passed, and the last cultivator from the Su family finally stepped onto the arena. Su Mingfu of the Su family, please enlighten me, fellow Taoist Zhou. A middle-aged man from the Su family leaped onto the arena and announced his name in a deep voice. The cultivator he faced was the 22nd guardian cultivator of the Zhou family, a man in blue robes with the 11th level of key refining. Zhou's hanking of the Zhou family, I'll learn from fellow Taoist Su's superior skills, as the words of the blue-robed man, Zhou's hanking. Fell, the referee, Zhou Jiaru, quickly gave the order to begin the duel. At that moment, no sooner had Zhou Jiaru finished speaking than Su Mingfu preemptively attacked, directly unleashing a pair of gold and silver swords at Zhou's hanking. He seemed to have cultivated some kind of secret sword technique. The two flying swords, one gold and one silver, under his control, resembled two dragons, piercing and strangling Zhou's hanking, giving him no chance to retaliate. By the time Zhou's hanking finally found an opening and released his contracted demon beast, the ink-scaled python, Su Mingfu had already formed hand seals and launched his killing move. The gold and silver swords crossed and danced in midair, forming an X shape with two sharp sword energies that slashed towards Zhou's hanking. The power was no less than that of the Xinjin sword key that Zhou Chun had cultivated. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhou's hanking's expression changed drastically. He immediately had the ink-scaled python coil around him, and he activated his defensive magic weapon with all his might, attempting to withstand the opponent's attack head-on. However, after two loud booming sounds, he felt no impact whatsoever. It turned out that Zhou Jiaru, seeing the situation was dire, had directly activated the power of the formation to block the two sword key attacks. This meant that Zhou Jiaru believed Zhou's hanking had no chance of withstanding those two sword key attacks. Alright, it's just a competition. There's no need to fight so hard. Zhanking, you should step back and rest. Zhou Jiaru waved his hand, ignoring Zhou's hanking's disappointed look, and dismissed him. First update, one more tonight. Chapter 312 Zhou Chun, with a broad mind. With only a pair of flying swords, Su Mingfu single-handedly defeated 5 Zhou family cultivators, raising the Su family's points to 26. Then he encountered the 27th challenger. This challenger was Zhou Xinlan, arguably the strongest member of the Zhou family's Xin generation. Not only had his own cultivation reached the 12th level of key refining, but his spirit pet, the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey, had also been cultivated to that level. When Zhou Xinlan and his Crimson Flame Vajra monkey entered the arena, Su Mingfu immediately felt the pressure. Zhou Xinlan of the Zhou family, I'd like to learn from fellow Taoist Su's superior skills. On the arena, Zhou Xinlan greeted Su Mingfu, who had only rested for a quarter of an hour, with a bow. After the two exchanged greetings, Zhou Jiaru immediately announced the start of the match. As soon as Zhou Jiaru gave the command, Su Mingfu resorted to his old trick, directly attacking Zhou Xinlan with his golden and silver swords. However, Zhou Xinlan had already watched him fight 5 battles and was fully aware of his methods, and had also devised a countermeasure. At that moment, seeing the golden and silver sword lights flying towards him, Zhou Xinlan immediately summoned a dark blue-green tortoise-shaped magic weapon to protect himself, rapidly casting the 5-element spirit armor technique within it. Simultaneously, the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey beside him erupted with golden light, roaring as it charged towards Su Mingfu. Clang! 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 Sparks flew as the golden and silver sword lights slashed at the dark blue-green tortoise-shaped magic weapon, creating sparks and leaving sword marks on the shield. However, the tortoise-shaped magic weapon was made from the shell of a second-tier tortoise demon, a material inherently very hard. Although the golden and silver swords were sharp, they could not penetrate it. Just as Su Mingfu was about to unleash more sword techniques to increase the destructive power of his 2 flying swords, the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey had already closed in on him. The Crimson Flame Vajra monkey strode close to Su Mingfu and swung its massive paw, its 5 sharp claws flashing with golden light as it struck towards Su Mingfu's head. Facing this close-quarters attack, Su Mingfu calmly channeled his magical power. A jade pendant around his neck instantly emitted a dense yellow glow, protecting him. The seemingly soft, cloud-like yellow light was now as hard as iron. When the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey's claws struck it, the golden light emanating from the claws instantly shattered, almost breaking the monkey's claws themselves. However, this seemed to enrage the giant monkey. It retreated several feet, then opened its mouth wide, and dense flames gathered and shimmered within, quickly forming a huge, crimson fireball that hurtled towards Su Mingfu. This move was the same killing move the new Monkey King had used to defeat the old Monkey King during the battle between the old and new Monkey Kings in the Zhou family monkey park. Zhou Xinlan's Crimson Flame Vajra monkey was the first descendant of the new Monkey King. After growing into a first-tier high-grade demon beast, it also awakened and mastered this killing move. At this moment, the powerful aura of the blazing fireball immediately made Su Mingfu sense danger. He hurriedly activated his protective jade pendant, releasing an even denser yellow glow, while simultaneously patting his storage pouch at his waist, swiftly taking out a first-tier high-grade magic talisman and throwing it at the blazing fireball. According to the rules, both attacking and defending cultivators could use 2 first-tier magic talismans in each battle. However, before this, Su Mingfu, relying on his own strength, had not been forced to use magic talismans. Now, the magic talisman in his hand flew out, instantly transforming into a blue-white pillar of light that collided with the incoming blazing fireball. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and a large portion of the arena was impacted by the blast. Thanks to the powerful protective effect of his protective magic artifact, Su Mingfu, though less than 10 feet from the explosion's epicenter, suffered no direct harm, though his protective yellow aura appeared noticeably weaker. Before he could even catch his breath, Zhou Xinlan's attack arrived. While he was distracted by the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey, Zhou Xinlan, taking advantage of the weakened power of the golden and silver swords, launched a counterattack with her own offensive magic artifact. A flash of fire appeared in the sky, and a flaming throwing knife appeared before Su Mingfu. The flaming knife struck Su Mingfu's protective yellow aura with tremendous force, instantly tearing it apart and nearly piercing his chest. This startled him greatly, and he hurriedly took out a golden armor talisman and slapped it on his body, donning a protective golden armor. However, this action only hastened his demise. With his focus more on defense, his attacks were naturally less effective than before. Now that Zhou Xinlan had gained the upper hand, she naturally wouldn't give him another chance to unleash a sword technique and counterattack. The Crimson Flame Vajra monkey roared and pounced again, relentlessly striking at Su Mingfu, applying constant pressure with its ferocious offensive. At the same time, Zhou Xinlan summoned a Crimson Treasure Bottle magic weapon, launching a barrage of fireballs at Su Mingfu. Under the relentless bombardment of the master and servant, Su Mingfu's defenses were stretched thin, making it impossible for him to concentrate on controlling his flying sword. After about a quarter of an hour, Su Mingfu's defenses were breached by Zhou Xinlan and her servant, forcing him to concede defeat. This kid, he's got quite the style of my younger days. On the stands, Zhou Chun watched the battle as Zhou Xinlan and her servants relentlessly bombarded Su Mingfu, a slight smile playing on his lips, a sense of pride in having a worthy successor. Wasn't this exactly his previous fighting style? However, compared to the Silver Lightning Python Bye-Bye, the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey was still far inferior, its firepower wasn't fierce enough. Seeing his junior had already conceded defeat and left the arena, Su Yudong withdrew his gaze and said to Zhou Chun, "This is the first time I've seen such an ape-like demon beast. Could it be some kind of mutated demon beast?" "It's not a mutated demon beast, just a new species born from the hybridization of 2 demon beasts. Our Zhou family calls it the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey," Zhou Chun explained with a slight smile. He knew that although the Su and Zhou families were effectively related by marriage because of his and Su Yuzhen's Taoist union, most cultivators from both families didn't know much about each other's families. It was normal that Su Yudong didn't know that Zhou family possessed a demon beast like the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey. Hearing Zhou Chun's explanation, Su Yudong nodded with a look of realization, saying, "A hybrid demon beast? No wonder it's so powerful." He then sighed softly. It's said that the Zhou family's beast-taming techniques are unparalleled in the southern states. Today I've witnessed it firsthand. The Zhou family of spirit beasts truly lives up to its reputation. Hearing his praise, Zhou Chun and the Zhou family elders present couldn't help but smile. Clearly, the performance of these younger members of the Zhou family today had successfully won over Su Yudong, a cultivator from a Golden Core family, who acknowledged the Zhou family's reputation and strength. This was one of the reasons Zhou Chun wanted to spearhead this joint martial arts competition. Seeing is believing. The Zhou family's reputation had spread far and wide over the decades, easily giving the impression that it didn't live up to its name. Some other major cultivation families, perhaps unspoken, certainly doubted whether the Zhou family was truly worthy of its reputation. This time, Zhou Chun gave them a chance to witness the strength of the Zhou family firsthand. Not the strength of the Zhou family's Purple Mansion and Foundation establishment cultivators, but the strength of the Zhou family's younger generation. After all, the strength of people like Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun had already been demonstrated at the 100 Clans Conference, a fact beyond question. Whether these individuals were merely fleeting moments of brilliance for the Zhou family remained unknown to outsiders. Now, they were giving outsiders another chance, a chance to re-evaluate the Zhou family. The fact that the Golden Core family, the Su family, failed to pass the test put considerable pressure on the families waiting to challenge them. They had all witnessed the previous battles. The strength of the Zhou family cultivators was undeniable, and their ability to hold off the Su family was truly remarkable. Following the Su family was the He family of Lanzhou, a small family with only 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. The He family was also related to the Zhou family by marriage. Both families had female cultivators married into each other's families, and their relationship was quite good. The He family also sent 15 members this time. Unfortunately, as a small family with a history of less than 300 years, the He family's foundation was still lacking. After all 15 members took to the stage, they only gained 12 points. Following the He family, the Sun family of Golden Maple Ridge, the Mu family of Azure Cloud Mountain, and 3 other small families also launched their attacks. Unfortunately, the results of these 5 small families were not very good either. The family that went the furthest only gained 15 points. The 8th family to take the stage was the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley. The Wang family of Red Medicine Valley suffered heavy losses in the southern expedition and has not yet fully recovered. However, even a weakened camel is bigger than a horse. After the Wang family's cultivators took to the stage, the battle immediately became more interesting. In the end, the Wang family, with only 13 members participating, actually gained 17 points. Seeing this from the stands, Zhou Chun couldn't help but say to Wang Zixian, the head of the Wang family who had led the group, "I've heard that fellow Taoist Wang has been encouraging the Wang family members to go on adventures these past few years. It seems the Wang family has finally recovered from that blow." He looked at Wang Zixian before him. Decades had passed, and the once portly man was now completely devoid of fat, his hair now completely white. It was clear that the pressure he had been under these years was immense, to the point that his cultivation level remained at the mid-foundation establishment stage. According to what he knew, Wang Zixian would likely die of old age in another 10 years or so. Hearing Zhou Chun's words, Wang Zixian smiled wryly and bowed to him, saying, "I'm sorry to have troubled you, fellow Taoist Zhou. I have indeed learned a great deal from your family management strategies these past few years and have benefited greatly." It turned out that he had witnessed the Zhou family's growing power year by year and had wanted to emulate them. He had specifically inquired about and studied the Zhou family's operating model and learned from them in many aspects. Like Zhou Chun had just mentioned, encouraging clansmen to go on adventures and implementing the Zhou family's birth subsidy policy, he had followed suit and promoted these practices within the Wang family. These measures had indeed played a significant role in the Wang family's recovery. Being pointed out by Zhou Chun in person made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, Zhou Chun wasn't trying to tease him. Sensing the embarrassment in his tone, he quickly said, "Fellow Taoist Wang, you flatter me. I absolutely did not mean to laugh at you. In fact, I am quite pleased that my ideas have been recognized and promoted by you." His heartfelt words immediately dispelled Wang Zixian's embarrassment, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you have a broad mind. I admire you." Their conversation, overheard by the other clan leaders, caused some to reveal thoughtful expressions. Then a middle-aged man with a square head and large ears bowed to Zhou Chun and said, "I have long heard of fellow Taoist Zhou's skill in managing his family. Since you took over as clan leader, the Zhou family has prospered year after year. I, Liu, would also like to learn from you about your family management techniques. Would you be willing to teach me?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Fellow Taoist Liu, you are too kind. There is no need to teach me. If you are truly interested, I will personally lead you on a tour of the Zhou family estate later and explain the various clan rules and policies to you." He wasn't afraid that these people would learn his family management techniques. After all, these things couldn't be kept secret. If someone was determined, it wouldn't be difficult to find out. And techniques are static, but people are dynamic. Others don't have the resources of the Zhou family, so even if they learned these techniques, the effects wouldn't be as immediate as those of the Zhou family. At the very least, among the many clan leaders present, apart from a few small families with only 1 or 2 foundation establishment cultivators, none of the other clan leaders wielded the same level of influence within their families as Zhou Chun. Without such influence, many things simply couldn't be implemented. However, the others were unaware of this yet. Seeing Zhou Chun's generosity, they were pleased and couldn't help but feel admiration. Regardless of whether Zhou Chun was trying to win them over, his actions were admirable in themselves. At least many of them asked themselves if they would have been as generous as Zhou Chun if they were in his shoes. The square-headed, big-eared cultivator who had asked the question immediately bowed to Zhou Chun with admiration and thanked him, saying, "Then I, Liu, thank you in advance, fellow Taoist Zhou." Then, a strange scene unfolded. On the arena, the Zhou family's defending cultivator and the attacking cultivators from various families fought fiercely, each battle fought with all their might, without holding back in the slightest. Meanwhile, in the stands, the clan leaders from various families chatted and laughed, showing no signs of tension. At most, I might feel a little disappointed when a promising junior fails to challenge me. Second update, not yet midnight. Chapter 313 The Unyielding Juniors. Zhiqiang of the Z family, please enlighten me, fellow Taoist Zhou. Zhitao of the Z family, please enlighten me, fellow Taoist Zhou. Zhunchen of the Z family, please enlighten me, fellow Taoist Zhou. On the arena, cultivators from the Z family of Lions Hao leaped onto the stage one after another, engaging in fierce battles with the Zhou family cultivators defending the arena. As a powerful cultivation clan rooted in Lions Hao, the Z family had a very deep relationship with the Qinglian temple, and their family strength was much stronger than that of the Wang family of Honggaiao Valley, a powerful cultivation clan that had suffered a major blow. Of the 23 cultivators who came this time, only 20 had taken to the stage, and they had already gained 24 points. However, just when they were looking forward to breaking the Su family's record, they found that they could hardly make any further progress. The 25th cultivator defending the arena from the Zhou family was Zhou Zindi, a beautiful female cultivator. Her gentle and weak appearance was very deceptive, unlike Zhou Xinlan, who gave people the impression of being difficult to deal with. But in fact, in terms of strength, she was only slightly weaker than Zhou Xinlan. At this point, the Z family suffered a great loss at her hands. 3 Z family cultivators in a row fell before her, until the last Z family cultivator appeared. He was a handsome young man dressed in a blue robe. He raised his hand, made a hand seal, and a gust of wind propelled him onto the arena. Then he bowed to Zhou Zindi, who was already resting on the arena, and said, "Z Kunru of the Z family, I am honored to learn from fellow Taoist Zhou's superior skills. Zhou Zindi of the Zhou family, I humbly request fellow Taoist Z's guidance." Zhou Zindi returned the bow with her eyes lowered, her voice clear and melodious. The two, the man handsome and the woman beautiful, had already aroused the discussion of many cultivators below the stage even before they had exchanged blows. Even the Z family patriarch on the stands jokingly said to Zhou Chun, "I wonder if your family's young lady is already betrothed? If not, how about we arrange a marriage between our two families?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun laughed heartily. "Haha, fellow Taoist Z has a good eye for people. Deir is the most outstanding young lady in my Zhou family, both in terms of talent and appearance." He then shook his head slightly. "However, the marriages of my Zhou family's children have always been their own choice. If fellow Taoist Z is interested, then your family's young men will have to pursue her themselves." This wasn't him being perfunctory, it was simply the Zhou family's custom. Although his own marriage hadn't been entirely according to his wishes, Zhou Chun, as the Zhou family patriarch, had never interfered in the marriages of his family's younger generation. He generally didn't interfere too much with the marriages of Zhou family cultivators, at most allowing them to consider it a few more times before making a decision. "Hey, since fellow Taoist Zhou doesn't object, then I'll have those lads put in a bit more effort later," the Z family patriarch chuckled, taking the matter seriously. Looking at the arena, Z Kunru and Zhou Zindi's exchange quickly revealed their true skills. Z Kunru waved his cyan feather fan repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of pale cyan wine blades that rained down on Zhou Zindi. Facing this powerful attack, Zhou Zindi summoned a water blue pearl, which hovered before her chest, creating a water blue protective shield around herself. The wind blades struck the shield, merely causing ripples. Once the dozens of wind blades dissipated, before Z Kunru could unleash any further attacks, Zhou Zindi's counterattack arrived. With a flick of her jade-like hand, A long blue-white ribbon shot from her sleeve, winding through the air like a snake, directly wrapping around Zhou. Seeing this, Zhou's eyes flashed with a strange light. He immediately slapped his feather fan forward, and with the help of his magic power, a beam of azure light shot out, instantly transforming into an azure whirlwind that engulfed a long silk ribbon. Sensing that her connection with the magical artifact was being suppressed, Zhou frowned slightly, then let out a delicate shout, sending a burst of magic power into the long silk ribbon, forcibly freeing it from the azure whirlwind. But before she could reorganize her attack, Zhou patted his storage pouch at his waist, summoning another azure white bone spear magical artifact. The azure white bone spear was less than 5 feet long, likely a short spear. Driven by Zhou's magic power, this short spear shot towards Zhou like an arrow released from a bow, instantly piercing the air like a streak of azure white lightning. Before Zhou could react, the short spear had already struck the protective barrier in front of her. Instantly, the protective barrier rippled violently, and cracks quickly appeared. At this moment, Zhou finally came to her senses, hurriedly raising her hand to form a hand seal, quickly activating her long ribbon to defend herself. Finally, before the barrier completely shattered, she managed to successfully use the ribbon to sweep the short spear away. However, due to the shattering of the barrier, her blue-white pearl magic weapon was unusable for a short time, effectively leaving her without a powerful defensive artifact. Zhou, of course, wouldn't let such a good opportunity to expand his gain slip by. He quickly waved his feather fan, sending a blue-white wind dragon hurtling towards Zhou. Under this continuous onslaught, Zhou had no choice but to use a magic talisman first. She raised her jade hand, and a magic talisman quickly ignited, transforming into a blue wave to meet the oncoming wind dragon. The wind and wave surged, and after a brief stalemate in midair, the white wind dragon ultimately prevailed, forcefully breaking through the giant wave and breaking free. However, with the giant wave buying her some time, Zhou calmly activated a blue and white long ribbon to entangle the wind dragon, easily dispersing it with a gentle twist. Recovering with the help of the talisman, Zhou simultaneously manipulated the ribbon to dance around her body, deflecting Zhou's attacks, while also quickly releasing her spirit pet from her spirit beast pouch. Her spirit pet was an 8-horned water-splitting deer, which she had cultivated to high-grade first rank. However, this type of beast wasn't particularly strong in combat, and it had sustained some injuries in the previous battle, which was why she hadn't released it at the beginning. Now, seeing Zhou's formidable abilities, she had no choice but to let her spirit pet continue fighting despite its injuries. The 8-horned water-splitting deer reared its head and let out a neigh, spitting a blue jet of water at Zhou. But this attack was utterly ineffective against Zhou. He simply chanted an incantation, made a hand seal, and waved his feather fan. A wall of cyan white wind appeared out of thin air in front of him. The blue water column struck it, causing the wind wall to shake briefly before falling silent. However, the 8-horned water-splitting deer's attack had still distracted him, giving Zhou a chance to catch her breath. After a short respite, Zhou quickly made hand seals and cast a first-grade high-level protective spell, Flowing Wave Shield, on herself. However, just as she was fully prepared to continue her battle with Zhou, she saw Zhou looking at her seriously and saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, if this is all you have, then this battle can end." "What do you mean?" Zhou's beautiful eyes narrowed, somewhat angry, feeling underestimated. Therefore, after questioning the other party, he angrily shouted, "Show me whatever tricks you have." "Then so be it, fellow Taoist," Zhou shouted, immediately forming hand seals, and a blue light surged from his palms, quickly condensing into a blue ball of light that floated in front of him. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, the blue ball of light tore through the sky and quickly appeared in front of Zhou. Boom! With a loud bang, the blue ball of light exploded in front of Zhou, instantly turning into countless tiny wind blades that engulfed her. Seeing this, Zhou, the referee, immediately tensed up. His expression quickly changed, and he hurriedly mobilized the power of the formation to forcibly suppress the still raging wind blade storm. Even so, when Zhou reappeared, her clothes were torn in many places by the wind blades, and blood gushed out uncontrollably, staining her clothes red. Fortunately, Zhou noticed the situation immediately and promptly activated the array's power to conceal her, preventing any accidental exposure. When she reappeared, she was wearing a new white dress. Her pretty face was pale as she glanced at Zhou and softly said, Fellow Taoist Z, your skill is unparalleled, I utterly admit defeat. With that, she frowned, enduring the pain, and slowly walked off the stage. While her injuries weren't particularly severe, they wouldn't heal quickly enough, preventing her from competing for at least a day or two. The Zhou family had already made preparations for this unexpected situation. A new clansman would step in to replace her, allowing the martial arts competition to continue. That brat, he has absolutely no sense of chivalry. On the stands, the Z family patriarch, watching this scene, couldn't feel happy at all. Instead, he cursed angrily. He had just wanted to play matchmaker, and now, in front of so many people, he had beaten a young lady like this. Didn't she have any dignity? Zhou Chun wasn't angry about Zhou Zindi's defeat and injury. As long as it wasn't a serious injury that was difficult to heal, a minor injury could actually teach these younger members of the Zhou family a lesson, making them less complacent. Hearing the Z family patriarch's cursing, he casually asked, "That move just now must have been some kind of secret technique, right? Its power is probably comparable to a low-grade second-tier spell. It is indeed a very difficult secret technique to master." "That kid is stubborn. He spent 5 or 6 years mastering it," the Z family patriarch replied vaguely, not wanting to elaborate. Seeing this, Zhou Chun wisely refrained from further questioning and continued watching. After defeating Zhou Zindi, Z Kunru then defeated the 26th Zhou family defender, ultimately losing to Zhou Xinlan, the defender of the 27th level, just like Su Mingfu of the Su family. Thus, the Z family of Lianzhou was temporarily tied for first place with the Su family. Following the Z family, 2 more smaller families took to the stage, but both only managed to score a dozen points. Even the Qin family, a powerful cultivation clan from Lanzhou, only managed to score 20 points despite sending 21 cultivators. Afterwards, the Yu family from Lianzhou and the Li family from Yunzhou also participated, achieving scores of 22 and 24 points respectively. The battle only regained its suspense when the Wen family from Yunzhou entered the fray. The Wen family was a prominent clan in Yunzhou with a history spanning over 1,000 years, and currently boasted 2 Purple Mansion stage cultivators. The Zhou family was able to persuade the Wen family to participate in the joint martial arts competition because the Wen family desperately needed the spiritual item, fragrant musk. Zhou Chun had previously agreed with the Wen family's Purple Mansion stage cultivators that if the Wen family won first place, they would not only receive the 3 ounces of fragrant musk as a reward, but would also be allowed to exchange other spiritual items for 2 ounces of fragrant musk. Therefore, the Wen family was determined to win first place. They sent a total of 26 clansmen to participate in the event, all of whom were at least late-stage key refining cultivators. As expected, the Wen family cultivators made the fastest progress since the event began. With only 23 members participating, they had already reached the 27th checkpoint guarded by Zhou Xinlan. However, this checkpoint guarded by Zhou Xinlan was like an impenetrable wall, blocking everyone who tried to pass. From the 23rd to the 25th, 4 members of the Wen family fell at his gate. It wasn't until the 26th Wen family cultivator appeared that a battle began. When Liangai of the Wen family, I'd like to learn from fellow Taoist Zhou's superior skills. On the arena, the last Wen family cultivator, a middle-aged man with graying hair, walked up with a solemn expression. He carried the last hope of the Wen family. This battle could only be won, not lost. After exchanging greetings, the battle quickly erupted with the voice of referee Zhou Jiaru. Somewhat surprisingly, Wen Liangai had also tamed a first-tier high-grade demonic beast. It was a massive, armored rock boar, 3 zang long and 7 chi tall, much larger than the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey. With a rock boar holding it back, the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey was no longer able to offer Zhou Xinlan any help. Without his spirit pet's assistance, Zhou Xinlan faced Wen Liangai's attacks alone and quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. But he was also a strong-willed person and unwilling to accept defeat. So, after barely withstanding 1 wave of attacks, he gritted his teeth and launched a counterattack. He reached into his storage pouch and took out 2 identical magic talismans, activating them on the spot. Instantly, 2 fire snakes appeared before him. However, he didn't let the fire snakes pounce on his opponent. Instead, his hands rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing streams of magic power at the fire snakes, intending to rely on his fire control techniques to forcibly fuse the power of the 2 first-tier high-grade magic talismans. "This kid's gone mad." On the stands, Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Zhou Xinglan to take such a risk. While the fire control technique could indeed fuse the power of multiple fire elemental spells into one, unleashing greater power, there was also a risk of self-destruction if the fused fire elemental spells were too strong. Therefore, it was usually done by combining a fireball talisman or a fireball talisman with a fireball talisman. Zhou Xinglan was only at the 12th level of the key refining stage, yet he wanted to fuse the power of two first-tier high-grade talismans, the Fire Serpent Talisman, into one. Wasn't that madness? Immediately, Zhou Chun wanted to forcibly intervene in the duel and stop Zhou Xinglan's reckless behavior. But at that moment, Zhou Zhengyang, who was also on the stands, suddenly said, "Clan leader, don't be hasty. Since Xinglan dares to do this, it means he must be confident. Brother Yang, you?" Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Zhengyang with surprise and doubt, not expecting him to say such a thing. This month is over. Next month I'm going to step up my game and increase my update frequency. I don't expect to go back to 2 updates a day, but I'll at least manage 3 updates every 2 days. Chapter 314 Event End. On the arena, the atmosphere tensed instantly with Zhou Xinglan's risky gamble. Even those who hadn't eaten pork had seen pigs walk. The cultivators participating in the joint martial arts competition at the Zhou family were all elite members of their respective clans. Even if they hadn't seen the art of fire control, they had generally heard of it and understood its dangers. Zhou Xinglan's risky use of 2 high-grade first-tier fire serpent talismans as a fire source for his fire control technique caused any cultivator familiar with the situation to hold their breath. His opponent, Wen Liangao, paled, his mind taut with extreme tension. Without thinking, he reached into his storage pouch, retrieved a talisman, and unleashed it at Zhou Xinglan. A flash of golden light appeared, and a golden spear materialized before Zhou Xinglan. At this moment, Zhou Xinglan was preoccupied with fusing the 2 fire serpents and was powerless to defend against the golden spear's attack. His protective tortoise-shell magic weapon had just flown behind him to block the golden hammer magic weapon wielded by Wen Liangao, leaving him wide open. But just as the golden spear was about to touch his body, a bright yellow light suddenly surged from his chest, protecting him. So that's it, so the bright yellow pendant is on him. On the stands, Zhou Chun looked at the familiar bright yellow light and couldn't help but realize. The bright yellow pendant magic weapon had once been his protective magic weapon, which he later passed on to Zhou Zhengyang. Now it seemed that Zhou Zhengyang had passed it on to his son. The bright yellow light seemed thin, but it was incredibly resilient. The golden spear pierced it, immediately sinking into the mud, its progress slow. And just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Zhou Xinglan finally merged the power of the 2 fire serpent talismans together. With a loud shout, he pointed at Wen Liangao, his hands forming a hand seal. A massive fireball, formed from the fusion of 2 fire snakes, hurtled towards Wen Liangao. Sensing the immense power contained within the fireball, Wen Liangao's expression turned extremely solemn. He raised his hand and channeled his magic power into his protective artifact, a pale golden square shield that shone with brilliant golden light, shielding him from the attack. Then, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, and a golden talisman was quickly activated, transforming into golden spiritual armor that adhered to his body. Finally, when the fireball was only a few feet away, a thought flashed through his mind, and he manipulated his golden hammer artifact to smash it fiercely towards Zhou Xinglan. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, engulfing half of the arena in flames. The arena itself, after numerous battles, was already riddled with holes, large and small. Then, struck by such an explosion, the numerous craters on the arena floor merged together, shearing several feet off the ground. The swirling dust and flames completely obscured the view from the arena, making it difficult for the spectators to see what was happening inside. However, Foundation establishment cultivators like Zhou Chun could still perceive the situation with their powerful divine sense. At that moment, under the explosive force of the massive fireball, Wen Liangao was thrown back, along with his magical artifact, until he crashed into the protective array at the edge of the arena. Zhou Xinglan, who had expended considerable energy to fuse the power of the 2 fire serpent talismans, also had his protective aura shattered by the attack of his golden hammer magical artifact, only avoiding injury thanks to Zhou Jiao's timely intervention. Finally, when the aftershocks of the explosion subsided, Wen Liangao, though knocked to the ground, coughing up blood and pale-faced, was still able to stagger to his feet, undoubtedly demonstrating that he had the last laugh. When Liangao of the Wen family wins, at that moment, As referee Zhou Chun's voice rang out, the dust and smoke drifting from the arena were instantly blown away by a gust of wind, allowing the key refining cultivators watching to see the situation on stage. Upon seeing the disheveled Wen Liangayu and the unharmed Zhou Xinlin, and combining this with Zhou Chun's announcement of the results, the spectators instantly imagined the scene they hadn't witnessed. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Wen. The Wen family has won first place in this joint martial arts competition. On the platform, Zhou Chun, after Zhou Chun finished announcing the results, immediately congratulated the Wen family patriarch with a smile. In fact, most of these Foundation establishment cultivators had already realized that Wen Liangayu's minor injuries were due to the protective robes and inner armor he wore, which absorbed most of the damage. Such high-quality robes and inner armor were certainly not something Wen Liangayu could afford on his own. It could only be said that the Wen family had indeed invested heavily to win first place in this joint martial arts competition. However, these were all within the rules, and even though Zhou Chun saw through them, he wouldn't say anything. Since the prizes were listed, they were bound to be taken, whether by the Wen family or another family, the result would be the same. Facing Zhou Chun's congratulations, the Wen family patriarch showed no joy, only a bitter smile as he waved his hands repeatedly, saying, I'm ashamed, I'm ashamed. He naturally understood how the Wen family had won first place, and of course, he couldn't show too much happiness. Otherwise, some of the cultivators present who had seen through the scheme might not be able to resist making sarcastic remarks. Sure enough, seeing that he knew to be ashamed and modest, the several patriarchs who had initially looked at him strangely calmed down and joined the others in congratulating him. In any case, these families had been invited by the Zhou family, and there was no inherent conflict of interest. Since Zhou Chun didn't care, they certainly wouldn't needlessly make enemies of the Wen family over such a small matter. Thus, with the Wen family of Yunzhao winning first place, this joint martial arts competition of the 18 families came to an end. The final result was that the Wen family of Yunzhao won first place with 27 points, while the Su family of Jiangzhao and the Zi family of Lianzhao tied for second and third place with 26 points each. The Li family of Yunzhao ranked fourth with 24 points, the Yu family of Lianzhao ranked fifth with 22 points, the Qin family of Lanzhou ranked sixth with 20 points, and the Wang family of Honggaiao Valley ranked seventh with 17 points. Following them were a host of smaller families. Even after the event ended, the cultivators from various families still felt a sense of unfinished business. This joint martial arts competition, which lasted for more than 10 days, was the largest event of its kind held in the southern states of Jingguo since the 100 Clans Conference. Elite key refining stage cultivators from more than a dozen cultivation families engaged in a series of battles with over 30 Zhou family cultivators. Various magical artifacts and secret techniques were on display, truly broadening the horizons of the young cultivators who had never seen such a grand spectacle. They also benefited greatly. Whether fighting themselves or observing others' battles, their combat experience was greatly enhanced. Many spells and secret techniques they had never seen before were now familiar to them. Seeing how others dealt with them gave them a taste of these techniques. This way, if they encountered enemies using the same spells or techniques against them in the future, they wouldn't be caught off guard and at a loss. Compared to these tangible gains, the reputation and the prizes prepared by the Zhou family were not the most important. At this point, Zhou Chun stepped forward and announced the rankings of each family, then distributed the prizes prepared by the Zhou family to their respective clan leaders. After all the prizes were distributed, Zhou Chun had the cultivators from each family invited to the front mountain, where a banquet had been prepared, awaiting everyone's seating. The next 2 days were for the cultivators of each family to freely exchange ideas. Those who were not interested in such exchanges could cultivate in the accommodations provided by the Zhou family. As the host family, not only could the cultivators defending the arena participate in these exchanges, but all other clan members, regardless of their cultivation level, could also participate. This was one of the perks of being the host family. Zhou Chun and the other Foundation establishment cultivators naturally didn't pay attention to or interfere with these exchanges among the younger generation. As long as no conflict arose, it was fine. For the next 2 days, Zhou Chun fulfilled his previous promise, leading the interested clan leaders on a tour of the Zhou family, explaining the various clan rules and policies, and exchanging their experiences in managing their families. During these visits and exchanges, the other clan leaders felt they gained a great deal, finding the trip worthwhile. Zhou Chun also gained many unexpected insights from his interactions with the other clan leaders. In particular, the cases of punishing erring clan members were worth learning from and reflecting upon. Every cultivation family that has been passed down for hundreds of years has experienced many different forms of violations of clan rules, some even outside the scope of the rules but still deserving of punishment. Zhou Chun hadn't encountered such cases in the Zhou family before. However, he learned a great deal from the experiences shared by the other clan leaders. Thus, the 2 days passed quickly. On the day of parting, Zhou Chun and several family elders saw the cultivators from each family off to the mountain gate. Zhou Chun, beaming with smiles, bowed to them and said, "Thank you again for your trust and support of the Zhou family. We will invite you again in the future. Thank you for your hospitality, fellow Taoist Zhou. If you have time in the future, please feel free to visit our Z family again." That's what I meant to. If fellow Taoist Zhou ever passes through Yuntao, please stop by our U family for a rest. I will certainly treat you with great hospitality. I won't say much more in thanks. Whenever fellow Taoist Zhou visits the Wen family, I will definitely offer you my treasured spirit wine and tea, ensuring you don't leave empty-handed. The invited clan leaders also bowed and bid farewell to Zhou Chun. Then, each using their own methods, they led their clansmen away from Nine Peaks Ridge. After watching the cultivators from each family depart, Zhou Chun led the elders back to the mountain gate. At this moment, the Zhou family cultivators who had participated in defending the arena, as well as many who hadn't been on duty, had all gathered on the plaza atop Pagoda Peak. When Zhou Chun returned with several elders, he surveyed the Zhou family members with a dignified gaze and slowly spoke, "You all either participated in this joint martial arts competition or witnessed it firsthand. I imagine you all have some understanding of it by now. The reason the family went to such great lengths to organize this joint martial arts competition is to train and hone you, to give you the opportunity to spar with the elites of other families, and to broaden your knowledge and experience." He paused slightly, giving everyone a moment to consider. Then he continued, "I won't ask about your specific insights and gains here. I simply want to warn you, as your elders, that in your future conduct and actions, you must never be arrogant, conceited, or indulge in extravagance. Never let your newfound abilities lead you to a narrow-minded perspective, underestimating the talents of the world. Know that my Zhou family is currently only a small, powerful cultivation clan, not even enough to dominate within Lanzhou, let alone the entire Jing kingdom. If you become arrogant and complacent because of your background, narrow-minded and underestimating other cultivators, you may one day lose your lives in the wilderness, even bringing ruin to your family." After these words, the Zhou family cultivators were all astonished. They hadn't expected their patriarch, Zhou Chun, to utter such a warning at this moment. These unexpected words left them momentarily bewildered. Fortunately, Elder Zhou Jiao knew the inside story. Seeing that the clansmen were somewhat confused by Zhou Chun's words, he immediately stepped forward to explain, "The clan leader's words are all for your own good and for the good of the clan. From now on, when you are out in the world, while taking good care of yourselves, you must also remember, never abuse your power to bully others, thinking that just because you have the clan's backing, you can easily bully and humiliate those rogue cultivators and cultivators from other families. In short, when you act outside, in addition to ensuring your own safety, you must also think carefully about the clan rules and laws before acting. Don't think that just because you're out in the world, you can act recklessly." After his explanation, the Zhou family cultivators immediately understood Zhou Chun's meaning. They all respectfully agreed and kept it in mind. However, whether they could truly heed this warning and restrain their behavior remained to be seen. For Zhou Chun, he had said everything he needed to say. If anyone dared to disregard the issues he emphasized, then once he found out they had committed a crime, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Of course. After giving these clansmen a warning, Zhou Chun didn't forget to give them a reward. Those clan cultivators who participated in defending the arena, in addition to the promised merit points for victory or defeat, each received a guaranteed reward of 100 merit points. At the same time, Zhou Chun was also beginning to consider the foundation establishment matters for outstanding younger generations like Zhou Xinlin and Zhou Zindi. First update, there should be a second one. Chapter 315 Zhou Ming's Breakthrough, Development of Dragon Rising Valley. The Zhou family had long established rules regarding the use of foundation establishment pills. One could only obtain them by possessing either a superior grade spiritual root, making significant contributions to the family, or accumulating 5,000 points of family merit. Therefore, even the biological children of a family member at the Purple Mansion stage could not obtain Foundation Establishment Pills for foundation building if they failed to meet any of these 3 criteria. Currently, the Zhou family had 3 unused Foundation Establishment Pills, a more than sufficient quantity. Even if one was reserved for Zhou Zinayan, who possessed a superior grade spiritual root, 2 would still be available for other family members. However, even as the patriarch, Zhou Chun could not openly violate the family rules by allocating 2 Foundation Establishment Pills to a single family member. Therefore, although he felt that both Zhou Xinlan and Zhou Xindi had the potential to cultivate foundations, he could only create more opportunities for them to gain family merit within the rules. Fortunately, both were still relatively young, around 40 years old, and had ample time to accumulate merit. For the next 4 years, Zhou Chun and the Zhou family focused on development and diligently cultivated their internal energy. After 4 years of dedicated cultivation, Zhou Chun finally made a breakthrough in cultivating and optimizing the bloodline of the Jade Spirit Bee. Through several experiments, he had fully mastered the method of evolving a first-tier queen bee into a second-tier queen bee. Under his personal supervision, he successfully cultivated the queen bee in the Zhou family's bee colony to the second tier. Once the queen bee evolved to the second tier, everything was just as Zhou Chun had read in the Thousand Spirit Sect scriptures. Almost all of its eggs hatched into demonic insects. The last obstacle preventing the expansion of the Zhou family's bee colony was now gone. With a second-tier queen bee and a sufficient supply of flowers, the Zhou family's bee colony could quickly grow to several thousand, greatly increasing the production of spirit honey. If the queen bee's evolution was the first joyous event, then Zhou Ming's breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm was the second joyous event for the Zhou family in these 4 years. Zhou Ming himself had already cultivated his Purple Mansion realm for 60 or 70 years. Now, his breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm was a natural progression. With his mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivation, coupled with the fire god Jackal, also a mid-grade third-tier demonic beast, he was more than capable of fighting even a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. Of course, for the Zhou family, which was changing rapidly year after year, there were many other happy events. For example, the Wind Shadow Dragon Serpent, which they had cultivated a few years ago, had successfully bred 2 clutches of eggs and hatched over a dozen Wind Shadow Dragon Serpents. From then on, the Wind Shadow Dragon Serpent, a dragon-blooded demonic beast species, had firmly established itself in the Zhou family. Furthermore, Lin Hongyu, who had traveled to Yang Kingdom, sent Lin Weiner back. According to Lin Weiner, Lin Hongyu had successfully occupied the location of the Earth Element Crystal Jade mine and had begun secretly organizing people to mine it. Lin Weiner returned wanting the Zhou family to help find sales channels to prevent anyone from tracing the source back to Lin Hongyu. This matter did indeed pose a challenge for Zhou Chun. Because once the Earth Element Crystal Jade was sold on a large scale, it would inevitably make people aware that the Zhou family owned such a mine. Although the Zhou family's current power might not necessarily lead to them being directly robbed, it still adds considerable risk. Therefore, after discussing with several elders including Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoai, it was decided that Lin Hongyu should first stockpile the excavated spirit ore, and then sell it off in large quantities in several batches later to avoid attracting trouble. In fact, the Zhou family no longer needs the share of the Earth Elemental Crystal Jade mine. Another benefit of the Zhou family's previous joint martial arts competition was that their monster eggs and cubs were selling better. Many cultivators who had fought against Zhou family members felt that raising a monster pet was much more cost-effective than acquiring 1 or 2 good magic artifacts. Therefore, they were willing to spend their spirit coins, which they would have previously used to buy magic artifacts, on buying monster eggs and cubs. And once they had a monster pet, they would naturally also buy some of the spirit beast food and spirit pills that the Zhou family sold at discounted prices. This, in turn, boosted sales of other related products. One thing that's currently troubling Zhou Chun regarding demonic beasts is the significant increase in the number of demonic beasts within the Zhou family, which has overwhelmed the family's beast enclosure. To put it more bluntly, the area of the Zhou family's 9 Peaks Ridge mountain gate is no longer sufficient to accommodate the many cultivators and demonic beasts from the Zhou family. 9 Peaks Ridge was originally a stronghold established by a few Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. It wasn't a particularly auspicious spiritual land. The Zhou family chose this location initially because, being newcomers, they didn't want to offend the local powers. Past events have proven that this was a correct choice. However, times have changed. With the increasing number of Zhou family members and the growing number of demonic beasts, the limited space at Nine Peaks Ridge is becoming insufficient. The usual solution is to expand the scale of the protective array, occupying more land. This isn't difficult, although no one in the Zhou family can currently modify the 5 directions Miro array. The Yu family can certainly provide assistance in this regard. The reality is that the spiritual energy concentration outside the Zhou family's existing mountain gate is far below the standard inside. Under these circumstances, blindly expanding the mountain gate's land area might actually lower the spiritual energy concentration inside, affecting the clansman's cultivation. Therefore, this method is simply not feasible. Another solution is to find another place with abundant spiritual energy to build a family villa, diverting some clansmen there to alleviate the burden on the mountain gate. However, this method is also not so easy to implement. Almost all the places with relatively abundant spiritual energy within Lanzhou have already been occupied, leaving no space for the Zhou family to build a family villa. If they were to repeat their old tricks and forcibly seize territory, it would be self-destructive, ruining the reputation they have painstakingly built over the decades. This is clearly not worthwhile. The currently feasible solution is for the Zhou family to also arrange for some clansmen to cultivate at that reclaimed base, thus achieving a diversionary effect. However, while people can be temporarily relocated, it's not advisable to relocate the demonic beasts to the reclaimed base for breeding. Perhaps it's time to screen the beasts kept by the family, weeding out the weak and keeping the strong, Zhou Chun muttered to himself. He immediately sent an order to the family's beast hall, asking them to compile a list of all the types and numbers of beasts kept by the family and report it to him. Less than a day later, Zhou Zhengxin, the head of the beast hall, personally came to report the situation to him. Clan leader, as you are aware, there are currently 27 types of beasts kept in the family's beast garden, including 84 eight-horned water deer, 42 dragon scale horses, 16 red-eyed dragon vultures, 14 dragon claw giant lizards, 13 wind shadow dragon snakes, 60 crimson flame golden monkeys, 20 crimson flame wolves, 10 rock armored earth pythons, 68 ink scale pythons, 68 emerald crowned flying snakes, 12 silver-backed black bears, 4 iron-feathered eagles, and 4 fragrant musk deer. In front of Zhou Chun, Zhou Zhengxin reported all the types and numbers of beasts kept in the Zhou family's beast garden in one breath, without omitting a single one. When reporting these findings, Zhou Zhengxin's tone was clearly filled with pride. After all, the explosive growth in the variety and number of these demonic beasts was all accomplished during his tenure. He had received numerous praises and awards from Zhou Chun for this. It was a pity that he was getting on in years, now over 80, otherwise, he would have liked to use all his merits to try and exchange them for a Foundation establishment pill. However, he failed to notice that Zhou Chun's expression showed little joy after hearing his report. Admittedly, in the past, such impressive data would have pleased Zhou Chun, as it represented the Zhou family's growing strength. But now, the existence of these demonic beasts might actually be a burden to the Zhou family. Indeed, for a cultivation family that passed down its beast-taming skills, the more diverse the types of demonic beasts the family kept, the better, as it meant more choices for the family members. However, the reality was not so simple. Excluding a few cultivators with special preferences, the vast majority of Zhou family cultivators would still choose demonic beasts with high growth potential and greater strength when selecting spirit pets. Beasts like the crimson flame Vajra monkey, red-eyed dragon vulture, dragon scale horse, and iron-feathered eagle are the most sought after by Zhou family cultivators, hence their relatively small numbers. The eight-horned water-splitting deer, once a popular choice, is now less popular. After all, the dragon scale horse, also a suitable mount, is superior in every aspect, not to mention the crimson-eyed dragon vulture. In fact, the Zhou family has been selling off the less popular beasts at low prices for years to alleviate the burden of raising them. Even so, their existence has become a tangible burden on the family. Therefore, after weighing the options in his mind, Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Zhengxin, whose hair was already gray, and said, "Fifth brother, you've submitted several reports recently explaining the necessity of expanding the beast garden, so you must have felt the difficulties of raising so many demonic beasts, but you also know the situation inside the family's mountain gate. The space is only so big, and the Beast Garden already occupies 40% of it. If the Beast Garden is expanded further, not only will the normal activity area of the clansmen inside the mountain gate be greatly squeezed, but the supply of spiritual energy from the spiritual veins will also likely be insufficient. So, until a better solution is found, I can only trouble you, fifth brother, to control the number of those demonic beast species with low potential and low economic value, preferably not letting their numbers exceed 5 pairs. Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Chun with surprise, not expecting that he had summoned him today just to say such a thing. Zhou Chun's solemn expression clearly indicated that there was no room for negotiation on this matter. After a brief silence, he nodded slightly and said, I understand. I will do as you instruct me when I return, then I'll trouble you. Fifth brother, Zhou Chun patted Zhou Chun on the shoulder and let him leave first. Afterwards, Zhou Chun went alone to the cave on the mountain top. You plan to activate Longsing Valley soon. Inside the cave, Zhou Ming was quite surprised when he learned from Zhou Chun's purpose. It turned out that Zhou Chun had come to see him this time to activate the undeveloped Longsing Valley outpost on the banks of Longyidong Marsh. Yes, the family's development has been hampered in many ways by the insufficient size of the family's mountain gate. Developing Dragon Rising Valley will not only allow us to relocate the family's elite guards from the mountain gate, freeing up more space for the family's cultivators, but it will also bring new sources of income to the family. We can even send some of the family's elders to help. These elders are experienced and have basically severed their cultivation paths. Even if they return to the family, they will certainly keep quiet and not reveal this matter. At this point, Zhou Chun further stated, the main reason is that all the conditions for developing Dragon Rising Valley are now ripe. The family can send people to oversee the Purple Mansion stage and Foundation Establishment stage cultivators there, ensuring that the area is not left unsupervised. In that case, let Dao Quan come back as well, and let's hear his and Dao Yi's opinions. Zhou Ming nodded slightly and immediately expressed his views. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun did not say anything more and directly withdrew to inform Zhou Dao Quan, who was overseeing the reclaimed stronghold. Several days later, Zhou Chun and the 3 supreme elders of the Zhou family gathered in the mountaintop cave to discuss the development of Longsing Valley. After some discussion, the 3 supreme elders agreed to Zhou Chun's proposal. With the proposal approved, Zhou Chun quickly drafted a plan and ordered the procurement of necessary supplies. Zhou Dao, meanwhile, led the Zhou family's array master, Zhou Zindi, to Longsing Valley to inspect and maintain the array foundation left by Zhou Chongshan, and to embed the array artifacts Zhou Chongshan had crafted before his death into it, setting up the protective array there. After Zhou Dao and Zhou Zindi spent more than half a month activating the protective array of Longsing Valley, Zhou Chun's side had also prepared the necessary personnel and supplies. In addition to Su Fu and the 48 family assassins, Zhou Chun had also reached an agreement with 10 Zhou family elders over 70 years old, who were all willing to serve the family in Longsing Valley for a period of time. Furthermore, Zhou Daoquan and the Zhou family elders Zhou Zhenggang and his wife would be permanently stationed in Longsing Valley. After Zhou Dao returned, Zhou Chun and Zhou Dao led the 60-odd people to Dragon Rising Valley via the underground river. To prevent the underground river from being exposed, while the Azure Dragon Kicking and the Silver Lightning Python Bebe carried these people to Dragon Abyss Marsh, Zhou Dao, Zhou Daoquan, and Zhou Chun used a sealing technique to imprison their magical power and senses, leaving them like blind and deaf people, carried on the backs of the 2 spirit pets. The seals were only lifted upon reaching land on the shores of Dragon Abyss Marsh. Second update. Chapter 316 An Unexpected Letter. This is Dragon Rising Valley. From now on, this will be your only place to rest and resupply in the wilderness, in a valley overgrown with weeds and shrubs. Dozens of Zhou family assassins and a dozen Zhou family cultivators, arriving for the first time, stared wide-eyed with curiosity at the valley's interior. Frankly, without knowing its contents, the valley didn't give them a good first impression. Its area of less than 100 acres was far too cramped. It wouldn't be enough for even 5 or 6 cultivators, let alone 50 or 60. After all, cultivators valued their privacy highly, and aside from dual cultivation partners, few would share a roof with others. In this area of less than 100 acres, even building individual courtyards wouldn't guarantee one for each person. Therefore, although no one spoke aloud, most people frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the place. The Zhou family elders were particularly noticeable. Although these elderly members of the Zhou family were considered among the most hardworking in the clan, They had never experienced such hardship since embarking on the path of cultivation. The thought of potentially spending most of their lives in such a place made them immediately regret agreeing to come. Zhou Chun, observing their expressions, immediately spoke to reassure them. This place is indeed a bit small, but the location is excellent, greatly reducing the chance of being discovered. Besides, no outsiders will come here, so you don't need to worry about being disturbed during your daily cultivation. Of course, this is just a starting point. After you have thoroughly explored the surrounding area, the family will definitely choose another place to establish a larger base. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Daoquan immediately chimed in. Zheng Chun is right. You shouldn't just look at how small this place is, you should also see its advantages. This valley is the spiritual eye of the local spiritual vein. Cultivating here is much better than where you were before. Besides, we are here to make a name for ourselves, not to settle down and retire. Having a place to live and rest is enough. Why ask for more? As the family's supreme elder and one of the most senior cultivators present, who would also be residing here permanently, Zhou Daoquan's words finally made the Zhou family elders feel more at ease, and they stopped showing such displeasure. As for Su Fu and his fellow Zhou family assassins, they were already accustomed to the communal living environment within the Zhou family's mountain gate. Knowing they had little right to complain, their attitudes were quite peaceful. After calming their nerves, the group immediately began construction. The purification array used to cleanse the turbid energy in Longsing Valley hadn't yet been set up, so the immediate priority was to establish it and create a place for cultivation. Since the array's equipment was readily available, the purification array was completed in less than 3 days under the arrangement of Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Zindi. Compared to the massive purification array at Zhou Family 9 Peaks Ridge, this one was much smaller. It only had 3 basic sinking fiend wells, arranged in a triangle on the outer peaks of the valley, connecting to the Earth's veins below. This meant that maintaining the purification array required only 9 people. This was clearly a special arrangement made considering the limited manpower in Longsing Valley. After the cleansing spirit array was successfully activated, Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoyi left with Zhou Zindi. Everything at Longsing Valley would be managed by Zhou Daoquan and Zhou Zhengyang, with Zhou Zhengyang primarily responsible for managing Su Fu and the others. The relevant mission plans had already been compiled and given to them. From now on, Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoyi only needed to come every 2 months to collect their harvest and provide them with necessary supplies. After Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoyi left, Zhou Zhengyang directed dozens of people to officially begin constructing the Longsing Valley stronghold. He selected several late-stage key refining family assassins, including Su Fu, and had them each lead 4 or 5 mid-stage key refining cultivators to scout the area and draw detailed maps. He himself, along with the Zhou family elders and the remaining early-stage key refining cultivators, embarked on a large-scale construction project, building residences, warehouses, and other structures within the valley. In just 1 month, over a dozen wooden and stone buildings, along with several independent courtyards, were constructed in the small valley. Those independent courtyards were naturally for Zhou Daoquan and Zhou Zhengyang to live in, since their cultivation levels and statuses were different and they couldn't live with others. The 10 elders of the Zhou family lived separately in the multi-story buildings from Su Fu and the others. Meanwhile, after more than a month of exploration, Su Fu and the others had thoroughly explored the entire area within 100 miles of Longsing Valley and drawn a very detailed map. When Zhou Zhengyang received the map and listened to Su Fu and the others' explanation, a look of surprise appeared on his face. No wonder my 13th brother said that if Longsing Valley is developed well, the annual income alone could create a foundation establishment cultivator for the family. It seems that what he said was absolutely true, he thought to himself, recalling what Zhou Chun had once told him, and now he believed it even if he didn't want to. According to Su Fu and the others, they had discovered dozens of kinds of wild spiritual herbs in just the area of 100 miles. Within Lanzhou, even some ginseng and polygonodum that were 70 or 80 years old would be dug up by rogue cultivators and exchanged for spiritual coins. However, in this desolate land, medicinal herbs such as century-old Solomon's seal and century-old Ganoderma lucidum are easy to find. On the map in Zhou Zhengyang's hand, a mountain peak was specially marked, and the annotations indicated that a large number of wild Solomon's seal grew on this mountain, including more than a dozen century-old ones. The demonic beast occupying such a mountain peak was merely a first-tier high-grade demonic beast, the Windfang tiger. This was absolutely unimaginable in Lanzhou. In addition, This desolate land also had many wild spiritual trees, many of which were over 1,000 years old. After these spiritual trees were felled, they could be used as building materials, or for refining weapons and setting up formations. Now, such a natural treasure trove was laid out here, and the Zhou family could take whatever they wanted. Thinking of this, Zhou's Hengaiong was eager to personally lead a team to hunt demons and collect herbs. Just as Zhou's Hengaiong began to show his skills and lead his people to collect various spiritual items in the desolate land, Zhou Chun encountered another matter. One day, a rogue cultivator suddenly arrived at Nine Peaks Ridge, claiming to have been entrusted by a Foundation Establishment Stage Senior to deliver a letter to the Zhou family patriarch. When Zhou Chun received the jade slit and read its contents, his expression immediately changed. He then hurriedly went to the cave on the mountaintop to pay his respects to Zhou Ming. "You said that traitor Zhou Yu sent someone to deliver a letter to you, wanting to sell the black jade toad they stole to the family." Inside the cave, Zhou Ming, upon hearing Zhou Chun's purpose, was also stunned, revealing an expression of disbelief. That's exactly what she said in the letter, saying that if the family gives her a Foundation Establishment pill, she will hand over the black jade toad to the family. Zhou Chun nodded slightly and solemnly recited the contents of the jade slip. It turned out that the owner of the jade slip was Zhou Yu, a Zhou family cultivator who had defected from the Spirit Beast Manor more than 10 years ago. Now, for some unknown reason, he suddenly wanted to use the stolen black jade toad as a bargaining chip to exchange for a Foundation Establishment pill from the Zhou family. Because the matter involved a troublesome figure like Zhou Yu, as well as treasures like the black jade toad and the Foundation Establishment pill, Zhou Chun naturally dared not agree on his own and could only consult with Zhou Ming. The value of the black jade toad is certainly far greater than a Foundation Establishment pill, but the problem is that Zhou Yu first betrayed my Zhou family, and then betrayed the Spirit Beast Manor. How credible can the words of such a traitor be? Zhou Ming frowned, his words full of doubt about Zhou Yu's letter. This was understandable. Others might not know the black jade toad's purpose, but he and Zhou Chun did. The black jade toad was a pair of strange beasts found in a foreign land by a purple mansion stage cultivator from the Zhou family's ancestor. These beasts themselves were weak, easily killed even by many first-tier high-grade demonic beasts. However, they possessed extremely long lifespans, having been passed down in the Zhou family for over 400 years. If that were all, it wouldn't be so remarkable. There are many long-lived creatures in the world, nothing special. But the toad venom produced by the black jade toad had many wonderful uses. This toad venom contains a considerable amount of toxins, enough to kill a key refining stage cultivator. However, when combined with certain spiritual herbs to create a fragrant incense, it becomes a rare and precious spiritual substance capable of strengthening the soul of a purple mansion stage cultivator. In the past, whenever a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator in the Zhou family successfully opened their purple mansion, they would receive a small box of this fragrant incense as a family reward. Due to the limited production of toad venom from the black jade toad and the need for secrecy, this fragrant incense has almost never leaked out. Even within the Zhou family, very few cultivators knew about it. It was only after the Zhou family was forced to split up the Yujinghua in order to win over other purple mansion stage cultivators. Use this fragrant incense as a bargaining chip for Xiao Lingayan and other purple mansion stage cultivators. With such great uses, the black jade toad, in terms of true value, surpasses even the spiritual items used by Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Daoquan when they opened their purple mansion. Now, Zhou Yu is only using it to exchange for a Foundation Establishment pill. How can anyone believe it? Not only Zhou Ming disbelieves it, but Zhou Chun also finds it hard to believe. However, he still said, regardless of how credible this matter is, I think we should treat it with the attitude of better safe than sorry. After all, the black jade toad is, after all, a legacy left to his descendants by our ancestors. Hearing this, Zhou Ming's eyes immediately narrowed, and then he nodded and said, yes, Zhengjin, what you said makes sense. Regardless of whether this matter is true or not, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, we should try our best to seize it. After speaking, he looked at Zhou Chun and asked, did she say how the transaction should be conducted? And where is the transaction location? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied, she said in the letter that if we agree to this transaction, we should take the items to Jincheng Market in Fen Kingdom to participate in an underground treasure exchange. Oh, so she has fled back to Fen Kingdom all these years. Zhou Ming's expression changed, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. Previously, Zhou Yu and others had defected from Spirit Beast Manor and their whereabouts were unknown. Spirit Beast Manor and the Zhou family had both put up a large-scale bounty on their heads to hunt them down, but there had been no news ever since. It seems they've chosen to flee back to Fen Kingdom to evade the warrant for their arrest. He couldn't help but sneer. They're not stupid. They know that the Zhou family and the Spirit Beast Manor wouldn't dare show their faces in Fen Kingdom easily. He then nodded to Zhou Chun, saying, since that's the case, then I'll personally go to Jincheng Market. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun shook his head with a wry smile, saying, I'm afraid that won't work. She said in her letter that she only accepts the fifth elder for transactions. If a Zhou family cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage appears, she will cancel the transaction. The fifth elder of the Zhou family is Zhou Jia. She was the one who owed Zhou Yu a favor and had to take Zhou Chun to see him. Now that Zhou Yu has specifically requested that she trade with him, he clearly believes that he is more familiar with Zhou Jia and that the transaction will be safer. HMPH, she certainly has a lot of demands. Zhou Ming snorted coldly, somewhat dissatisfied, and then said, then I'll personally take Jia to Jincheng Market and see what tricks she's up to this time. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun shook his head again and said, it's certainly safer for you to go personally, elder, but I'm afraid it might alert her and make her afraid to show herself. In my opinion, I might accompany the fifth elder. That way, even if she discovers me, she probably won't be as wary of me as she is of you. Moreover, I can take the opportunity to use the Blue Moon Butterfly to track her, and perhaps we can find her hiding place by following the clues. When Zhou Chun chose to cultivate the Blue Moon Butterfly through a contract, besides valuing its ability to create illusions, he also valued the tracking effect of its butterfly pollen. Once the butterfly pollen of an adult male blue moon butterfly leaves its wings, it turns into colorless and odorless particles. These particles stick to something, and female blue moon butterflies can smell them from miles away. Therefore, when Zhou Chun finished reading Zhou Yu's letter, this plan had already formed in his mind. He didn't want to gamble on whether Zhou Yu would actually exchange the Black Jade Toad for the Foundation Establishment Pill. He only wanted to find an opportunity to capture Zhou Yu. That way, both the Black Jade Toad and the Foundation Establishment Pill would fall into his hands. Hearing his words, Zhou Ming only hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly and saying, since you have this plan, Zheng Chun, let's go together. I won't enter the market, I'll just wait for you outside. That way, we won't be discovered, and I can secretly protect you from being ambushed. He was still worried about Zhou Chun's safety and insisted on going himself. Zhou Chun, of course, wouldn't refuse the secret protection of a Purple Mansion stage cultivator and immediately replied respectfully, yes, Junior obeys, only one chapter today, 2 more tomorrow. Chapter 317 Underground Treasure Exchange, Corpse Moth. After drafting the plan, Zhou Chun quickly explained it to the fourth elder, Zhou Jia. As an elder of the family, Zhou Jia naturally wouldn't refuse the family's decision. She had already repaid the favor she owed Zhou Yu last time. Although she didn't want to plot against this former elder, since the family had made the decision, she had no choice but to carry it out. So, the next day, she left Jifang Ridge directly, heading towards Fen Kingdom. Zhou Chun, however, only secretly left the family's mountain gate with Zhou Ming 3 days after Zhou Jia left, heading to Fen Kingdom together. According to the plan, after arriving at Jincheng Market in Fen Kingdom, Zhou Chun would have a brief meeting with Zhou Jia and give her the Foundation Establishment Pill. Afterwards, Zhou Chun would find another way to enter the Underground Treasure Exchange Association. Several days later, Zhou Chun, disguised, successfully gave the Foundation Establishment Pill to Zhou Jia. After receiving the pill, Zhou Jia went directly to a shop mentioned in Zhou Yu's letter and obtained a token for entering the Underground Treasure Exchange Association from the shopkeeper. Meanwhile, after some shopping, Zhou Chun successfully purchased the token for entering the Underground Treasure Exchange Society from a shop in Jincheng Market. However, with more than half a month to go before the official start of the Underground Treasure Exchange Society, Zhou Chun had to stay in Jincheng Market temporarily. For the next half-month, to avoid alerting the enemy, Zhou Chun stayed in his rented inn, quietly cultivating and reading. It wasn't until the evening of the day the Underground Treasure Exchange Society began that he disguised himself and, carrying the token, went to a secluded spot in the market. He arrived at the location marked on the token, outside the door of a shop. Looking up at the shop's sign, he saw that the 5 large characters Black Flame Refining Shop were covered in dust, as if they hadn't been cleaned in a long time. Just as he was looking at the tightly closed shop, wondering how to get in, the door suddenly opened a crack, and a deep voice came from within, saying, "Senior, are you also here to participate in the underground trade fair?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun's eyes flashed, and he immediately replied, "That's right, I have a token to prove it." His voice had been subtly altered, becoming a more androgynous tone, making it difficult to distinguish his gender. This voice, combined with his loose robe and the face covering hat he wore, meant that even those familiar with him would likely find it hard to recognize him by his voice and appearance. As he spoke, Zhou Chun extended his hand from his sleeve, revealing a round iron plate made of black iron, imprinted with a silver spiritual pattern that was difficult to imitate. To ensure the best possible result, his palms and wrists had been soaked in a whitening potion beforehand, making them appear exceptionally fair and smooth. "Since you have the token, please come in, Senior." A gaze seemed to be observing the token in Zhou Chun's hand through the crack in the door. Several dozen breaths passed before the voice from behind the door sounded again. Then the door was pushed open slightly from the inside, creating an opening just large enough for one person to enter. "Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist," Zhou Chun replied, stepping through the door. Once inside, he saw that the cultivator he had spoken to was also wearing a silver-white mask, and his cultivation level was not high, merely a key refining stage cultivator. After welcoming him in, the man gestured to him, saying, "Please follow me, Senior." He then led Zhou Chun through an inner door in the front hall, into the back courtyard, and finally to a well in the courtyard. Then, pointing to the well, he said, "Going down from here will take you directly to where you are going, Senior. I have other seniors to tend to, so I won't go down with you." Zhou Chun looked down at the well and saw that the water was shimmering and full of steam, just a normal well. He didn't ask any questions, but simply clasped his hands in a salute and said, "Thank you for showing me the way, fellow Taoist." After saying that, he released his magic power to form a protective shield around himself and jumped down into the well. Once he was actually at the bottom, Zhou Chun realized that the well water he had seen was just a deliberate illusion. In reality, the well water was only 2 or 3 zang deep, but the bottom had been sealed off by a water-repelling artifact. After passing through the water-repelling layer, he reached the real bottom of the well and saw a bright underground passage in front of him. Following the underground passage for more than 10 zang, Zhou Chun entered an underground cavern. At this moment, 40 or 50 cultivators had gathered in this spacious underground cavern, and none of them had a cultivation level lower than the foundation establishment stage. Most of the cultivators, like Zhou Chun, disguised themselves, clearly not wanting to reveal their true identities. However, a small number of cultivators made no attempt to conceal themselves, showing their true faces. These individuals were either Purple Mansion stage cultivators or late Foundation establishment stage cultivators. In short, they were very confident in their strength. Since the underground treasure exchange hadn't officially begun yet, they all found an open space to sit and rest, remaining silent. Seeing this, Zhou Chun followed suit, finding a place to sit and patiently waiting. Actually, this was his first time participating in the underground treasure exchange. This kind of event was similar to the underground auctions he had participated in before, but also had many differences. The similarities were that this event also used a token-based invitation system. Only those with a token could enter, and participants were encouraged to conceal their identities. Furthermore, the origin of anything appearing at the underground treasure exchange was not to be questioned. The differences lay in the location and revenue structure of the underground treasure exchange. Underground treasure hunts are typically held in secure market areas. This ensures that even if someone acquires valuable items, they don't have to worry about being ambushed and can have ample time to process them within the market. The organizers charge a venue fee to successful sellers, usually around 2% of the total value of the items sold. Furthermore, tokens for these underground treasure hunts must be purchased with spirit coins by participating cultivators. For example, Zhou Chun spent over 1,000 spirit coins at his shop to buy pills and talismans to qualify for token purchases. He then spent another 300 spirit coins to buy the tokens. Most of the spirit coins earned from the sale of these tokens end up in the organizers' pockets. Therefore, the organizers of these underground treasure hunts usually have close ties with market managers, or the market managers themselves are often participants. Moreover, compared to underground auctions, underground treasure hunts are held more frequently, sometimes even at fixed times. Therefore, These underground treasure exchange fairs have become a favorite place for Foundation establishment and Purple Mansion cultivators to sell stolen goods. For example, Zhou Chun brought some items he had obtained in Jing Kingdom with him to this underground treasure exchange fair, hoping to find an opportunity to sell them. Time slowly passed, and while Zhou Chun waited, more and more people entered the place. After waiting for about an hour, when the number of people in the underground hall reached more than 70, voices finally broke the silence. Alright, it's almost time. Those who haven't arrived yet don't need to wait any longer. Zhou Chun looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the speaker was a Purple Mansion cultivator wearing a crimson mask, seemingly the person in charge of organizing this underground treasure exchange fair. After attracting the attention of all the cultivators with his voice, he cupped his hands and said, "My code name is Red Fox, and I am in charge of this underground treasure exchange fair. Fellow cultivators, please just call me Red Fox." He then proceeded to recite the rules and precautions of the underground treasure exchange fair. It was nothing more than a series of general rules such as no forced buying and selling, and the need to pay a venue fee for each transaction. After explaining these rules and precautions, Red Fox patted his storage bag at his waist, took out several treasures, and placed them in front of him, explaining the uses of each treasure and what he wanted to exchange them for. Of course, he could also choose not to explain the treasures. He could simply take out the items and state what he wanted to exchange them for. This was entirely up to personal choice, with no mandatory requirements. This kind of treasure for treasure exchange was a true test of a cultivator's knowledge and experience. If one's knowledge was shallow and one made a mistake, then one could only learn a lesson by paying money. Zhou Chun watched silently. Within a quarter of an hour, several people had spoken to Red Fox about the treasures he had taken out, and most of them had been taken away. It seemed that the remaining 2 treasures had not been agreed upon, and he quickly put them back into his storage bag. Then, his gaze shifted to another old man with a horse-like face who hadn't concealed his features, and he said, "Fellow Taoist, would you be interested in displaying your treasures now?" The old man with the horse-like face hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "Then I shall humbly accept." He then reached into his storage pouch and took out 5 treasures. 1 second-tier mid-grade defensive magic artifact, the Azure Cloud Scarf, which can unleash a defensive glow to protect the entire body, capable of withstanding multiple strikes from a flying sword of the same tier. 3 tail feathers from a 3rd-tier demonic beast, the Blazing Sunbird. 5 feet of heartwood from a 1,000-year-old yin locust tree. 7 mid-grade snake saliva fruits, 2 high-grade snake saliva fruits. The old man with the horse-like face introduced each of his 5 treasures. After finishing, he looked around and said in a deep voice, "These items are only for a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, or any spiritual object that can benefit my cultivation." Upon hearing this, the cultivators who had initially shown interest in the items he had brought out immediately shook their heads, abandoning their plans. Whether it was a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb or a spiritual object that would benefit a cultivator like the horse-faced old man in the Purple Mansion stage, they would all be more precious than what he had offered, and were beyond the reach of the Foundation establishment stage cultivators present. Those who truly possessed them obviously wouldn't offer them in exchange. Thus, for a full quarter of an hour, no one communicated with the horse-faced old man telepathically. Seeing this, the horse-faced old man's face darkened. He knew perfectly well that his exchange request was somewhat excessive, but he wouldn't give up without trying. Seeing that no one could offer what he demanded, he could only compromise, saying, "Then I'll take another step back. Any spiritual herbs such as ginseng or lingzi that are over 800 years old can be used as bargaining chips." With this lower demand, someone quickly began communicating with him telepathically. After about a quarter of an hour, 3 of the 5 items he offered had been exchanged, so his trip wasn't entirely wasted. Only after the remaining 2 items remained unsold did Red Fox collect the venue fee from the horse-faced old man for those 3 items. Then, another cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage, whose face was concealed, was asked to display and exchange their treasures first. This was the rule of this underground treasure exchange. Those with higher cultivation levels could display and exchange their treasures first, getting what they wanted. Those with lower cultivation levels had to go later. In the cultivation world, strength was paramount, and this was true everywhere. However, even after the 5 Purple Mansion stage cultivators present had finished their exchanges, Zhou Chun hadn't made a single move. His standards were now high. Any magic artifacts, pills, or talismans below the 3rd rank were beneath his notice and were completely useless. So, Unless he encountered something that interested him, he was too lazy to make a move. This continued until 5 or 6 more Foundation establishment stage cultivators had left before he finally encountered something that interested him. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, whose identity was concealed, patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out a black jade box, opened it, revealing grayish-black insect eggs inside. Then the man said, 100 corpse moth eggs, plus 1 ounce of 7-leaf corpse orchid seeds, in exchange for a second-tier high-grade fire attribute magic weapon. Corpse moth eggs? Zhou Chun's eyes, hidden by his bamboo hat, flashed with a sharp light, and information about this demonic insect immediately surfaced in his mind. The corpse moth was indeed a strange insect. It wasn't very useful against normal cultivators, but it was the nemesis of various zombies and refining corpses. Corpse moths were extremely sensitive to corpse energy and loved to devour animal carcasses and plant stems and leaves containing corpse energy and yin energy. They were usually clumsy when flying and even disliked flying. However, when they encountered such delicious food, they could fly very fast. Moreover, the powerful bodies of zombies and refining corpses posed no threat to them. As long as they got close, they could absorb the corpse energy contained within. Even various spells and supernatural powers driven by corpse energy were extremely weak against corpse moths. If Zhou Ming had possessed 1,000 mature corpse-rotting moths in the underground tomb of Yang Kingdom, the zombie transformed from the golden core cultivator Han Yuan would have been utterly helpless, easily drained of its life force and reduced to ashes. However, as far as Zhou Chun knew, the corpse demon sect in Fen Kingdom had been dedicated to eradicating demonic insects and beasts like the corpse-rotting moth that could suppress corpse refining techniques. After all, the corpse demon sect's strength lay largely in the corpses they created and enslaved. Under these circumstances, how could this late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator dare to offer the eggs of these corpse-rotting moths in exchange? Wasn't he afraid that the corpse demon sect would find out and bring him mortal danger? Sure enough, just as Zhou Chun thought of this, Red Fox, from the Underground Treasure Exchange Society, frowned and stared at the man, saying, "You're incredibly bold. You dare to trade these corpse moth eggs?" Unexpectedly, the man feigned ignorance, saying, "Senior, I don't quite understand. These corpse moth eggs are merely spoils from one of my adventures. Why can't I trade them?" Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the underground cavern immediately became eerie. First update, one more tonight. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Cloudwater Swan and Black Jade Toad. Silence. Deathly silence. As the cultivator who offered corpse moth eggs as the bargaining chip finished speaking, many cultivators, including Zhou Chun, turned their gazes to Chi Hu, the representative of the Underground Treasure Exchange organizers. It must be said, the man's question was very clever. Although the corpse demon sect was resolute in its elimination of creatures like the corpse moth that countered corpse refining, the problem was that the corpse moth wasn't a scourge like the spirit-devouring locust or the thousand-slaying ant cricket, and wasn't on the list of prohibited items. Furthermore, Jincheng Market wasn't the corpse demon sect's territory, but rather the territory of the Jingyang sect, another major sect in the Fen Kingdom. The Jingyang sect was also a large sect with 2 nascent soul-stage cultivators. Previously, during the Great War between the corpse demon sect and various sects in the Fen Kingdom, the Jingyang sect had remained a bystander, not joining the fray. It was only through the Jingyang sect's mediation that the corpse demon sect ultimately chose to stop, refraining from exterminating those sects that had opposed them. In this context, if Red Fox were to declare corpse moths contraband and prohibit their trade at the Underground Treasure Exchange, it would undoubtedly give the impression that the Jingyang sect was afraid of the corpse demon sect. After all, it's impossible for the Underground Treasure Exchange to operate in Jincheng Market without the protection of powerful figures from the Jingyang sect. Once this impression takes hold, Jincheng Market will likely not be as prosperous as it is now, and fewer people will likely attend the Underground Treasure Exchange there in the future. Although the corpse demon sect currently holds a dominant position in Fen Kingdom, they are not favored by most independent cultivators and orthodox cultivators for well-known reasons. The increasing prosperity of Jincheng market in recent years is due to many independent and orthodox cultivators traveling great distances to trade in markets managed by the corpse demon sect. Therefore, many cultivators, including Zhou Chun, are watching Red Fox to see how he will respond to the question posed by the owner of the corpse moth eggs. Is this guy deliberately trying to cause trouble? Zhou Chun muttered to himself, feeling that the man was likely there on purpose. At that moment, something unexpected happened to him and the other cultivators. Before Crimson Fox could answer, a masked late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator suddenly spoke up. Why make things difficult for Senior Crimson Fox? Since you wish to exchange these rotting corpse moth eggs for a second-tier high-grade fire attribute magic weapon, then I'll trade with you. He then patted his storage pouch at his waist, taking out a fiery red feather fan magic weapon. He introduced it, saying, "This phoenix feather fan is crafted from the tail feathers of a second-tier high-grade demonic beast, the phoenix tail fire pheasant, and thousand-year-old flaming sunwood. Just collecting the materials and the crafting costs alone cost me over 5,000 spirit coins. Its power will definitely not disappoint you." After saying this, he immediately erased his divine sense imprint from the magic weapon and handed it to the man. Seeing this, the previously silent Red Fox suddenly spoke up, saying, "Since someone is willing to exchange, I won't say anything more. However, if another underground treasure exchange is held next time, I will request that the rules be revised to prevent anyone from causing trouble again." His answer wasn't perfect, but it at least temporarily resolved the crisis of credibility. The cultivator who had brought out the corpse moth eggs stopped his unreasonable demands and readily completed the exchange. Afterwards, other cultivators took over, bringing out treasures for exchange. About an hour later, Zhou Chun's target at Jincheng market finally appeared. A black-robed, masked cultivator, after receiving a signal from Red Fox, took out a blue jade box from her sleeve and placed it in front of her. She opened the box, revealing two palm-sized, jet-black toads. The two toads seemed to have been under some kind of spell, their eyelids were tightly closed, and they were motionless, but the life force of their creatures could still be felt. Just as the numerous cultivators in the underground cave were intently observing the two toads, they heard Zhou Yu's offer. A pair of black jade toads, for one Foundation establishment pill. What? Zhou Yu's offer astonished many Foundation establishment cultivators present. They looked at the two toads with surprise, unable to understand how these two seemingly weak beasts could be worth a Foundation establishment pill. Soon, a cultivator couldn't contain himself and asked Zhou Yu, "Fellow Taoist, could you tell me what the use of these black jade toads is? What makes them worth a Foundation establishment pill?" Hearing this, Zhou Yu calmly replied, "No need. Those who know their value will naturally exchange them, those who don't, it's pointless to talk." This deliberately mysterious statement made many cultivators frown, inwardly displeased. However, the underground treasure exchange was somewhat like a market stall, so even though they were unhappy with Zhou Yu's charade, they couldn't say anything more. Just then, Zhou Jia suddenly stepped forward from the crowd and said, "All right, I'll exchange it for a Foundation establishment pill." She walked up to Zhou Yu and handed him the white jade bottle containing the pill. The aunt and niece looked at each other through their veils, Zhou Jia's eyes filled with disappointment. Even when Zhou Yu chose to stay at the Spirit Beast Manor, she had never felt this disappointed. Seemingly sensing the disappointment in Zhou Jia's eyes, Zhou Yu quickly took the jade bottle from her, uncorked it, and began checking the Foundation establishment pill inside, no longer meeting Zhou Jia's gaze. After a while, she whispered, "All right, the black jade toad is yours." She then closed the jade box containing the black jade toad and handed it to Zhou Jia. This exchange quickly aroused suspicion among onlookers, who wondered if the two knew each other. Meanwhile, they became even more curious about the uses of the black jade toad, wondering why these two seemingly unremarkable demonic beasts were worth Zhou Jia exchanging a Foundation establishment pill for. This included several Purple Mansion stage cultivators. Zhou Chun couldn't see the others, but he clearly saw a strange glint in the eyes of the horse-faced old man who had revealed his face. Clearly, these Purple Mansion stage cultivators, unaware of the black jade toad's purpose, were also intensely curious about something worth Zhou Jia exchanging a Foundation establishment pill for. However, these people were destined to be disappointed. Even someone like Zhou Yu, who knew the black jade toad's uses, couldn't utilize it effectively because her cultivation level was below the Purple Mansion stage, and she didn't have the formula for that kind of spiritual incense. Even if she revealed its uses, it would be highly unlikely that others who obtained the black jade toad could research the formula for that spiritual incense. The Zhou family was able to possess the formula for that spiritual incense because their ancestor who obtained the black jade toad received it from a foreign land, not because the Zhou family had researched it themselves. This might also be one reason why Zhou Yu was willing to exchange the black jade toad for the Foundation establishment pill. After all, having a treasure in hand but not being able to figure out how to use it had probably frustrated her for over 10 years. The underground treasure exchange continued, and Zhou Chun finally had a chance to make a move, exchanging a second-tier high-grade magic artifact for an egg of a mid-level demon beast, the Cloudwater Swan. The Swan, as Zhou Chun often referred to it in his previous life, wasn't a powerful combat beast, but it excelled at long-distance flight and possessed excellent swimming skills, making it a good choice for a mount. However, few cultivators in the underground cavern were as willing as Zhou Chun to disregard a second-tier high-grade magic artifact and exchange it for a mid-level demon beast egg that could only serve as a mount after hatching. While a mid-level demon beast could certainly be raised to become a second-tier demon beast, without a significant investment of resources, its growth cycle would be at least 30 or 40 years. A cultivator who could offer a high-grade second-tier magic weapon in exchange would normally be at least a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, nearly 200 years old. A cultivator of that age wouldn't have the time or energy to raise a spirit beast they might not even need. When it was Zhou Chun's turn to exchange, he simply pulled out a low-grade second-tier magic weapon to get by. After nearly a day of exchanges, everyone had finally had their turn. Once the last early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator had presented their prepared exchange item, the representative of the underground treasure exchange, Red Fox, immediately bowed to everyone present and said, "Thank you all for your presence. This underground treasure exchange is now concluded. Please hand over your tokens to me and then leave." Hearing this, the cultivators present immediately took out their tokens and threw them into the basket he had brought out, and then people began to leave along the same route they had come from. Seeing this, Zhou Chun followed Zhou Jia leisurely, leaving the underground cavern together. It was nighttime outside, and upon reaching the backyard of the Blackfire refining shop, Zhou Chun and Zhou Jia acted as if they were strangers, each leaving through their respective gates in different directions. Once they reached a secluded spot, Zhou Chun casually disappeared into a grove of trees, removed his black robe, and emerged from the other side of the grove, returning to his residence. Not long after, Zhou Jia brought the black jade toad to the inn where Zhou Chun was staying. "Has Aunt 13 seen the black jade toad before? Can you tell if it's different from before?" Inside the inn, after examining the black jade toad given to him by Zhou Jia, Zhou Chun looked at her with a serious expression and asked about the situation. He genuinely had never seen the black jade toad before, and besides confirming it was indeed the black jade toad based on family records and Zhou Ming's account, he couldn't discern anything more. Faced with his question, Zhou Jia immediately shook his head and said, "I've never seen one before. Such spirit beasts were always raised by the Foundation establishment cultivators or even Purple Mansion cultivators of the family. They were not something I, who was still in the key refining stage at the time, could come into contact with. In that case, let's send a message to the Supreme Elder to come over and ask him to appraise it in person." Zhou Chun nodded and made a decision immediately. Now that they had the black jade toad, even if Zhou Ming was exposed, they wouldn't be afraid of alerting him. Zhou Ming was already hiding not far outside Jincheng Market. After receiving Zhou Chun's message talisman, he quickly rushed into the market to meet him. When Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun met, Zhou Ming's expression changed drastically upon seeing the black jade toad Zhou Chun had given him. He roared angrily, "As expected, I knew that slut Zhou Yu wouldn't have a change of heart. This damned woman has ruined the black jade toad like this." Hearing his furious words, Zhou Chun's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly asked, "Elder, what have you discovered? What's wrong with this black jade toad?" "Life force. The black jade toad's life force has decreased significantly," Zhou Ming said gravely. Decreased life force? Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback. He examined the pair of toads in the jade box again, but still couldn't discern anything amiss. "Stop looking. You haven't seen the black jade toad in its normal state before. Without a comparison, it's hard to see the difference. That bitch Zhou Yu probably knows that only the three of us Purple Mansion cultivators have seen this black jade toad in the family, which is why she forbids us from trading with her." Zhou Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he spoke. The Zhou family now has 3 purple mansion cultivators, and this black jade toad is definitely a very useful treasure for the Zhou family. But now that the black jade toad has become like this, it's unknown whether it can still produce toad venom normally in the future, or even survive. This made Zhou Ming feel a strong desire to kill Zhou Yu. After Zhou Chun noticed this, he immediately said, "I'll use the blue moon butterfly to determine her location. We must capture her and find out what happened." Then he patted the insect pouch at his waist and released a palm-sized sky blue butterfly demon insect. Zhou Chun's insect pouch was the one that Han Yuan had left behind. After Zhou Ming obtained the storage bag and the spirit beast bag, he used the storage bag himself but gave the other spirit beast bag to Zhou Chun, who cultivated the art of insect control. Now, Zhou Chun's insect bag contains the 3 types of demonic insects he has contracted. At this moment, Zhou Chun commanded the sky blue butterfly demonic insect to land on his shoulder and gave it instructions. Soon, the butterfly demonic insect flew off his shoulder and headed in a certain direction. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately asked Zhou Jia to stay and recount the events of the underground treasure exchange to Zhou Ming, while he, along with the blue moon butterfly, went out to find Zhou Yu's whereabouts. Guided by the blue moon butterfly, they walked for a while in the market, eventually arriving at the outside of the market's cultivation area. The cultivation area was a crucial part of the market, with a large number of cultivators. It was not suitable for Zhou Chun to enter with a blue moon butterfly. Therefore, he could only wait patiently outside for Zhou Yu to appear. He refused to believe that Zhou Yu would remain hidden in the cultivation area forever. Second update. Chapter 319 Unexpected Turn of Events. Jincheng Market. After Zhou Chun had been staking out the cultivation area for over 5 days without seeing Zhou Yu emerge, he realized something was wrong. By this time, the effects of the blue moon butterfly powder Zhou Yu had been exposed to had almost worn off, and Zhou Chun could no longer pinpoint her location using the blue moon butterflies. However, there was only one entrance and exit to the cultivation area, and Zhou Chun had been watching it closely for the past few days, so he was certain she was still inside. But the fact that she hadn't come out for so long had already begun to raise uneasy suspicions in Zhou Chun's mind. When Zhou Jia came to see him, he took the opportunity to ask her, 13th Aunt, does Zhou Yu have any favored direct descendants? Hearing this, Zhou Jia was taken aback at first, then after a moment's thought, she replied softly, she had 3 sons and 2 daughters. 2 of the sons and 1 of the daughters all possessed spiritual root aptitude, but as far as I know, they were all low-grade spiritual roots, basically with no chance of reaching foundation establishment. As for whether she has any favored grandchildren, I don't know. After all, since the family split, she and I haven't discussed these family matters for decades. This answer made Zhou Chun frown. He then whispered, I suspect the reason Zhou Yu hasn't come out is because she's already given the foundation establishment pill she obtained to her junior. She's currently in the cultivation area guarding her junior's foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jia's gaze sharpened, and he nodded solemnly, saying, Zhengjin, your suspicion is very likely correct. At her age, she doesn't have many years left to live. Exchanging the black jade toad for the foundation establishment pill can only be for nurturing her junior. After saying this, he muttered to himself, if that's the case, things are a bit troublesome. It takes at least 2 or 3 months for a key refining cultivator to break through to foundation establishment. Are we going to have to keep watch here for the next few months? How about this, 13th Aunt, you keep watch here for a while. I'll go see the Supreme Elder and discuss what to do with him. After thinking for a while, Zhou Chun asked Zhou Jia to keep watch in his place while he went to see Zhou Ming to discuss countermeasures. He arrived at the inn, told Zhou Ming his guess, and then took the opportunity to share his views. In my opinion, if Zhou Yu truly has such intentions, then there's no need for the 3 of us to stay here. It's enough for just me to stay and keep watch. Elder, you can take the 5th elder back first to find a way to save the black jade toad. After Zhou Chun finished speaking, Zhou Ming frowned slightly, lost in thought. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhou Ming's brow relaxed, and he nodded slightly, saying, very well, since you have this intention, I will leave the fire god Jacqual with you as a protector, just in case. He certainly wouldn't feel at ease leaving Zhou Chun alone in Fen Kingdom. However, with the fire god Jacqual as a protector, as long as he didn't encounter a late-stage purple mansion cultivator, it should be enough to protect Zhou Chun. And Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't refuse such a powerful defensive trump card. So, after agreeing on the terms, Zhou Ming handed the fire god Jiakuo to Zhou Chun and, along with Zhou Jia, left Jincheng Market and returned to the family's mountain gate. After Zhou Ming and Zhou Jia left, Zhou Chun kept watch outside the cultivation area every day, and also entered the cultivation area several times to investigate. Unfortunately, there were too many cultivation rooms in the cultivation area, and it was forbidden to go near other people's cultivation rooms, so he couldn't find Zhou Yu's cultivation room. However, Zhou Chun quickly thought of another way. He bribed the cultivator in charge of allocating the various cultivation rooms in the market with spirit coins, and learned from him the location of those cultivation rooms that were rented long-term. Then, based on the descriptions of the tenants' appearances and cultivation levels, he finally located Zhou Yu's cultivation room. According to the cultivator in charge of the cultivation area, in addition to Zhou Yu, there was indeed a middle-aged man with key refining stage cultivation in that cultivation room. In this way, everything made sense. In view of this, Zhou Chun simply moved into the cultivation area as well, and asked the cultivator in charge of the cultivation area to help him monitor Zhou Yu's cultivation room when he was cultivating. This way, it would not interfere with his own cultivation, and he would not have to worry about Zhou Yu suddenly leaving the cultivation area while he was cultivating without his knowledge. To Zhou Chun's surprise, after nearly 2 months of waiting in Jincheng Market, he still hadn't seen Zhou Yu, and the situation in Feng Kingdom suddenly changed drastically. It was unclear which force was behind it, but corpse moth eggs began appearing in various markets, and there were even reports of corpse demon sect disciples being targeted and killed with corpse moths. This clearly premeditated and targeted provocation truly touched the corpse demon sect's sore spot. Therefore, the corpse demon sect explicitly forbade Feng Kingdom cultivators from raising corpse moths, declaring that anyone found violating this order, regardless of their cultivation level or background, would be killed without mercy. This decree further fueled the disgust and anger of Feng Kingdom cultivators. They found it difficult to accept such a ban. Because if the corpse demon sect could prohibit the raising of corpse moths today, they could prohibit them from doing other things tomorrow. If this continued, wouldn't they all become slaves of the corpse demon sect? And large sects like the Jingyang sect found this ban even more unacceptable. Although it's clear to everyone that the corpse demon sect is now the most powerful force in Feng Kingdom, and its control over the kingdom's order is paramount, even major sects like the Jingyang sect only acknowledge this status. They don't consider themselves vassals of the corpse demon sect, obligated to obey its every command. Under these circumstances, while sects like the Jingyang sect internally forbid the raising of corpse moths, they haven't actually enforced the corpse demon sect's ban on trading corpse moth eggs. They've either issued a lip service to the ban without any real enforcement. The corpse demon sect, on the other hand, has taken a much more decisive approach, deploying its disciples to various markets and outposts. Upon discovering corpse moths, they immediately arrest and kill, completely disregarding the rule against violence within the markets. This tyrannical behavior is a blatant disregard for other powers, directly provoking widespread anger. Zhou Chun, in Jincheng Market, was stunned upon hearing this news. Then his expression changed drastically. Zhou Chun knew that if the situation continued to develop like this, Feng Kingdom would likely relive the chaos of decades past. The Jingyang sect and its forces would likely be forced into another major war with the corpse demon sect. At that time, countless cultivators in Feng Kingdom would die in the war. Throughout the history of the human cultivation world, the number of cultivators who died due to alien invasions or natural disasters never exceeded the number who died from interfactional warfare between different cultivation factions. Alien invasions, or insect plagues like the Thousand Extinction Cricket Plague, were rare occurrences, happening only once every 1,000 years. However, interfactional warfare between cultivation factions occurred every year in this cultivation world, varying only in scale. And if a war of survival broke out between the corpse demon sect and the entire coalition of other forces in Feng Kingdom, the number of cultivators who died would be at least tens of thousands. Zhou Chun absolutely did not want to be drawn into this war. Judging by the time, it should be about time. Let's wait a little longer. If we haven't seen him after 3 months, we'll have to leave. Inside the market, a look of worry flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, and a strong desire to retreat arose in his heart. Although capturing Zhou Yu was important, it wasn't worth putting himself in danger for it. Zhou Chun knew what was more important. Persistence pays off. After staking out the cultivation area of the market for about 80 days, Zhou Chun finally saw Zhou Yu emerge. Accompanying Zhou Yu was a haggard-looking middle-aged man in blue robes. His cultivation level was still at the key refining stage. After the two emerged together, Zhou Yu glanced back at the middle-aged man behind her and waved her hand, saying, "All right, it's just one failure. Don't be so discouraged. As long as I'm alive, I'll find a way to help you succeed in Foundation establishment." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face lit up with excitement, and he quickly bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, grandmother. I will certainly live up to your expectations next time." "I hope so." Zhou Yu shook her head slightly and immediately stepped out of the cultivation area. As she left, she quietly observed her surroundings, and seeing nothing unusual, she quickly led the middle-aged man away from the vicinity. But how could she know that none of her actions had escaped Zhou Chun's eyes? To prevent Zhou Yu from discovering her, Zhou Chun didn't dare to follow them closely. Instead, she used the insect puppet technique she had cultivated over the years, attaching a wisp of her spirit to a mysterious armor golden feather demon insect, letting the insect fly in the air and track the two from a distance. Compared to demonic beasts, demonic insects are not only tiny but also emit a very weak aura, easily overlooked by a single one. Even if other cultivators spot a demonic insect in the sky and sense something amiss, they would mostly just report it to the market's garrison, unlikely to directly shoot it down. As long as Zhou Chun retracts his wisp of divine consciousness before the enemy kills the insect, it's difficult for anyone to discover he is the insect's master. After following Zhou Yu and his companion for a while, Zhou Chun saw them enter a general store. Not long after, Zhou Yu, looking worried, emerged from the store with a middle-aged man, heading straight out of the market. Realizing this, Zhou Chun hurriedly followed. While the mysterious armor golden feather could manage to track people within the market, once outside, if Zhou Yu took flight with his companion, these demonic insects would struggle to keep up. By the time Zhou Chun left the market, Zhou Yu and his companion were already far out in the sky, only a small black dot visible. So he hurriedly summoned the azure flying boat he had obtained from Ling Zhao and soared into the sky to follow. To avoid any unforeseen complications, after following for about 100 miles, Zhou Chun activated the azure flying boat's acceleration ability. Instantly, the two fins beneath the flying boat shone brightly with azure light, propelling it like oars. Zhou Chun's flight speed immediately increased by several tens of %. The surge in speed caused the sound of air being torn apart to resound like thunder across the sky. A short while later, Zhou Yu, ahead, noticed this change. She glanced back at the sky, her expression instantly changing. Although she couldn't clearly see Zhou Chun's face, she vaguely guessed the identity of the person behind her. Immediately, she hurriedly shouted to the middle-aged man beside her, "A powerful enemy is attacking. Zhenner, you go first. We'll meet at Flying Fox Mountain." "Grandmother," the middle-aged man wanted to say something, but Zhou Yu simply flung him away. Seeing this, he could only hurriedly summon his flying artifact to stabilize himself, and flew off in a panic to the other side. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, seeing that Zhou Chun was chasing her at a speed far beyond her own, simply turned around and charged towards Zhou Chun, trying to buy the middle-aged man time to escape. However, Zhou Chun found her actions utterly ridiculous. Without saying a word, Zhou Chun patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist and released the golden-winged tiger. He then commanded his spirit pet, "Little Golden, go after that man, try to capture him alive, roar." Hearing its master's command, the golden-winged tiger immediately let out a low roar and flapped its wings, chasing after the middle-aged man in blue. At the same time, Zhou Chun had already released the silver lightning python, letting it fly alongside him. "Zhou Zhengzhen, I am, after all, your elder. Do you really intend to kill me?" Zhou Yu shouted angrily, still trying to play the emotional card. Unexpectedly, upon hearing her words, Zhou Chun glared at her and roared, "Considering you were once a senior of my Zhou family, if you obediently surrender and return with me to the clan to await the Supreme Elder's judgment, you might still have a sliver of hope. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." He then closed the distance between them further. Upon hearing his reply, Zhou Yu's face darkened, and she fell silent. She knew perfectly well how heinous her actions had been. She knew that if she went back with Zhou Chun, her fate would be worse than death. Therefore, she immediately made up her mind, she would rather die than surrender. "Fine, fine, let this old woman see what you're capable of," daring to speak such arrogant words, she shouted angrily. Quickly reaching for her spirit beast pouch at her waist and releasing her spirit pet. Zhou Yu had been a Foundation establishment cultivator in the Zhou family during the 3 Absolute Sect era, so her spirit pet had naturally been cultivated to the 2nd tier, even becoming a high-grade 2nd-tier demon beast. It was a very beautiful golden raccoon, also known as the jade-faced golden raccoon in the Monster Encyclopedia, a very rare mid-level monster. Despite being a 2nd-tier high-grade monster, the golden raccoon wasn't large, only about the size of an ordinary leopard. After emerging from the spirit beast pouch, it seemed to sense its master's anger, immediately glaring fiercely at Zhou Chun and letting out a series of low growls. "Then you'd better open your eyes wide and see what I, Zhou, can do." Zhou Chun glanced at the golden raccoon, sneered, and then patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Instantly, a buzzing sound rose into the sky, and a large number of pale golden flying insects flew out from the pouch, quickly gathering into a pale golden cloud above his head. Only one update today. Chapter 320 The Demonic Insect's First Display of Power. Insect Repelling Technique? When did the Zhou family acquire this skill? Above the wilderness, Zhou Yu stared in astonishment at the swarm of insects above Zhou Chun's head, completely stunned by the insect repelling technique Zhou Chun displayed. It's no wonder she was surprised. While the Zhou family had opened its insect repelling technique to many clansmen, the rarity of high-quality demonic insects, coupled with the time required for cultivating them and mastering the technique, meant that no Zhou family cultivator had yet made a name for themselves with it. In comparison, Zhou Chun was the one in the Zhou family who had mastered and applied this technique to the highest level. He had just released 5 or 6,000 mysterious armor golden feather demonic insects, with mature insects making up 1/10 of them, and the rest being adult insects. The sheer number of these insects was enough to unleash the power of the insect repelling technique. After releasing the insects, he immediately began chanting incantations, forming hand seals, and pointed his fingers at the swarm of insects in the air. Instantly, a golden light shot from Zhou Chun's hand into the swarm of insects in the air. The thousands of demonic insects then burst into golden light, quickly forming a golden spear in the air. This spear, composed of 5 or 6,000 demonic insects, was 20 or 30 feet long and thicker than a water bucket. Zhou Chun then pointed at Zhou Yu opposite him, and the spear shot towards its target like an arrow. Zhou Yu naturally dared not let the insect spear get close. As a cultivator specializing in beast-taming techniques, she understood the terrifying aspect of insect cultivators, being surrounded by demonic insects. She formed hand seals, black light appearing in her palms, and quickly waved her hand, sending a jet-black beam of light sweeping towards the incoming spear. This jet-black beam of light was extremely powerful, surpassing even the spells cast by ordinary late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. This was because Zhou Yu's main cultivation method was a combat technique, otherwise, she wouldn't still be at the mid-Foundation establishment stage at her advanced age, nearing death. However, she still underestimated the strength of the mysterious armor golden feathers, a combat-oriented demonic insect cultivated by golden core stage insect cultivators. When the black pillar of light and the golden insect spear met in midair, the spear only slightly deflected, causing some demonic insects to fall, before shooting back towards Zhou Yu under Zhou Chun's control. This scene instantly made Zhou Yu's heart sink, and her eyelids twitched violently. Without time to think, she hurriedly ordered the restless golden raccoon beside her to assist. At the same time, she raised her hand and summoned a black wine gourd artifact, from which a stream of ink-like black liquid gushed forth, transforming into a long, black serpent that lunged at the insect spear. Meow. Upon receiving its master's command, the golden raccoon meowed and transformed into golden light, rushing towards Zhou Chun with the speed of a golden lightning bolt. But while it was as fast as lightning, the silver lightning python, bye-bye, could truly control lightning. With a hiss, a silver-white lightning bolt ripped through the sky, accurately striking the oncoming golden light. Then, a flash of gold and silver light appeared, and the golden raccoon's figure froze in midair. On the other side, after colliding with the insect spear, the black ink snake suddenly exploded into a large cloud of black mist, engulfing the insect spear. It was unclear what the mystery of the black mist was, but after the insect spear was contaminated with it, the mysterious armor golden feather demonic insects inside could no longer maintain the insect spear technique state and immediately disintegrated. This startled Zhou Chun slightly. However, after carefully sensing the situation, he found that the mysterious armor golden feathers had only disintegrated into individual units, without many casualties, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that cultivating so many mysterious armor golden feathers was not easy, taking him nearly 10 years. If many were lost at once, he would be heartbroken. No wonder they dared to betray their clan several times. They really do have some skills. Muttering to himself, Zhou Chun immediately patted his storage pouch at his waist, releasing the flying fire scorpions as well. Compared to the mysterious armor golden feathers, there were far fewer flying fire scorpions, less than 3,000 in number. However, these demonic insects, unlike the mysterious armor golden feathers which lacked ranged attacks, possessed a flying needle spell. The stingers of the flying fire scorpions could be launched as flying needles, possessing a strong shield-breaking effect. At the same time, the fire poison contained in the stingers was extremely potent, and the toxicity could be amplified by each other. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator would be in danger of death if hit by the poisonous stingers of a dozen or so adult flying fire scorpions at the same time. Moreover, after shooting out a stinger, an adult flying fire scorpion could grow a new stinger in a short time. After releasing the swarm, Zhou Chun did not rush to have these demonic insects use the flying needle spell, but simply let them hover in the air, waiting for the right moment to strike. Leading the charge were still those mysterious armor golden feathers. Zhou Yu was a worthy opponent, and Zhou Chun wanted to see just how much combat power his insect-repelling technique, honed over 10 years, truly possessed. As for whether he could defeat Zhou Yu, he never considered the possibility of failure. After all, he still had a mid-grade third-tier demonic beast, the fire god Jackal, in his other spirit beast pouch. But Zhou Yu didn't want to waste time with Zhou Chun. Seeing the golden-winged tiger bypass her to chase her great-grandson, she knew she had to finish the battle quickly. Seeing the swarm of insects approaching, she didn't hesitate to raise her hand and pat her storage pouch, directly taking out a mid-grade second-tier magic talisman, the Fire Dragon Talisman, and activating it. A lifelike fire dragon circled around Zhou Yu, scattering the numerous flying insects like a mobile wall of fire. Originally a purely offensive magic talisman, she was now using it as a defensive measure, something Zhou Chun felt he had learned something from. After Zhou Yu temporarily blocked the swarm's attack, she quickly flicked her sleeve, and a silver-white embroidered handkerchief flew out, spinning rapidly towards Zhou Chun. Upon reaching Zhou Chun's vicinity, the handkerchief suddenly shone brightly with silver light, unleashing countless silver threads that pierced through him. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by a series of metallic clangs, Zhou Chun summoned his protective, mysterious spirit golden bell, which was directly struck by the silver threads, sending sparks flying and golden light scattering. These silver threads, seemingly as thin as hair, possessed immense power and were of exceptionally high quality. The mysterious spirit golden bell was a rare, high-grade second-tier defensive magic weapon, having withstood numerous attacks from other high-grade second-tier magic weapons before. However, this time, the silver threads pierced through it, creating numerous tiny holes. The silver threads themselves were incredibly resilient, remaining completely undamaged. Undeterred by this first attack, Zhou Yu unleashed a new one. She raised her hand, and the silvery white threads reformed into an embroidered handkerchief. The handkerchief then stretched and transformed automatically in midair, instantly becoming a large silver net that ensnared Zhou Chun. This transformation astonished Zhou Chun, broadening his horizons once again. However, Zhou Chun wasn't one to stand idly by. Seeing the silver net approaching, he immediately reached for his storage pouch, and the sun-shining golden wheel spun and slashed at the net. As Zhou Chun had expected, the silver threads were too tough and hard for the sun-shining golden wheel, as sharp blade to cut. Instead, the wheel itself, losing its impact, became trapped in the net. But the sun-shining golden wheel's attack interrupted the net's momentum, and Zhou Chun easily dodged out of its grasp. Then, Zhou Chun again reached for his storage pouch, and a golden gourd-shaped magical artifact appeared in his hand. He slapped the golden gourd, and its mouth opened automatically. Then, he made a hand seal and pointed at Zhou Yu, unleashing a golden rainbow that shot directly towards her. The golden rainbow pierced the air with lightning speed. Zhou Yu had no time to react and could only use the defensive spell attached to her cultivation technique. She waved her hand in front of her, instantly creating a black water curtain. Unexpectedly, the golden rainbow's power was far greater than she had anticipated. As the golden rainbow landed on the water curtain, the surging water instantly shattered, creating a huge gash. Zhou Yu only had time to turn her body slightly before the golden rainbow grazed her waist, tearing a large portion of her body in two. Ah! A shrill scream rang out from Zhou Yu's mouth. Her face contorted in pain as she clutched her waist, trying to push her protruding intestines back into her stomach and stop the bleeding. But she was currently on the battlefield, surrounded by powerful enemies, and had no time to tend to her injuries. After her successful attack, Zhou Chun decisively ordered some of the flying fire scorpions hovering in the air to fire their stingers at Zhou Yu. The sound of the stingers whistling through the air filled the sky as countless fine, dark red stingers instantly covered an area several feet in all directions around Zhou Yu. But at that moment, a golden figure suddenly appeared beside Zhou Yu, shielding her from the stingers. It was the golden raccoon cat, seeing its master severely injured, that had quickly abandoned its opponent, the silver lightning python bye-bye, and turned to save its master. Its intervention undoubtedly saved Zhou Yu's life. However, it itself was riddled with holes by the barrage of stingers. Although most of the stingers failed to pierce its fur, some of the mature flying fire scorpions managed to penetrate its skin, injecting their fiery venom into its body. The combined effect of these fire poisons of the same origin was too much for even a powerful second-tier high-grade demon beast like the golden raccoon to withstand. A shrill wail escaped the golden raccoon's mouth. Its nose, pupils, paws, and other areas not covered by fur visibly swelled and turned red rapidly, and wisps of white smoke rose from its back. Its body temperature soared to a terrifying level under the influence of the fire poison. Then, just moments before it had risked its life to protect its master, it instantly disregarded its master behind it and lunged towards a pool of water on the ground below, its eyes bloodshot. Sizzle! As the golden raccoon plunged into the water, the pool instantly spewed out large amounts of white steam, as if a bucket of lava had been poured on it. This demonstrated the ferocity of the flying fire scorpion's fire poison. Without the golden raccoon's protection, Zhou Chun's mind raced, and 3 bolts of lightning struck down on Zhou Yu. Struck by the 3 bolts of lightning, Zhou Yu, who had barely managed to activate a defensive talisman to protect herself, was instantly shattered and plummeted to the ground. Just then, the pale golden insect swiftly flew to her side, forming a cloud of insects that caught her. Then, a large number of insects crawled all over her body, leaving only her face visible. At this moment, Zhou Yu was on her last breath. "Zhou Yu, do you have any last words?" Zhou Chun looked down at Zhou Yu's wrinkled and spotted face with indifferent gaze, uttering the words of a victor. Hearing this, Zhou Yu opened her cloudy eyes wide and looked at him, coughing up blood as she said, "Cough cough cough, if you are willing to spare my grandson, I will give you my savings hidden elsewhere and tell you the reason for the black jade toad's sudden drop in life force." Although she was on the verge of death, her mind was remarkably clear, and she immediately grasped the key point. But after hearing her conditions, Zhou Chun said indifferently, "The Zhou family doesn't lack your savings. How to deal with your grandson is up to the Supreme Elder." He then changed the subject, saying, "However, if you are willing to atone for your sins, the Supreme Elder might show leniency and spare his life." "No, I must have you promise to spare his life before I speak." Zhou Yu struggled, letting out a low growl, her emotions extremely agitated. It must be said that although she was of extremely poor character and had done many bad things, her paternal love for her junior was indeed somewhat touching. However, this touching gesture alone was not enough to change Zhou Chun's mind. He immediately replied coldly, "Since you are so stubborn, then so be it. Zhou, will send you and your grandson on your way." With that, he ceased his suppression of the mysterious armor golden feathers, then a miserable scream rang out, and moments later, Zhou Yu was gone. Only her storage bag and spirit beast bag fell from mid-air, which Zhou Chun caught in his hand. Not far away, the middle-aged man in blue robes, half dead and being carried by the golden-winged tiger, saw this and instantly fainted. Zhou Chun shook his head. What a piece of trash. What a waste of that foundation establishment pill. Then he simply let the golden-winged tiger bite him to death. Zhou Yu probably died without understanding why Zhou Chun didn't consider her conditions at all. Little did she know that in Zhou Chun's eyes, since she would offer the black jade toad in exchange for only a foundation establishment pill, it meant she had already determined that the black jade toad couldn't recover. So what if she learned the reason for the black jade toad's sudden drop in life from her? Most importantly, Zhou Ming had already spoken to Zhou Chun before leaving, and he roughly guessed why the black jade toad's life force had suddenly plummeted, thus freeing Zhou Chun from Zhou Yu's coercion. However, just as Zhou Chun had killed Zhou Yu and his grandson, collected his spoils, and was preparing to leave the scene and return to his family, he encountered another unexpected situation. Chapter 1, one more chapter tonight. Chapter 321, Die Knowing Why. To be precise, Zhou Chun's fight with Zhou Yu wasn't very long. From the start of their battle to Zhou Yu's death, it only lasted about 15 minutes. However, the commotion from their fight was considerable, even quite significant. The sky was filled with swarms of demonic insects, lightning, thunder, and towering flames. Such a sight would likely have led lower-level cultivators to believe that cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage were fighting. This also piqued the interest of some cultivators who witnessed this phenomenon from afar. Therefore, just as Zhou Chun was gathering Zhou Yu's belongings and preparing to leave the battlefield, he suddenly saw a black streak of light rushing towards him from afar, quickly reaching the vicinity of the battlefield. When the black streak of light stopped near the battlefield, Zhou Chun clearly saw the cultivator's appearance. It was a thin, middle-aged man wearing a gray-black robe, his face slightly pale, and his demeanor somewhat cold. But his cultivation level was undeniably at the Purple Mansion stage. Moreover, Zhou Chun recognized the style and emblem of the gray-black robe he wore. If he wasn't mistaken, it was the standard robe worn by disciples of the corpse demon cult. At this moment, the thin, tall middle-aged man stopped in mid-air, first scanning the chaotic battlefield on the ground, then sharply questioning Zhou Chun. Was it you, Junior, who was fighting here just now? His tone, as if interrogating a criminal, made Zhou Chun very uncomfortable. However, Zhou Chun didn't dare show any sign of discomfort, quickly adopting a respectful demeanor and replying to Senior, it was indeed this Junior fighting an enemy. Hearing this answer, the thin, tall middle-aged man said indifferently, "Oh, and what was the result of the fight?" "This Junior narrowly defeated the opponent, avenging my great grudge," Zhou Chun replied simply, not wanting to go into too much detail. The thin, middle-aged man showed no sign of stopping, instead pressing further. "Just now, I saw thunder and lightning rumbling in the sky, and a cloud of insects gathering. Were those your doing?" As he asked this, he lowered his gaze slightly, glancing at the several spirit beast pouches at Zhou Chun's waist. Zhou Chun also keenly noticed this, knowing that he couldn't hide it any longer, and denying it now might only anger the other party. Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and say, "Senior, please understand, this Junior did indeed." He was about to admit that those were indeed his doing when his expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but look at the ground. In a pool of water on the ground, a golden figure suddenly broke through the water and pounced straight at Zhou Chun in the air. It was the golden raccoon cat that had used the pool water to expel most of the fire poison from its body, and now it wanted to avenge its dead master. Although Zhou Yu's character was extremely despicable, she clearly doted on her spirit pet, otherwise she wouldn't have raised it to be a second-tier high-grade demon beast. The human and the cat had lived together for over 100 years and were already like family. Now that Zhou Yu has been killed by Zhou Chun, this golden raccoon naturally sees Zhou Chun as its target for revenge. Facing the golden raccoon that has come to avenge its master, Zhou Chun first glanced at the thin, middle-aged man. However, despite his gaze, the thin, middle-aged man showed no intention of attacking. Instead, a slight smile played on his lips, revealing an amused expression. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's mind raced, and he suddenly had an idea. He rubbed his hands together, and a golden blade of light flew towards the golden raccoon. Immediately, golden light surged around him, and he transformed into a golden rainbow, soaring into the sky and flying into the distance. Zhou Chun had now cultivated the secret technique flowing golden rainbow to an extremely high level. Now, when he used it, his flight speed was much faster than that of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. While the golden raccoon was also fast, it was still a step slower than him. Such speed! A strange light flashed in the thin, middle-aged man's eyes. He was slightly surprised by Zhou Chun's sudden display of a flying technique. But when he saw the golden raccoon chasing Zhou Chun's retreating figure, his expression immediately changed, and he instantly understood Zhou Chun's plan. "Good lad, you've got some nerve." A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and the thin, tall middle-aged man immediately gave chase. Zhou Chun, who was fleeing, noticed this and his expression darkened, knowing that his fears had come true. He didn't know why the thin, tall middle-aged man would harbor hostility towards him, a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, but now that things had come to this, he could no longer afford to be complacent. After chasing for a distance, the thin, tall middle-aged man suddenly raised his hand and struck. sending a jet of dark spiritual light shooting through the air towards the golden raccoon. Meow. The golden raccoon, which had been blinded by hatred, now realized that there was an even more powerful human in the sky. After meowing, it hurriedly transformed into several golden phantoms to dodge the jet of dark spiritual light. However, under the powerful divine sense of a purple mansion stage cultivator, its trick was seen through at a glance. The jet black light veered and changed direction in mid-air, easily locating its true form. Before it could unleash any further attacks, the light suddenly accelerated and struck it. Instantly, a piercing scream echoed from the sky, and the golden raccoon's body spun and plummeted to the ground, its life force visibly dissipating rapidly. The difference in strength between major cultivation realms was now undeniable. Faced with an attack from a third-tier magic weapon wielded by a purple mansion stage cultivator, a mere second-tier high-grade demonic beast was utterly vulnerable. After killing the golden raccoon in one strike, the thin, tall middle-aged man's mind stirred, and the jet black light, carrying the raccoon's corpse, flew towards him, which he then stored in his storage bag. At this moment, the magic weapon he had used to kill the golden raccoon revealed its true form. It was a long, jet black nail, like the kind used to drive a coffin lid. It can only be said that the thin, tall middle-aged man was indeed a disciple of the corpse demon sect. The magical artifact he used was also quite extraordinary. After putting away the golden raccoon's corpse, the thin, tall middle-aged man exhaled and shouted at Zhou Chun, "The demon has been killed by me. Where do you intend to run, Junior?" As he spoke, the long, black nail in his hand was already flashing with black light, ready to be struck again at any moment. Zhou Chun seemed to sense something as well, immediately stopping his flight. He turned back with a joyful expression, bowing respectfully to the thin, middle-aged man, saying, "Thank you for helping me kill the demon, Senior. I am deeply grateful." Upon seeing this, the thin, middle-aged man immediately dimmed the luster of the long, black nail in his hand, which had been gleaming with a dark light. He looked directly at Zhou Chun and said, "No need for thanks. Just continue answering my previous questions." "Yes, I dare not deceive you, Senior. The lightning was indeed generated by my spirit pet, and the swarm of insects were also demonic insects I had tamed." Zhou Chun stared at the thin, middle-aged man, answering his questions respectfully and honestly. "Then release them all so I can see them." A strange light flashed in the thin, middle-aged man's eyes as he directly gave Zhou Chun a command. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun initially showed a hint of difficulty, but then respectfully replied, "Yes, Junior obeys." He then patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the silver lightning python and some of the mysterious armor golden feathers. Seeing the silver lightning python with lightning crackling around its body, the thin, tall middle-aged man examined it briefly and exclaimed in surprise, "This is a silver lightning python?" Senior's eyes are discerning. "It is indeed a silver lightning python," Zhou Chun replied respectfully. "Then what kind of demonic insect is this? It seems quite extraordinary." The thin, tall middle-aged man's gaze shifted again, looking at the pale golden demonic insects hovering in the air. Replying to Senior, "This insect is called mysterious armor golden feathers," Zhou Chun explained again. "Black armor and golden feathers," the thin, tall middle-aged man murmured to himself, then looked at Zhou Chun and asked again, "All right, one last question. What's your name, and where are you from?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's mind raced, and he quickly replied respectfully, "This junior's surname is Han, given name Yuan, from the Han family of Kangzhou and Jingguo." Although he felt the thin, tall middle-aged man might not immediately associate his name with the Zhou family of the Three Absolutes sect, he decided to use a pseudonym for the sake of caution. After all, the thin, tall middle-aged man was a disciple of the corpse demon sect, and even if he was a purple mansion stage cultivator, it was unlikely he would be very familiar with the cultivation world of Kangzhou and Jingguo. Sure enough, after hearing his answer, the thin, tall middle-aged man immediately looked puzzled and said, "The Han family of Kangzhou? Does Jingguo have such a golden core family?" Senior misunderstands. "The Han family is not a golden core family, just a small family," Zhou Chun replied without changing his expression, without the slightest hesitation. "So it's just a small family." The thin, middle-aged man nodded, then looked at Zhou Chun with icy eyes and said, "Then you can die." With that, he flicked his sleeve, throwing the long, black nail-like magic weapon at Zhou Chun. He attacked without warning. Most people wouldn't have time to react. But Zhou Chun was already extremely wary. Almost the instant the man revealed his killing intent, Zhou Chun activated a third-tier defensive talisman hidden in his sleeve. A hazy blue light emanated from Zhou Chun, quickly forming a protective shield around him. The long, black nail-like magic weapon struck it, causing the shield to shake violently, but ultimately failing to harm Zhou Chun inside. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun reached for another spirit beast pouch at his waist and released a fire god Jackal. A mid-grade third-tier demonic beast. When the majestic and imposing fire god Jackal appeared in midair, its feet treading on flames, the thin, middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "Senior, how shameless. Bullying a junior like me with your superior strength? Aren't you afraid of damaging the reputation of the corpse demon sect?" Having already torn off the pretense, Zhou Chun no longer needed to pretend and immediately denounced the thin, middle-aged man. However, facing his denunciation, the thin, middle-aged man quickly revealed a cold smile and said, "Could the reputation of our sect get any worse?" These words left Zhou Chun speechless. Indeed, the corpse demon sect had never had a good reputation. Even if such a thing got out, it wouldn't cause any ripples for the corpse demon sect, as they were already riddled with lice. So he could only remain silent, saying to the fire god Jackal, "Fire god Jackal, it's up to you." The thin, tall middle-aged man was only at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm, while the fire god Jackal was a mid-grade third-tier demon beast, so his chances of winning were quite good. Of course, this was on the premise that the thin, tall middle-aged man hadn't refined a third-tier corpse. But just as he feared, it happened. Zhou Chun had just thought this when he saw the thin, tall middle-aged man raise his hand and pat his storage bag at his waist, instantly releasing a pitch-black stone coffin. Bang! A loud noise rang out, and the lid of the pitch-black stone coffin was blown off from the inside by a powerful force. Immediately, a figure reeking of a foul stench jumped out from inside. The figure was nearly 10 feet tall, with a broad face and fangs, and its body was covered with bluish-black scales, somewhat like dragon scales. Its hands had completely transformed into sharp, claw-like beast claws. More importantly, the aura emanating from its body had indeed reached the third tier. The moment the molten corpse appeared, it erupted with corpse energy and charged towards the oncoming fire god Jackal. One was a fiery jackal bathed in raging flames, the other a deathly corpse puppet radiating overwhelming corpse energy. The two clashed head-on in midair, immediately unleashing a fierce battle. The fire god Jackal had previously fought against the zombie transformed from Han Yuan's corpse in Yang Kingdom, so it had some experience. Compared to that zombie, the molten corpse before it was undoubtedly much weaker. After only a few exchanges, the demonic fire spewed by the fire god Jackal completely suppressed the corpse energy emanating from the molten corpse, and its wolf claws left several wounds on its body. However, the molten corpse's bluish-black scales were extremely hard, and its body was indestructible. Even though its wolf claws were equally sharp, they could only penetrate a few inches into the flesh, failing to inflict a fatal blow. However, the physical condition of a refined corpse is closely related to the corpse energy within it. Once too much corpse energy is depleted, the refined corpse's body will no longer possess such strong defensive capabilities, and its recovery speed will be difficult to keep up with. If demonic beasts rely on vitality to recover from injuries, then corpse energy is the vitality of a refined corpse. But how dense is the corpse energy of a third-tier refined corpse? Unless it encounters a nemesis like the corpse moth or an opponent far stronger than itself, it would likely take the fire god Jackal at least an hour to completely deplete its corpse energy. And how could the master of the refined corpse simply sit idly by and watch the fire god Jackal display its power? At that moment, after releasing the refined corpse to fight the fire god Jackal, the thin, tall middle-aged man summoned a black banner, releasing dense black smoke to shield and protect himself. Then, instead of helping the refined corpse fight the fire god Jackal, he focused on using the coffin nail magic weapon to attack Zhou Chun. Seeing this, Zhou Chun cried out in frustration, "I have no grudge against you, senior. Why must you try to kill me?" He then added, "Even if you want me to die, at least let me die knowing why." Second update delivered. Chapter 322. Don't say you weren't foreseen. Why was the thin, middle-aged man from the corpse demon sect so determined to kill him? This was indeed a perplexing question in Zhou Chun's mind. Logically speaking, the other party, a Purple Mansion stage cultivator from the most powerful force in Fen Kingdom, even if he didn't care about his sect's reputation, even if he was just looking to take advantage, should have known to stop after seeing Zhou Chun release the fire god Jackal. After all, neither the fire god Jackal itself nor the power represented by a mid-grade third-tier demonic beast were easy to deal with. There was absolutely no need for him to take such a risk for the sake of a mere mid-foundation establishment cultivator's fortune. However, the thin, middle-aged man's actions were incomprehensible to Zhou Chun. Therefore, he couldn't help but question him. Of course, his words didn't affect his actions. While questioning the thin, middle-aged man, he also quickly formed hand seals and began casting the ancestral revival secret technique on the silver lightning python for bye-bye. He knew very well that against a cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage, with his own limited cultivation, he would likely be killed in just a few moves. Only after the silver lightning python transformed into a thunder dragon could it be of some use. The thin, tall middle-aged man initially did not answer Zhou Chun's question. Only after seeing the thunder dragon bye-bye appear did his eyes turn cold, and he said in a deep voice, "In that case, you are even less likely to live." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly used the coffin nail magic weapon to strike at the thunder dragon bye-bye. With a precedent of the golden raccoon being killed in one blow, how could Zhou Chun dare to let bye-bye take the attack of this third-tier magic weapon head-on? With a thud, bye-bye directly activated a lightning flash spell, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. When his figure reappeared, he was near the battlefield of the fire god Jackal and the corpse refining. Then, lightning flashed, and several silver lightning bolts fell from the sky, accurately striking the corpse refining. Lightning wards off evil, and even though bye-bye's cultivation was below the third rank, the effect of this lightning strike on the corpse was no less than that of a regular third-rank spell. Furthermore, out of instinctive fear, the corpse, after being struck by lightning, developed a great fear of the subsequent lightning strikes, repeatedly attempting to dodge. Given the speed of lightning, dodging was futile. However, its instinctive dodges freed up some of the fire god Jackal's energy to attack the thin, tall middle-aged man. Thus, the situation on the battlefield became this: the thin, tall middle-aged man controlled the corpse to hold off the fire god Jackal, preventing it from focusing its full attention on him. Meanwhile, the lightning dragon bye-bye relentlessly bombarded the corpse, preventing it from effectively holding off the fire god Jackal. Under these circumstances, the thin, tall middle-aged man even needed to use some corpse demon sect secret techniques to enhance the corpse's combat power in order to continue fighting the fire god Jackal. Furthermore, whether attacking Zhou Chun or Lei Jiao bye-bye, he couldn't exert his full strength, having to divert some of his attention to guard against the fire god Jackal's sudden attacks. Simultaneously, he had to suppress the instinctive fear and avoidance of lightning within his refining corpse consciousness, allowing it to continue its efforts to hold off the fire god Jackal. This gave Zhou Chun more breathing room. In Zhou Chun's hands, he now possessed one more third-tier defensive talisman and one more third-tier offensive talisman. Over the years, the Zhou family had acquired third-tier talismans, leaving only one defensive talisman for Zhou Daoquan. The rest had been distributed to Zhou Chun. This was because both Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi possessed third-tier demonic beast pets, ensuring their safety. However, Zhou Chun, as the Zhou family patriarch, was only at the mid-foundation establishment stage and indeed needed higher-level talismans for self-defense. But using third-tier talismans at his foundation establishment stage would consume a great deal of mana. With Zhou Chun's current mana, he could only use 4 at most before exhausting all his mana. He had to use every third-tier magic talisman strategically. After the tall, thin man's repeated attacks finally broke through the protective barrier formed by the first defensive talisman, Zhou Chun immediately added a second one. With a burst of golden light, a phantom image resembling a bronze bell enveloped Zhou Chun. The tall, thin man's attacks only slightly dimmed the bell's color, failing to truly break through its defenses. Seeing this, Zhou Chun shouted again, "I advise you to leave as soon as possible, senior. Otherwise, if any senior who has a grudge against the corpse demon sect passes by and sees that you can't even defeat a junior like me, a foundation establishment cultivator, they might come up to slay demons and avenge themselves." He knew he posed no threat to Purple Mansion stage cultivator, so he didn't waste his magic power on anything else, opting instead to use his verbal skills to distract the other party. Whether this would be effective was up to fate. Doing something was better than doing nothing. Despite Zhou Chun's verbal interference, the thin, middle-aged man remained silent. He didn't respond to Zhou Chun either, only coldly searching for an opportunity to attack Zhou Chun or Lei Jiao Bai. After fighting like this for about half an hour, Zhou Chun's second defensive talisman seemed to be running out of power, while Lei Jiao Bai was about to exit its dragon form and enter a weakened state. This situation made Zhou Chun extremely anxious. Although he had many third-tier talismans, he only had 2 defensive talismans. Once the power of the second defensive talisman was exhausted, he would likely struggle to withstand 3 moves from the thin, middle-aged man using only his own strength. Moreover, once Bai could no longer maintain its dragon form, it would lose its threat to the third-tier refined corpse, allowing the thin, middle-aged man to concentrate more power on attacking him. The situation was extremely unfavorable for him. Fire God Jackal, can you hurry up and finish off that refining corpse? I can't hold on much longer. After racking his brains for a solution, Zhou Chun could only place his hopes on the Fire God Jackal, urging it loudly. Normally, Zhou Chun wouldn't give the Fire God Jackal any battle orders, and in fact, it was difficult to command it. But now, faced with life and death, and driven to desperation, Zhou Chun had no choice but to make an exception. As a mid-grade third-tier demon beast, and having accompanied its master Zhou Ming for over 100 years, the Fire God Jackal naturally understood human speech. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, it glanced at the fading golden bell phantom surrounding Zhou Chun. Then, a human-like thoughtfulness appeared in its wolf eyes. When Zhou Ming entrusted it to Zhou Chun, he must have instructed it to protect Zhou Chun. However, Zhou Chun was not Zhou Ming. Expecting it to protect Zhou Chun with the same fearlessness it showed towards Zhou Ming was clearly impossible. Therefore, its hesitation at this moment was not surprising. Fortunately, after a brief moment of thought, it made a choice that was advantageous to Zhou Chun. Suddenly, it howled, its aura surged dramatically, and a crimson glint appeared in its wolf eyes. Then, it lunged forward, blasting the corpse away. Immediately, it stopped engaging the corpse and turned to pounce on the thin, tall middle-aged man. Seeing this, the thin, tall middle-aged man hurriedly manipulated the corpse to chase after the Fire God Jackal while temporarily halting his attack on Zhou Chun, focusing all his efforts on defending against the Fire God Jackal's attacks. However, the Fire God Jackal's cultivation aura had not only surged, but its physical attributes also seemed to have been enhanced. Its speed was much faster than before, and its attacks were much sharper. The corpse could no longer keep up with it or restrain it. In desperation, the thin, tall middle-aged man could only use the corpse as a human shield to intercept and block the Fire God Jackal's close-range attacks. In this way, the Fire God Jackal effectively held back the thin, middle-aged man and the corpse refiner, buying Zhou Chun a chance to escape. Zhou Chun, of course, wouldn't waste this opportunity. He immediately leaped onto the back of the Thunder Flood Dragon, ready to flee. The Fire God Jackal was already a mature third-tier demon beast. Even if Zhou Chun escaped first and they separated, it would find a way to shake off the enemy and escape the battlefield after Zhou Chun's safe departure, then find a secluded place to hide and wait for its master, Zhou Ming, to come looking for it. Therefore, Zhou Chun wasn't worried about the Fire God Jackal's safety as he fled. However, what neither Zhou Chun nor the thin, middle-aged man expected was that just as Zhou Chun landed on the Thunder Flood Dragon's back and was about to escape, a righteous voice suddenly rang out on the battlefield. "Fellow Taoist, do not be alarmed. I, Zhao, have come to assist you in slaying demons and monsters." As the words fell, a crimson figure soared into the air from a nearby forest and plunged directly into the battlefield. This man, dressed in a red robe, also appeared to be middle-aged, with 3 long wisps of beard on his chin, giving him a refined air. Judging from the aura emanating from him, he was clearly a cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage. His appearance on the battlefield startled both sides. However, unlike Zhou Chun, who quickly realized he might not need to flee after his initial surprise, the thin, tall middle-aged man's heart sank, and his expression instantly turned grim. Sure enough, as soon as the bearded middle-aged man entered the fray, he immediately summoned a crimson flying sword and attacked the thin, tall middle-aged man. Seeing this, a glint of joy flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes. He immediately put Bai into his spirit beast pouch and then activated a third-tier attack talisman in his hand. A flash of blue-red fire appeared in the sky, and a blue-red fireball the size of a cartwheel shone brightly, then, under Zhou Chun's control, hurtled towards the thin, tall middle-aged man. "Good, fellow Taoist, what courage," the long-bearded middle-aged man exclaimed in praise, and he too formed hand seals, unleashing some kind of sword technique. In an instant, the crimson flying sword that was about to reach the thin, tall middle-aged man blazed brightly, suddenly transforming into a flaming greatsword over 10 feet long, slashing down on the approaching corpse. With just this one strike, the corpse was sent flying backward, a hideous, charred sword mark appearing on its dark blue-green dragon scales. Immediately afterward, the crimson-green fireball controlled by Zhou Chun crashed down from the sky, striking the black smoke cloud where the thin, tall middle-aged man was hiding. Boom! A violent explosion resounded through the sky, and the black smoke cloud used by the thin, tall middle-aged man to protect himself dissipated by most of it. Then, before he could use any other means, the crimson fire pillar spewed by the fire god Jackal struck the black smoke cloud again. The successive bombardments quickly destroyed the protective barrier erected by the thin, middle-aged man, revealing his true face to Zhou Chun. The man, his face grim, hurriedly waved his black banner, creating a new black cloud barrier around himself. He then glared at the long-bearded middle-aged man and shouted, "How dare you? Do you know the consequences of offending my corpse demon sect?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the long-bearded middle-aged man's eyes flashed with cold light, and he burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, I killed disciples of the corpse demon sect." Although he was laughing, there was no joy in his laughter, only deep-seated hatred. Clearly, this long-bearded middle-aged man himself had some kind of blood feud with the corpse demon sect. Zhou Chun guessed that he was likely a survivor from one of the sects or families that the corpse demon sect had wiped out in Fang Kingdom years ago. So he quickly shouted to the fire god Jackal, "Fire god Jackal, cooperate with the senior and do everything in your power to kill this fiend." Hearing this, the fire god Jackal turned and glanced at him, a hint of arrogance flashing in its wolfish eyes, seemingly displeased with his command. This made Zhou Chun frown, a hint of worry appearing in his eyes. Recalling the fire god Jackal's sudden surge in strength, he vaguely guessed something. Fortunately, the fire god Jackal seemed to be only warning him, and still chose to obey his command, immediately launching a fierce attack on the thin, tall middle-aged man with all its might. Meanwhile, the long-bearded middle-aged man used his sword to fiercely attack the refined corpse, preventing it from supporting the thin, tall middle-aged man. Without the help of the refined corpse, the thin, tall middle-aged man faced the fire god Jackal's fierce attack alone, and soon found himself overwhelmed and at a complete disadvantage. Like many Zhou family cultivators, the corpse demon sect's disciples' greatest strength lay in their refined corpses. Their individual combat power was often inferior to that of cultivators of the same level who focused solely on their own abilities. Now, facing a mid-grade third-tier demonic beast, the fire god Jackal, alone, the thin, middle-aged man was no match. Before long, the fire god Jackal nearly ripped out his heart with a single claw. Terrified, he immediately lost all will to fight, hastily relaying the order to his refined corpses to hold off the fire god Jackal with all their might. Then, he quickly turned and abandoned the refined corpses, transforming into a streak of black light and fleeing. Although a third-tier refined corpse was extremely valuable, it was nothing compared to his own life. Trying to escape? "Did you even ask the sword in my hand?" The long-bearded middle-aged man's face darkened. He immediately circulated his magic power, forcing out a mouthful of blood and spitting it onto the crimson flying sword. Then, he formed hand seals and used all his strength to control the flying sword, chasing after the fleeing thin, middle-aged man. Empowered by the cultivator's essence and blood, the crimson flying sword moved with lightning speed, catching up with the black fleeing light in mere breaths. A scream rang out, and a black figure plummeted to the ground. The long-bearded middle-aged man, however, didn't relax at all. He immediately formed a sword incantation, and the crimson flying sword in mid-air slashed down again towards the falling figure. Only after watching the figure being cleaved in two by the flying sword did he finally breathe a sigh of relief, a genuine smile appearing on his face. "By the way, I'm leaving my hometown in a few days to go to a warmer place to write. I expect to be busy looking for a place to live for a few days, so I might not have time to write. Therefore, I'll only update once every 3 or 4 days, saving 2 chapters to avoid breaking the cycle. Once things settle down, I'll try to update twice more." Chapter 323 Harvest. Thank you so much, Senior, for your righteous help that saved me from disaster. I will never forget this kindness. In the sky, after the thin, tall middle-aged man was cut in two by the crimson flying sword, Zhou Chun glanced at the corpse that was rapidly falling due to its master's death and quickly bowed to the long-bearded middle-aged man in gratitude. Unlike the contracted spirit beasts of cultivators, the corpses created by the corpse demon sect cultivators would lose their consciousness after death, becoming truly inanimate objects. However, it is said that the corpse demon sect has another secret technique that can allow the corpses to regain a faint consciousness after their master's death, continuing to fight for the corpse demon sect. It is said that the corpse demon sect's army of corpses came about in this way. But at least now, that corpse truly poses no threat to Zhou Chun. At the same time, after seeing the corpse fall to the ground without moving, the fire god Jackal returned to Zhou Chun's side. The crimson in its eyes had disappeared at some point, and its gaze had returned to clarity. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's words of thanks, the long-bearded middle-aged man's smile vanished instantly. He turned to Zhou Chun and waved his hand, saying, "Fellow Taoist, you're too kind. With your abilities, even without me, you would have escaped unscathed." He then added in a low voice, "Besides, if we're being honest, it should be me thanking you. If it weren't for your help today, I wouldn't have had the chance to personally kill those traitors of the corpse demon sect and avenge my deceased loved ones." Hearing this, Zhou Chun felt a sense of relief. Since the man hadn't taken credit for himself, it was unlikely he would betray him after using him. However, just to be on the safe side, Zhou Chun immediately said, "While it is certainly gratifying that you have avenged your great grudge, the death of a disciple of the corpse demon sect here will likely cause quite a stir soon. We should leave as soon as possible. What you say makes sense, fellow Taoist. The corpse demon sect is powerful, and we really cannot fight them head-on." The long-bearded middle-aged man nodded slightly, then raised his hand and summoned the crimson flying sword, which swept up a ball of swordlight and carried the remains of the dead, thin, middle-aged man back. Looking at the two severed corpses before him, he hesitated for a moment before saying to Zhou Chun, "This fiend was killed by my friend and me together. His belongings should rightfully be divided between us. What do you think, friend?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately shook his head and waved his hands, saying, "Senior, you flatter me. If it weren't for your help, I would likely be in mortal danger. Besides, you were the one who killed him. How could I presume to share the spoils with you?" This wasn't Zhou Chun being deliberately aloof, he genuinely didn't want to get involved in trouble. Although the long-bearded middle-aged man seemed easy to talk to, Zhou Chun didn't even know his name. How could he judge his character based on a single meeting? What if the man's words were just a test? If he foolishly agreed, he might provoke the man's murderous intent. Another important reason was that Zhou Chun didn't want to attract the attention of the corpse demon sect due to momentary greed. However, the long-bearded middle-aged man seemed to have read his mind and immediately asked, "Fellow Taoist, are you worried that taking the items will make the corpse demon sect know that you killed the person?" Before Zhou Chun could respond, he smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, fellow Taoist, you don't need to worry. I, Zhao, can share the spirit coins and other spiritual materials in this storage bag with you, ensuring that you won't be discovered to have anything to do with today's events because of these things." Zhou Chun was now at a loss for words. He stared blankly at the long-bearded middle-aged man, somewhat unable to believe that the other party was really so kind. But his little scheme had already been seen through, and denying or refusing now would seem too hypocritical. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. "Fellow Taoist, there's no need to doubt. I, Zhao, have an irreconcilable blood feud with the corpse demon sect. Any cultivator who is an enemy of the corpse demon sect is my friend, and I will never let my friend suffer." The long-bearded middle-aged man once again saw through Zhou Chun's thoughts and directly stated his attitude. He paused for a moment, then continued in a low voice, "Of course, if you truly don't want anything, I won't force you. I only hope you won't underestimate my magnanimity because of this." He had already said this much, and Zhou Chun knew that if he didn't speak up, he would truly offend him. So he nodded slightly and said, "Since Senior Zhao is so generous, then this junior will accept your offer with great shame." "Ha ha ha, you're so straightforward, fellow Taoist. Then please come with me, fellow Taoist. We'll first go to the market in Jing Kingdom to hide, and then open this storage bag to see what's inside." The long-bearded middle-aged man laughed loudly and immediately stated his plan. Hearing this, Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Since they were going to Jing Kingdom, there was nothing to worry about. His Zhou family was now quite well known throughout Jing Kingdom. With fire god Jackal by his side, he wasn't afraid of any tricks this long-bearded middle-aged man might play. He immediately agreed. The long-bearded middle-aged man immediately unleashed a burst of flames, burning the thin, tall middle-aged man's corpse to ashes. He then placed a seal on the remaining corpse on the ground, put it into a stone coffin, and placed it in his storage bag. Judging from his practiced manner, this wasn't the first time he had dealt with disciples of the corpse demon sect in this way. After cleaning up the battlefield, the long-bearded middle-aged man led the way, leaving the scene with Zhou Chun. On the way to Jing Kingdom, Zhou Chun learned the long-bearded middle-aged man's name and background. According to him, he was a disciple of the Flying Cloud Sword Sect, a cultivation sect in Fen Kingdom that had been destroyed by the corpse demon sect decades ago, named Zhou Chun. Decades ago, the Flying Cloud Sword Sect, like the Three Absolutes Sect, sided with the corpse demon sect. However, unlike the Three Absolutes Sect, it was directly wiped out by the corpse demon sect, with most of its high-ranking members being refined into corpses. Zhou Chun and some disciples of the Flying Cloud Sword Sect managed to escape through a secret passage before the sect was wiped out. Originally, they should have chosen a new place to rebuild the Flying Cloud Sword Sect's lineage. But most of them were terrified by the overwhelming power of the corpse demon sect and only wanted to go their separate ways after escaping. Only Zhou Chun and a few others, deeply resentful of the corpse demon sect for killing their teachers and friends, were determined to rebuild their sect and avenge themselves. Today, Zhou Chun happened to witness the battle between Zhou Chun and the thin, middle-aged man on his way to Jincheng Market, which sparked his desire to use Zhou Chun's power for revenge. Of course, this was only Zhou Chun's side of the story, and Zhou Chun had no way to verify it. Therefore, he didn't reveal his true identity and continued to use the alias Han Yuan from Kangshao. The two traveled for 2 days before arriving at Xianyang Market in Yunzhou, Jingguo. Because the presence of the fire god Jackal was too conspicuous, Zhou Chun put it away before entering the market. Although his reputation was somewhat known in Yunzhou, he hadn't made a public appearance here for many years, so few people in Yunzhou truly recognized him, and he wasn't afraid of being easily recognized. After entering the market, the two went to an inn and booked 2 rooms. Zhou Chun then began breaking the spiritual imprint of the thin, tall middle-aged man in the storage bag. Zhou Chun took the opportunity to take stock of his gains from the battle with Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu had died at his hands, and all his belongings were now in his possession. Among them were the silver-white embroidered handkerchief magic artifact that had surprised him, and the black wine pot magic artifact. He hadn't had time to examine it properly before, but now Zhou Chun held the embroidered handkerchief in his hand and examined it closely, finding it surprisingly soft and silky to the touch, like high-quality silk. He had originally thought it was made of some kind of spiritual metal thread. Judging by the hardness and toughness of those silver threads, if they were truly spun by some kind of creature, that thing would probably be at least a 3rd-tier demon beast, or even a 4th-tier one, Zhou Chun thought to himself in amazement. He wondered whether this magical artifact was something Zhou Yu had obtained from the Zhou family or something he had acquired through his own fortuitous encounter. In any case, it was definitely a rare and exquisite magical artifact, perhaps even more valuable than the golden gourd artifact he had used to kill Zhou Yu. That golden gourd artifact was called the golden gourd. It could absorb a large amount of golden energy beforehand and store it within, then unleash it as a golden rainbow. Although the resulting golden rainbow was extremely powerful, it only had the power of a single strike. Moreover, to make the artifact work again afterward, a large amount of high-quality golden energy had to be injected into it. Zhou Chun himself needed to absorb a certain amount of golden energy during his cultivation, and in the past, the golden energy he used for cultivation had all been purchased from Kangshao. The amount of gold energy consumed in using this magical artifact once was enough for him to cultivate for 2 or 3 years, so although such a magical artifact was powerful, its practicality was not very strong. In comparison, Zhou Chun actually preferred the embroidered handkerchief magical artifact in his hand, and he immediately decided to make it his go-to magical artifact in the future. As for the black wine pot magical artifact, Zhou Chun studied it for a while and then put it into his storage bag. This item was also a good magical artifact, but it was not suitable for him to use, because it was a magical artifact that was more defensive in nature. Afterwards, Zhou Chun opened Zhou Yu's storage bag. As he expected, there were indeed some toad venom and jade bottles inside. Zhou Yu had stolen the black jade toad for more than 10 years and obtained a lot of toad venom from it. However, she did not know how to make spiritual incense from toad venom, so most of the toad venom could only be temporarily stored and could not be used. These things had been kept on her person all this time. Apart from these toad venom, which were somewhat useful, Zhou Chun did not find anything more valuable in Zhou Yu's storage bag. The most valuable thing was more than 3,000 spirit coins. On the contrary, Zhou Chun found several decent first-grade high-quality magic artifacts and over 1,000 spirit coins in his grandson's storage bag. After taking stock of everything, Zhou Chun focused on meditating to recover his magic power. After meditating for about 2 hours, the warning array outside his room was suddenly triggered, so he had to stop his meditation early and open the door. I apologize for disturbing fellow Taoist Han's cultivation. I have already cracked the storage bag of that corpse demon sect scoundrel. Please check it, fellow Taoist Han. Outside the door, Zhao Xin apologized to Zhou Chun after the door opened and then explained his purpose. Senior Zhao, you are too kind. Please come in and have a seat. Zhou Chun politely invited him to sit down and then took the storage bag from Zhao Xin to check its contents. As a purple mansion stage cultivator of the corpse demon sect, the thin, tall middle-aged man naturally had quite a lot in his storage bag. However, many of the items were related to corpse raising and refining, and were completely unusable by normal cultivators. But after careful examination, Zhou Chun discovered something that surprised him. He opened a jade box, which contained hundreds of grayish-black insect eggs. If he wasn't mistaken, these were exactly the same corpse moth eggs he had seen at the underground treasure exchange in Jinsheng Market. Oh, so they're corpse moth eggs. It seems this fiend left the corpse demon sect's mountain gate for this reason, Zhao Xin said, looking at the insect eggs in the jade box in Zhou Chun's hand with surprise. Judging from his tone, it seemed he hadn't checked the contents of the storage bag before. However, Zhou Chun didn't dwell on that point. Instead, he looked at Zhao Xin and asked, Senior Zhao, do you also recognize the eggs of the corpse moth? Of course I do. These corpse moth eggs are being spread everywhere. Someone like me, with a blood feud with the corpse demon sect, naturally has to pay attention to this matter, Zhao Xin added gleefully. Although I don't know which force did this, I must say it was a brilliant move. This strike hit the corpse demon sect's Achilles heel, making them furious. It's said that the corpse demon sect is not only aggressively pursuing and destroying corpse moths, but also hunting down cultivators skilled in insect control to prevent the spread of corpse moths in Fen Kingdom. The corpse demon sect is hunting insect cultivators? Zhou Chun's expression shifted. After hearing Zhao Xin's words, he seemed to understand why the thin, tall middle-aged man was so determined to kill him. This made him secretly wary, and he prepared to warn his clansmen upon returning home not to easily display their insect-controlling techniques. Before the situation in Fen Kingdom becomes clear, if the Zhou family were to reveal their expertise in insect control, it would be disastrous if the corpse demon sect found out. After all, the Zhou family had been forced to come to Jing Kingdom because of the corpse demon sect, and it wouldn't be easy for them to be blamed. So he quickly pushed the jade box in his hand away, saying, then this junior will not compete with Senior Zhao for this item. It will be more useful in Senior Zhao's hands. Zhao Xin waved his hand and said, there's no need for that. I think there are several hundred insect eggs. Fellow Taoist and I can each take half. Zhou Chun didn't want to take this hot potato, but he was afraid of causing Zhao Xin to misunderstand. After some hesitation, he nodded slightly and said, then thank you very much, Senior Zhao. He thought that since he had already killed a purple mansion stage cultivator from the corpse demon sect, if Zhao Xin really wanted to harm him, there was no need for him to go to such lengths. Faced with over 15,000 spirit coins in the storage bag, Zhou Chun, no matter what Zhao Xin said, only agreed to take 5,000, refusing all the rest, insisting that this was enough. Seeing his caution, Zhao Xin didn't say anything more, simply putting away the items in the storage bag. After putting away these things that Zhou Chun was so wary of, he shook his head at Zhou Chun and said, actually, the corpse demon sect isn't as terrifying as fellow Taoist Han thinks. Their corpse refining isn't without ways to counter it, the corpse moth is just one method. Fellow Taoist Han, you should see the rest soon. He seemed to know some secrets. But Zhou Chun didn't ask further, only offering a few perfunctory words before taking his leave. No second update today. I'm leaving the day after tomorrow, so I'm saving 2 chapters 2 days in advance. Chapter 324 Establishing the Intelligence Hall. Zhao Xin didn't seem to be as simple as he claimed, merely a lone cultivator from a fallen sect. Perhaps he had some powerful backing. However, Zhou Chun showed no interest in knowing. He knew without a doubt that Zhou Chun and his backers sought revenge against the corpse demon sect, aiming to bring it down from its pedestal. Regardless of their ability to achieve this, it would come at a tremendous cost. The Zhou family was currently doing well, and Zhou Chun didn't want to create trouble for himself and his family, becoming a pawn in someone else's game. Therefore, he didn't fall for Zhou Chun's subtle hints and cryptic behavior, quickly slipping away. On his way back to the family, Zhou Chun, riding on the back of the golden-winged tiger, secretly reviewed his battles with a thin, middle-aged man in Zhou Yu. In his battle with Zhou Yu, the power of the two demonic insects had been initially tested. Although the mysterious armor golden feathers didn't seem to be of much use, their value is evident in the fact that, as demonic insects that drew fire directly, they only lost less than 100 under Zhou Yu's various attacks. The flying fire scorpion's poisonous stingers even severely poisoned a second-tier high-grade demonic beast like the golden civet, further highlighting its value. In short, choosing to cultivate insect-repelling techniques was probably not a mistake. As for the battle with the thin, middle-aged man, Zhou Chun could only marvel at how a purple mansion stage cultivator truly lived up to their name. Their strength was far beyond that of a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Even with his third-tier magic talisman, he could only hold out against a purple mansion stage cultivator for a short time. Without the fire god Jacquel's help, he wouldn't have been able to escape. However, that third-tier refined corpse looks somewhat similar to the one created by a dragon transformation sect cultivator. After using the dragon transformation secret technique, could it have been made from the corpses of dragon transformation sect cultivators obtained back then? Zhou Chun felt this was likely true. After all, based on his understanding, most of the refined corpses that the corpse demon sect had previously revealed to the public weren't as strange as he had seen. Moreover, that refined corpse, despite emanating only a third-tier, low-grade aura, had managed to hold off the fire god Jacquel for so long without being torn apart, which indirectly indicated its powerful physical body. Judging from this, the corpse demon sect, having obtained so many dragon transformation sect cultivator corpses, was probably now secretly refining another batch of powerful dragon blood demon corpses. This made Zhou Chun even more pessimistic about Zhou Chun and his group's plans. A day later, Zhou Chun returned safely to the Nine Peaks Ridge Mountain Gate and went directly to pay his respects to Zhou Ming, returning the fire god Jacquel and explaining the situation. Upon hearing that Zhou Chun had killed Zhou Yu and his grandson, Zhou Ming only sighed slightly and said nothing more. However, upon hearing that Zhou Chun had been ambushed and killed by a purple mansion stage cultivator from the corpse demon sect, his expression changed drastically, filled with shock. Later, upon hearing that Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun had joined forces to kill the purple mansion stage cultivator, he was even more astonished, standing up. Only after hearing about Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun's return to Jing Kingdom, and Zhou Chun's speculations about Zhou Chun's origins, did he sit back down. In short, that's the situation. I didn't expect such an unexpected turn of events, but it's too late to change anything now, Zhou Chun said, then stepped aside. Zhou Ming didn't speak immediately, but instead lowered his head, lost in thought. The silence lasted for a while before Zhou Ming finally raised his head and sighed. Alice, just as you said, Zheng Chun, what's the point of saying anything now that it's already happened? It's all my fault for making such a poor decision back then. I should have let you and Jia return first. If Zhou Chun had returned first, with his strength, he could have captured Zhou Yu in a matter of moments, and the attack from the corpse demon sect cultivators wouldn't have been attracted. But there's no going back now, since it's already happened, there's no point in dwelling on it. So after sighing, Zhou Ming straightened his expression and looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression, saying, since you didn't have anything from that corpse demon sect cultivator on you, and you didn't kill him, this matter shouldn't be traced back to our Zhou family. However, since the corpse demon sect is now hunting down cultivators who practice insect controlling techniques, you need to be careful. You must not reveal your insect cultivator identity in front of others, and you should also give the younger generation of the family a good talking to. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun quickly assured him, don't worry, elder, I will be careful. After saying that, he asked with concern, how is the black jade toad now? Elder, have you found a way to restore their vitality? Hearing this, Zhou Ming frowned deeply again. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly, saying, no, I've tried feeding them quite a few spiritual herbs, but there's still not much improvement. It seems their lifespans are truly running out. It turned out that after discovering the Black Jade Toad's life force plummeting, Zhou Ming, after some examination, initially concluded it was due to a sharp decline in lifespan. However, because the Black Jade Toad was known for its longevity, he hadn't dared to draw a conclusion easily. Now, after bringing it back to the family and feeding it many spiritual herbs without any effect, he dared to confirm his judgment. That's truly a pity, Zhou Chun sighed softly, also feeling deeply regretful. In this way, the Zhou family almost lost money on this deal. A Foundation establishment pill was wasted by Zhou Yu's useless great-grandson, and the Black Jade Toad they obtained couldn't provide any more toad venom. If Zhou Chun hadn't killed Zhou Yu and his grandson and obtained their magical artifacts and relics, they would have truly suffered a significant loss. However, if you include the few third-tier magic talismans Zhou Chun used, they hadn't actually gained anything. But that's how things are in this world. It's impossible to always only profit and never lose. Gains and losses are the natural course of life. Afterwards, Zhou Chun returned to his residence and rested for a few days before heading to the Su family in Jiangzhou. Now that Zhou Chun was the Su family's son-in-law, he didn't need to announce his arrival upon reaching the Su family's gates and was directly granted entry. It wasn't until he arrived at his Taoist partner Su Yuzhen's cave dwelling that Su Yuzhen learned of his arrival. This surprised her greatly. Upon meeting, she looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Husband, why have you taken the time to see me today? Why do you say that, madam? Are you complaining that I don't visit you often?" Zhou Chun said, feigning displeasure. Before Su Yuzhen, whose expression had slightly changed, could explain, he waved his hand with a smile and said, "My lady, please don't mind. I was just joking with you." Hearing this, Su Yuzhen's expression softened considerably, but she still explained, "Yes, I was just surprised by your sudden arrival, my husband. I didn't really resent or blame you." After saying that, she stretched out her hand and said, "My husband, please come inside with me." Once the two were inside, Su Yuzhen brewed some spiritual tea, and Zhou Chun no longer kept them in suspense and immediately explained his purpose. "I came to see you, my lady, firstly because we haven't seen each other for a while, and secondly because I recently acquired a spiritual item that I want to give to you." As he spoke, he patted his storage pouch at his waist and took out a cloudwater swan egg that he had obtained at the underground treasure exchange. "This is the egg of a mid-level demonic beast, the cloudwater swan. I noticed that madam hasn't yet tamed a mount, so I wish to present this to her. Please accept it." It turned out that he had exchanged the cloudwater swan for a mount to give to Su Yuzhen. Su Yuzhen never expected that Zhou Chun would suddenly come to see her today to give her such a gift. She was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at Zhou Chun, almost doubting that she had heard correctly. It wasn't until Zhou Chun handed her the cloudwater swan egg, as big as a watermelon, that she looked down at the enormous egg and realized it was all real. Then, a warm current instantly surged from her heart, flowing throughout her body. An indescribable feeling welled up inside her, making her want to laugh and cry at the same time. "Husband, you put your heart into it." She held the egg Zhou Chun offered her in her hands, murmuring softly. The surging emotions within her were beyond words. "I'm glad madam likes this gift." Zhou Chun smiled slightly, seemingly sensing Su Yuzhen's affection, and immediately embraced her. For the next month, Zhou Chun stayed at the Su family home with his Taoist partner, not going anywhere else. This gift-giving experience greatly warmed their relationship, and Su Yuzhen finally felt a genuine affection from him. Although this affection might not be particularly intense, it was incredibly precious to her. After several dual cultivation sessions, her cultivation progress was comparable to taking elixirs, and her comprehension of the Su Nu Zhuanggong technique increased dramatically, as if enlightened. Ultimately, Zhou Chun had to end his trip to the Su family early so she could focus on her cultivation and not waste this opportunity. After returning to the Zhou family, Zhou Chun resumed his duties as patriarch, taking over the family's power from Zhou Jiaru. By this time, including his time in Fen Kingdom, he hadn't handled family affairs for almost 5 months. Upon returning to Hongping Palace, his first task was to review the various arrangements he had made. The results did not disappoint him. Zhou Xiangxin had disposed of the useless demonic beasts in the Zhou family's beast garden as he had requested, freeing up considerable space for other beasts. The news from Longxing Valley was also good. More than 5 months had passed, and not a single Zhou family assassin had died. Instead, they had collected a great deal of spiritual medicinal resources for the family. Furthermore, according to Zhou Zhengaiyong's letter, After surveying and drawing a detailed map of the area within a 300-mile radius of Longsing Valley, he had begun arranging for people to explore further afield and was also preparing to explore the surrounding mountains and rivers in search of spiritual mineral resources. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately wrote a reply, advising Zhou Zhenghao not to be too hasty, but to focus on exploration and mapping first, avoiding blindly venturing into the wilderness to minimize unnecessary losses. This letter was delivered by Zhou Daoyi, as his Bai was still in a weakened state and unable to travel at the moment. To keep abreast of the changing situation in Feng Kingdom and even news from other states in Jing Kingdom, Zhou Chun conceived a new idea. He summoned some cultivators from the Zhou family skilled in falconry and instructed them to select and train skilled falconers from among the mortals of the Zhou family to form the Zhou family's intelligence center. According to Zhou Chun's plan, the Zhou family would station cultivators in the markets of various states in Jing Kingdom and establish intelligence stations. The task of these stationed cultivators would be to collect important information circulating in the local markets and relay it back to the family in a timely manner via swift falcons for the family's leadership to review. This was a grand plan, requiring a significant investment of manpower and resources. The personal cultivation expenses of the Zhou family cultivators stationed in various markets alone would be a considerable expense, not to mention the special subsidies to facilitate their intelligence gathering and the special rewards for transmitting important intelligence. However, it was foreseeable that once this intelligence system was established as Zhou Chun envisioned, it would bring unexpected benefits to the Zhou family. No one understood the importance of intelligence better than Zhou Chun. To ensure that intelligence isn't intercepted and misused, we need to train our intelligence personnel to use a completely new script. As for which new script to use, Zhou Chun immediately had an idea. It was naturally English, which had given him a huge headache in his previous life. The common script in this world was quite similar to the script he used in his previous life, so using that script risked being deciphered. But with the English alphabet, that possibility was completely eliminated. He acted on his idea immediately, using his spare time to compile a translation dictionary, which the clan's intelligence cultivators could then use to study. Time passed slowly, and another year quickly went by. During this year, Zhou Chun successfully compiled the translation dictionary and trained several clan intelligence cultivators. The intelligence station in Yunzhou was also established, transmitting collected intelligence to the clan's main gate via eagle messages every so often. The establishment of this intelligence line also benefited the frontier outpost, allowing Zhou Jiapen, stationed there, to communicate more easily with the clan. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun also hatched the corpse moth eggs he had obtained a year ago and secretly cultivated these demonic insects. The corpse moths prefer to eat things containing yin energy and corpse energy, so Zhou Chun would occasionally visit the graveyards and mortal settlements, letting them burrow into the graves to absorb the corpse energy contained within the remains. However, Zhou Chun didn't actually have high hopes for these demonic insects, he simply wanted to cultivate them to reproduce and prepare reserves in advance. This way, if a conflict were to arise with a corpse demon sect, he would have an extra trump card. On this day, when it was Zhou Chun's turn to deliver supplies to Dragon Rising Valley, he heard surprising news upon arrival. There were no more supplies today. Chapter 325 Wild People, Major Event. These are the mortals you found in the wilderness, inside Dragon Rising Valley. Zhou Chun stared in astonishment at the three mortals, 2 men and 1 woman, kneeling trembling before him. Previously, Dragon Rising Valley had no mortals. When the Zhou family trained their elite warriors, they never recruited women. Therefore, it was impossible for cultivators in Dragon Rising Valley to have given birth to mortals, especially since it would be impossible for several adults to have been born in just over a year. The 3 mortals Zhou Chun saw were discovered by Zhou Zhenghao on a plain over 600 miles away during his exploration of the wilderness. According to Zhou Zhenghao, several mortal tribes existed on that plain, the largest numbering 1,000, the smallest 200 or 300. These tribes appeared extremely primitive, their hunting weapons were mostly made of animal bones and stones, with very little iron. Their clothing was made of animal hides, bird feathers, and tree bark, and they had no written language. However, according to Zhou Zhenghao's understanding, these mortal tribes were likely the descendants of those mortals previously raised by the Dragon Transformation Sect in the wilderness. 2 or 3 decades had passed since the southern expedition. Most of those mortals who lived in the wilderness perished after losing the Dragon Transformation Sect's protection. But with such a large population, Some lucky ones always survived. Furthermore, many low-level cultivators from the dragon transformation sect had also escaped, and they might have sheltered some mortals. Even these lucky survivors, without the protection of cultivators, found it difficult to survive in the wilderness with their meager strength. Therefore, they had to constantly migrate, moving away from dangerous places. During these migrations, the able-bodied among them either died from the jaws of demonic beasts or wild animals, or from disease and accidents. Their younger generation received no education and had never experienced civilized society. All their energy was focused on obtaining food and survival. Thus, civilization degenerated, savagery arose, and the survivors organized themselves into tribes, relying on their savage and robust bodies to struggle for survival in the wilderness. After understanding the situation, Zhou Chun couldn't help but sigh. "They're a pitiful bunch." He then turned to Zhou Zhengyang and asked, "So, what do you plan to do with these mortals, Brother Yang?" Hearing this, Zhou Zhengyang hesitated slightly before saying in a deep voice, "If the family allows, I'd like to keep these mortals here to help with chores, and even relocate those mortal tribes to establish a settlement nearby." "Brother Yang, I understand your good intentions." Zhou Chun nodded, indicating his understanding. Then, he frowned and said, "But if too many mortals gather nearby and are allowed to grow stronger, it will inevitably attract more attention. If the existence of Dragon Rising Valley is exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable." The Zhou family established a settlement in Dragon Rising Valley to secretly gather resources from the wilderness, not to colonize it. Once wild people gather here and a settlement is established, that would be true colonization, making it difficult to avoid attention. The small Zhou family couldn't withstand the attacks from the overlords of the wilderness. "Yes, 13th brother. I've considered that point too. But the benefits of taking in mortals are obvious. With mortals serving us, our cultivators can do much less unnecessary work. And if a cultivator is willing to marry a mortal woman and have offspring, they might even produce children with spiritual roots, increasing the number of cultivators in Dragon Rising Valley." Zhou Zhengyang nodded, acknowledging Zhou Chun's statement, but then offered his own opinion, trying to persuade Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, seeing this, fell into deep thought. He understood what Zhou Zhengyang was saying, but compared to the benefits, the disadvantages were more obvious and serious. However, Zhou Zhengyang was someone he had personally appointed, and he had said that Zhou Zhengyang would be in charge of all matters in Dragon Rising Valley. Now that Zhou Zhengyang had his own ideas and expressed them, even if he didn't entirely agree, he couldn't directly refuse. After pondering for a long time, Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Zhengyang and nodded slightly, saying, "Brother Yang, if you really want to save these mortals, I can't stop your good deed. However, there's one thing that must be done. These mortals cannot be moved to the vicinity of Longxing Valley. They must be settled in another place, and you must not let them know of Longxing Valley's existence." "All right, 13th brother, I'll remember your words. I will definitely handle this matter properly." Zhou Zhengyang nodded with a happy expression and readily agreed. "Then let's leave this matter at that for now. Now let's talk about another matter." As Zhou Chun spoke, he suddenly reached out and patted a spirit beast pouch at his waist, and a golden-haired giant monkey nearly 2 zang tall appeared in front of him. This golden-haired giant monkey was the Vajra spirit monkey that originally guarded this Hongping Hall inside the Zhou family's mountain gate. When it came out of the spirit beast pouch, the golden-haired giant monkey smiled and waved to Zhou Zhengyang, whom it hadn't seen for some time. Seeing this, Zhou Chun smiled and said, "How Dolly is an old acquaintance of yours, Brother Yang. It's a waste of its talents to guard the family's gate, so after I spoke with it, it agreed to come to Longxing Valley to fight alongside you and serve the family." Persuading the Vajra spirit monkey to come to Longxing Valley didn't take much effort for Zhou Chun. After all, ever since he had guided it to become a second-tier demon beast, the monkey had been completely obedient to him. Moreover, for the warlike Vajra spirit monkey, fighting various demon beasts in the wilderness was something it enjoyed. Hearing Zhou Chun's words, Zhou Zhengyang clapped his hands happily and exclaimed, "This is wonderful. With Dolly joining us, Su Fu and the others won't have to rely on me for every difficult demon beast they encounter." "Yes, that's what I was thinking too." Zhou Chun nodded, agreeing with him. Afterwards, Zhou Chun visited Zhou Daoquan, who was cultivating in seclusion in Longxing Valley, and told him about the recent changes in the family, keeping him informed. After he finished speaking, Zhou Daoquan nodded slightly and said, "Zhengjin, it's good that you brought that Vajra spirit monkey. With it ends hanging in the valley, I can occasionally take a break to get some fresh air and explore this wilderness." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately said, "Elder, if you go out to explore the wilderness, you must leave your contact information. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if I needed to contact you urgently but couldn't find you. I naturally know that. If I go out, I will leave Zhu Yun behind. If there's an emergency, he can come to me." Zhou Daoquan nodded slightly, revealing his plan. Zhou Chun naturally couldn't say anything more and quickly returned to his family. Unexpectedly, less than half a month after Zhou Chun returned to his family, news that shocked the entire cultivation world of Jing Kingdom suddenly spread throughout Jing Kingdom and even neighboring countries. The news was simple: the former #1 rogue cultivator of Jing Kingdom, Heavenly Mirror Hermit, had successfully broken through to the nascent soul stage. A new nascent soul stage cultivator had appeared. Previously, only 3 major powers in the Jing Kingdom, the Moonwheel Sect, the Flame Sun Sect, and the Azure Lotus Temple, had nascent soul stage cultivators, totaling only 7 in the vast kingdom. Now, with Heavenly Mirror Hermit successfully shattering his core and forming his nascent soul, becoming a Heavenly Mirror cultivator, the number of nascent soul stage cultivators in the Jing Kingdom has reached 8. However, this is likely not a good thing for the cultivation world of the Jing Kingdom. The current power structure of the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world has been established for a long time, with the 3 major powers already controlling every inch of the kingdom. The appearance of the Heavenly Mirror cultivator could very well change this structure. With a nascent soul stage cultivator in charge, the Heavenly Mirror Manor, which the Heavenly Mirror cultivator previously led, will inevitably be unwilling to remain confined to a small corner. And once the Heavenly Mirror Manor expands its sphere of influence, it will inevitably infringe upon the interests of the 3 major powers. Because of this, when Zhou Chun learned of this news, he was both shocked and filled with worry. It's important to know that Lingzhou, where Xianjing Manor is located, is adjacent to Laozhou. If Xianjing Manor truly expands its sphere of influence, Qinglian Temple will inevitably be the first to bear the brunt, and the Zhou family may also be forced into the fray, facing the risk of having to choose sides again. The world of Jing Kingdom is about to change again. On Pagoda Peak, Zhou Ming couldn't help but sigh after learning the news from Zhou Chun. However, they all knew that no matter how the world of Jing Kingdom changed, the Zhou family was powerless in the face of such a major upheaval and could only go with the flow. Therefore, despite their deep worries, there was nothing they could do. Besides, the people who were most worried right now were certainly not them. In fact, after learning that Xianjing Sanren had successfully shattered his core and formed his nascent soul, the one who was most shocked and worried was none other than King Wheezy, the head of Qinglian Temple. That old scoundrel, Xianjing. We've all been fooled by him. Now it seems that the injury he sustained during the southern expedition was entirely intentional. He wanted to use the pretext of recuperating to secretly cultivate and form his nascent soul. Qing Wheezy slumped onto the jade couch, his face ashen, his eyes filled with shock and anger. At this moment, he was filled with regret. If he had known earlier that Xianjing Sanren's so-called recuperation was actually an attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage, he and Qinglian Temple would have definitely stopped him. How did he succeed? With a success rate of less than 10%, how did he manage it? Qing Wheezy muttered to himself, his mouth agape, completely losing the composure of a sect leader. He was also a golden core cultivator, although not yet at the late golden core stage, but he already knew everything he needed to know about forming a nascent soul. Qingxiao Zhenren, the nascent soul stage master of Qinglian Temple, had once said that Xianjing Sanren's success rate in breaking through the golden core stage to form a nascent soul was less than 10%. As a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, Qing Wheezy naturally had no doubt about Qingxiao Zhenren's judgment. Therefore, when he heard the news that Xianjing Sanren was in seclusion to recover from his injuries, he didn't pay much attention. After all, the golden core cultivators of Qinglian Temple had witnessed Xianjing Sanren's injury firsthand, so there was no doubt about it. But reality cruelly slapped him in the face, mocking him mercilessly. He, Qing Wheezy, had always been the one scheming and manipulating others, but now he was being played like a fool. At this moment, Qing Wheezy's feelings were truly indescribable. Yes, Ancestor, we still have Ancestor. I'm going to see Ancestor right now. After an unknown amount of time, Qing Wheezy suddenly jumped up, as if a drowning person had grasped at a straw, and excitedly flew away from the sect leader's hall. Not long after, Qing Wheezy arrived outside a valley deep within the Qinglian Temple's mountain gate. He stood outside the valley, gazing at the valley shrouded in a white, misty array. After slightly tidying his appearance, he bowed deeply and said, "Ancestor, your disciple King Wheezy has urgent business to discuss with you." He remained bowed, awaiting a response. About 15 minutes later, an aged and authoritative voice rang in his ears. "Come in." Before the voice faded, the mist churned, revealing a passageway. "Thank you, Ancestor." King Wheezy thanked him respectfully again before entering the valley through the passage. Upon entering, the dense spiritual energy that enveloped him invigorated him, making him feel much more refreshed. Although this wasn't the first time, he still couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. If he could cultivate in such a place, perhaps there was a real possibility of achieving the nascent soul stage in the future. Compared to the incredibly dense spiritual energy here, the place where the sect leader usually cultivated was like a thatched hut compared to a palace. Looking around, one could see that the valley was filled with all sorts of rare 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs and precious plants, far more numerous than many golden core cultivators from non-major sects had ever seen in their entire lives. Deep within the valley was a pond about 2 acres in size, its surface churning with white steam, and within it, a few emerald green lotus leaves could be faintly seen. If any other golden core cultivators who had never been here before saw this scene, they would surely be stunned into silence. For that pond was actually a super large spiritual spring. The white steam churning above the pond was actually incredibly dense spiritual energy. After arriving here, King Wheezy only glanced at the pond briefly before her gaze fell upon a thatched hut beside it. In the courtyard of the thatched hut, a Taoist priest in green robes with white hair sat at a stone table, brewing tea. "Speak, what brings you here to pay your respects to this old man today?" Seemingly sensing King Wheezy's gaze, the white-haired Taoist spoke calmly, his eyes remaining fixed on the teapot on the table, not glancing at King Wheezy. King Wheezy, not daring to take this as a sign of disrespect, immediately bowed and said, "Disciple King Wheezy greets Ancestor." Then she straightened up and respectfully stated her purpose. "What?" The heavenly mirror hermit has successfully shattered his core and formed his nascent soul. The white-haired Taoist's body trembled slightly, and he abruptly turned to look at King Wheezy, his sharp gaze instantly causing King Wheezy to quickly lower her head. "Tell me in detail, what exactly happened?" One update today, hoping to find a place to live in the next couple of days. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.